It's a girl game. Why you wish you could join? It's a short thing. We're taking over the world. It's a girl game. Why you wish you could join? It's a short thing. We're taking over the world. I got fight, I got heart, I got the strength to tear it apart. I got the grace and power to reign.
Kia ora, Antena Koto. Hello and welcome to all to match number 2 of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. Well, the sun is indeed shining here at the University of Otago Cricket Ground, but there are dark shadows in our hearts this morning on the tragic news of the passing of an all-time great. Shane Warne, dead at 52. With me, two men who knew him well, Simon Doull, Sanjay Manjrekar. Good morning. Not so good a morning. Simon Doull, very shocking news to wake up to this morning.
Yeah, kia ora AJ, no mai haere mai, o te pautu i Dunedin. Terrible news this morning. Phone's been going since 2:15 this morning, buzzing away, and just, you know, mates, friends from around the world sending messages of what happened to Shane and the tragedy overnight. And I know that word is used probably too often at times, but it is a tragedy to lose a colleague, a great competitor, and one of the greats of all time of our game, the game that we love. And we've lost Shane overnight. I know we'll talk more about it shortly, but he was a contemporary of both of ours as well.
Yeah.
Indeed, Sanjay, must have been terribly shocking news for you as well this morning.
Yeah, that is the thing. Absolutely shocking, unexpected. He was just 52. And, you know, good enough to churn out 4 overs in T20 cricket even now. Not just his stature, the numbers speak for themselves, just that he touched everyone's lives. When he was in the midst of us, he would leave an impression. And the one thing that came across was this was a simple guy, completely instinctive, and just loved to live a good life, and, you know, really depressed today.
Yes, well, we will be reflecting more on the life and legacy of the great man. But it is match number 2 and the first game for Bangladesh and South Africa in this World Cup. We'll join Cass Naidu now, who is with the captains.
Kia ora everyone, wonderful to be here in Aotearoa for the 2022 ICC Women's World Cup. Out in the middle and ready for the coin toss. I'm alongside Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana, South Africa's Sunay Elise, and ICC match referee GS Lakshmi. Who's got the coin? Nigar, give it a good spin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails it is. It's tails. Nigar, what are you going to do?
We're going to bowl first.
There's a good record here in terms of chasing. What's the mood in the camp? I mean, here you are at your debut World Cup.
Yeah, we are super excited. I think we just wanted to make an impact on it, and I think this is a good wicket to bowl on first because we want to take the advantage of early morning.
Tell us about your team news.
Yeah, we have going on the last squad, so I think we're looking forward.
You've got great senior players to rely on from a bowling perspective, obviously some great batters as well. There's a great opportunity for you to make special memories here at the World Cup.
No, obviously, this is our first ever World Cup and we want to make it memorable.
Well, play well today.
Thank you.
That's Bangladesh captain Nigar Sultana. Sunay, what would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we would have had a bowled first as well, but I think the wicket won't change a lot throughout the day, so we don't mind batting first as well.
What's your team news?
We got 3 missing out today, Nonkululeko Mashlapa, Tubi Sekekune, and here we go again.
There's always one.
Yeah.
We'll confirm the teams in a moment. It's been an interesting build-up for you. You had a great win against the West Indies in a series at home. What is your mood heading into this opening game?
Yeah, no, I think we come to the World Cup with great confidence. I think, you know, throughout the last year and a half, we've played good cricket, and I think we just want to display that here at the World Cup.
You're a leg spinner, Dane Fanika is a leg spinner. She's unfortunately not here. A tragic day for world cricket today, losing Shane Warne. What kind of influence has he had on your game?
Yeah, no, massive. I think, you know, he's had an influence in all leg spinners around the world. So, you know, our prayers go out to his family today. Yeah, it's just a very sad day for cricket in general.
Well, he'll appreciate that you play well today. Have a good game.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it, out in the middle. Bangladesh have won the toss and have elected to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Cass. Well, confirmation of the teams here. South Africa, Laura Wolvaardt, of course, will be crucial for them at the top of the order. And Marizanne Kapp, Shubnam Ismail, 2 of the best seamers in the world, coming back from injury. The number 2 ranked team in the competition will want to get off to a good start today. And the first-timers to the World Cup, Bangladesh, captained by Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She'll have a very important role as both captain and wicket-keeper. Rumana Ahmed will be an all-rounder whose contribution will be vital. And of course, Farjana Hawk Pinky. She'll need to make some runs for this team. Well, as we mentioned earlier, tragic news of the passing of the king of spin, Shane Warne, dead at 52. Alan Wilkins looks back on a once-in-a-lifetime talent.
Shane Warne was the undoubted superstar of the modern game, a bottle-blonde genius who mesmerized batsmen across the world and single-handedly revived the art of leg spin bowling. He burst onto the world scene in 1993 with an outrageous delivery to England batsman Mike Gatting that pitched 2 feet outside leg stump and hit the top of off. It became known as the ball of the century. Warne went on to take 708 test wickets in a stellar career. His hold over opposing batsmen was as much mental as technical, with his flamboyant personality allied to a sharp tactical brain. He was also a fine ODI cricketer, taking nearly 300 wickets and winning the World Cup with Australia in 1999. At the age of 52, Shane Keith Warne died of a heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. The game of cricket has lost one of its true legends.
Well, simply an astounding career, a test career, 708 wickets with a best of 8 for 71 versus England at Brisbane. A man who really defined the game, the modern game of cricket. Very good ODI bowler as well, 293 wickets. And of course, player of the match in both the semi-final and final of the 1999 World Cup. There are a string of accolades to the career of Shane Warne. We can only fit a few on this page. Of course, a Hall of Famer since 2013 and one of Wisdom's 5 cricketers of the century announced in 2000. Well, I'm still with Simon Dool and Sanjay Manjrekar. Perhaps a word now, Simon, I'll start with you, on Shane Warne, the player.
Unbelievable. I think, you talk about the ball of the century, you can talk about so many of the great accolades, but I think it was the mind, the cricketing brain that was Shane Warne. No surprise to me from an early age that he went on to be a captain, a coach. And in the commentary box, he would say things in the commentary box and you would look and you go, come on, Shane, please. And all of a sudden it would come true, or it would happen. He wasn't afraid to put his opinion out there, and he took everything he learnt while playing the game as hard as he possibly could, and he did play it hard on and off the field, and he took that to coaching, and then he took that to the commentary box as well. And I say that the word great sometimes Sanjay is thrown around too often in our game, but he is an absolute great of the game, and it's just, there are so many people around the world that will be reflecting on moments, on things that they remember. There's off-field stuff that I'd love to talk about as well, but the on-field things, he was a genius with the ball. I think that's one thing you will say.
Well, he certainly was. Sanjay, you would have faced him. He must have been fearsome. What about some of your reflections?
His exploits are seen, on the field. We see those numbers. There's no doubting his all-time greatness. But you judge a champion truly when the chips are down. And when he came to India on occasions, his chips were down. He wasn't quite getting the wickets. He was getting hammered on occasions. But I saw him through that phase, go through with his head held high. He was recovering from a shoulder injury the first time when he came to India to play a home series, but never once gave that as an excuse for his performance not being good enough to trouble the Indian batter. So that is something that I've always liked about him, enjoyed watching him captain in the IPL because it was always there for the younger players. So anyone who had some time with Warne just have nice things to say about him, fond memories, and that's why I think his death would have shook a lot of people. It's not just the numbers, it's how the man touched everyone's lives.
Yeah, he certainly was a warm and wonderful personality. Simon Dool, at the top of this broadcast, I called him a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Do you think we'll see the likes of a Shane Warne again in our lifetimes?
Well, people try. People try to emulate all the time, and that's the legacy that he leaves. He leaves, whether it be male, female, boy, girl, people try and copy what Shane Warne did, and that's the sign of greatness to me. When you have, boys and girls from the age of 3, 4, 5, or parents who watch Shane Warne wanting their boy or girl to bowl some leg spin, that's the legacy that the man leaves. And to me, it is the people. I mean, you think about the likes of Ish Sodhi, who had a bit to do with them, from a Kiwi point of view, at Rajasthan Royals. The moment Ish went to Shane Warne and said, "Mate, what do you think about it?" He said, "I could not have been happier with the response. I could not have been happier with the help that Shane Warne gave me." And any leg spinner in the world that went to him and had a chat, he would always give them the time of day. Anyone that wanted to talk cricket, talk tactics, he would always give them the time of day. There was a lot more to Shane Warne than people realise, I think. You, as an opponent or as a country that you were playing against, Australia, you hated him. But when you watched him, you loved what he was doing.
Gentlemen, thank you. I know it's been a difficult morning for you. Well, this morning it's match number 2 of the ICC Women's World Cup. Bangladesh versus South Africa. South Africa, the number 2 team in the world. Let's take a little closer look at them. Here they are in their own words.
We all believe that if we play our best cricket, we can beat anyone.
I always say to myself, the team that wins and the team that loses, it's only when you go off the field and you lose as a team and if you win as a team, I think that combines a team.
We've been very successful, and we're currently ranked number 2 in the world as well, which is really cool. We've never been there, so I think with not adding too much pressure to ourselves, I think we're going to just go into every game and play it as it is and stick to what's been working for us in the past 2 years.
For us, it definitely hurt the last time around when we played in 2017 and we got so close yet so far and we lost in the semi-final with a few balls to spare.
Everyone went back and really reflected. Like it was a tough pill to swallow. You could feel the sadness that everyone had in the change room of that semi-final, and we didn't want that to ever happen again. And I think from then it's kind of been a flip of a switch where we've actually been putting a lot of work behind the scenes. Everyone's been back home doing what they kind of need to do and making sure they're improving their games as much as possible. And once we come together, it's just been great to see.
Well, I think we have a really good core group of players right now. We have a bunch of players that I think are just hitting the prime of their careers as well, like your Lizelle Lees, Shubnam, Marizan. They're all playing better than I've ever seen them play before.
I think the biggest thing for us is these conditions. The quicker we can acclimatize, because the weather changes all the time. And the surfaces are different, and you'll be traveling around the country playing different surfaces. The quicker we adapt, and at the end of the day, come heads, we believe that there's enough quality in the change room to push one further.
If you go look at the conditions as well, it's very suited for fast bowling, and that makes me very excited as a captain and as a player, not so much as a slip fielder.
So this time around we definitely want to set things straight and make it right. So for us, going all the way to the World Cup final and hopefully be the first South African women's team to take a trophy home would be ideal.
All right, well, with me, the leading all-time run scorer of this tournament, the Kiwi legend, Debbie Hockley. Lovely to have you. South African cricket commentator, Natalie Germanos. Natalie, maybe we should start with you. South Africa batting first, Sune Loose leading the team.
Yeah, she's leading the team. I think obviously it wasn't expected. If Danae was fit, she would have been here. She would have been leading the team. But Sune Loose has been leading the team quite a bit since the 2017 World Cup because Danae unfortunately has had quite a few injuries and she's done really well as captain. I think we need to keep that in mind. She's had some tough series. She's done well as a leader.
All right, Laura Wolvaardt at the top of the order for South Africa will be crucial, Debbie.
Oh, absolutely crucial. Had a really good series against the West Indies and South Africa. I think she'll be one of the key batters for the South African side.
Is there an element of pressure for South Africa, Natalie, coming into this first game as the number 2 ranked side in the tournament and facing the first timers?
I think there's an element of pressure because it's almost a situation they haven't been in before. They've never really been one of the favourites to possibly make a semi and the final as well. So it's almost uncharted territory in a way for them. So it's maybe a little bit new, a little bit different, but they've played so well in the last few years, they should still feel pretty confident.
Well, we saw an extraordinary victory last night, Debbie, for the West Indies, opened up this tournament even more.
Yes.
Will South Africa be thinking this morning, boy, we've got a good shot here?
I think that they certainly will. Bangladesh, they may be a little bit nervous. I mean, it's very exciting for them to be participating in their first World Cup, but I think that South Africa would be hoping to get a fairly solid victory today.
All right, just really quickly, Natalie, Bangladesh, first time as we've said, who will be crucial for them today?
Well, I think from their point of view, they'll be looking to Rumana Ahmed. There's no doubt about that. As an all-rounder, she's fantastic. She's got a really good record in the last few years as well. But Jana Huck as well is very important. As a batter, maybe their standout batter. So they'll be looking to them, and of course the captain, leading from behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, how exciting, Debbie, for Bangladesh. Might they go out there and play with a lot of freedom today?
Yes, I think so. Wise choice for them to bowl first. The pitch looks like it's got a little tinge of green, and I think for first time in the tournament, they'll just want to get their team out on the park, get some cricket under their belt. I think it was a good choice.
Right, well, we are ready and raring to go here in Dunedin, Ōtepoti. Match number 2 of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup after the break.
It's a girl day. Oh, you wish you could join. It's a short day. It's a girl game. Boy, you wish you could join. It's a short
ICC Women's Cricket World Cup action, New Zealand for 2022. This match number 2 in the tournament, Bangladesh and South Africa, coming to you live from University Oval in Dunedin. Looking an absolute picture. Just the one game played so far yesterday. The West Indies in a terrific performance up against New Zealand. West Indies taking the points late in the match, 3 wickets falling in that last over. Deandra Dottin taking the ball and taking the spoils. Brilliant day for Hayley Matthews for the West Indies, and New Zealand not the start to the campaign that they were looking for, but brilliant from the West Indies. That match played at Mount Maunganui in the Tauranga region, and today we are in the deep south, Otipoti, Dunedin, and the University of Otago Oval. Looking an absolute picture. Ground staff have done a terrific job. Surface looks good. They have to leave grass on this particular pitch to give it some pace, give it some bounce. We have also heard that the same surface will be used for all 3 games here in the next 6 days. So hence a little bit of grass on the surface, and Bangladesh winning the toss, electing to bowl first and maybe making use of that little bit of grass that is there. Although it's quite brown, the outfield looks magnificent, lush green grass, boundaries are good size. Only 550 people allowed in the venue today, 10% capacity allowed across the stadiums at the moment for this ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. So capacity normally at 5,500, 10%, even my poor math can work out that is 550 allowed in the ground. I'm glad they're using nice round numbers. Very good morning, Natalie Germanos alongside me. South Africa are about to start their campaign. Bangladesh first timers, exciting times for both these teams. Natalie, good morning to you.
Yeah, very exciting. Contrasting fortunes as well, because South Africa coming into the tournament as possible favourites. They, from a point of view of maybe making a semi-final and even a final, being ranked number 2. It's a situation they haven't really been in before. And for Bangladesh, first time at a 50-over World Cup. What a magnificent few years they've had to make it to this stage through the ranking system. It's quite special. And some players that have been with the team for a long, long time. You know, South Africa have been building up to this tournament since about 2012, 2013. It was Mission New Zealand. It's been delayed by a year, but they've been working on it for a long time.
Both sides lining up out in the middle of University of Otago Oval in Dunedin. We will hear the national anthems very shortly, but a moment's silence after the passing in the last few days, Rod Marsh, and of course overnight of Shane Warne.
Over the last 24 hours, the cricket has sadly bid farewell to 2 true legends of the game, with the news that former Australia wicketkeeper Rod Marsh and probably the greatest ever spinner, Shane Warne, have both passed away. Rod was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame in 2009, and his impact will be remembered on and off the field for years to come. He was one of the great wicketkeepers who held the world record for the number of dismissals at the time of his retirement, and whose partnership with Dennis Lillee saw the phrase "Caught Marsh, bowled Lillee" go down in cricket folklore. After finishing playing, he headed Cricket Australia's academy before filling the same role in England, and then becoming the inaugural Director of Coaching at the ICC Global Cricket Academy. Shane was inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame in 2013 and was a true icon of the game, reviving the art of leg spin with flamboyance, unforgettable personality, and a great cricketing intellect. Who can forget the ball of the century in the 1993 Ashes series from the man who went on to become the 2nd highest wicket taker in Test cricket history with 708 wickets. Our thoughts are with the family and friends of both players, And please join us in a moment of silence to remember two greats of the game, Rod Marsh and Shane Warne. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the anthems of South Africa and Bangladesh.
আমার সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, চিরদিন তোমার আকাশ, তোমার বাতাস আমার প্রাণে, ওমা আমার প্রাণে বাজায় বাঁশি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। ওমা ফাগুনে তোর নামের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে মরি হায় হায় রে, ওমা ফাগুনে তোর আমের মনে প্রাণে পাগল করে ওমা প্রাণে তোর ভরা থেকে কি দেখেছি আমি, কি দেখেছি মধুর হাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি। কি শোভা কি ছায়া গো, কি স্নেহ কি মায়া গো, কি আঁচল বিছায়েছ বটের মূলে নদীর কূলে কূলে, মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো মরি হায় হায় রে, মাতর মুখের বাণী আমার কানে লাগে সুধার মতো, মাতর বদর খানি মলিন হলে আমি নয়ন, ওমা আমি নয়ন জলে ভাসি সোনার বাংলা, আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি।
Let's get down.
Another day of remembrance for a couple of greats and a day of excitement for two teams getting their campaigns underway here in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 2022. Excitement, I'm sure, for Bangladesh as they take part in their first Women's 50 over ICC World Cup. And for South Africa, as you heard a little earlier if you were with us from Nathalie Germanos, perhaps going in as one of the favoured teams for this tournament, so maybe a little more pressure than they have felt of recent times. No, we do not want to touch the cup yet. Not until the end. Not until the end. Superstitions perhaps, Natalie.
Oh, they're going to be hoping they get closer to that a little bit later on in the tournament. They were so close there already. Just a little glimpse of it. That's what everybody is playing for. The World Cup trophy. South Africa have never been in a final of a World Cup. That will be one of their goals, that is for sure. And an opportunity to lift it is within their grasp. They've played so well since the 2017 World Cup. They've been one of the form teams. And Bangladesh, oh, what a moment for them to be here and get an opportunity in a 50 over World Cup. First time ever. We've got a couple of players who are very experienced. Captain Jyoti, she's young in the role, but she's an experienced player. She's been with the team for quite a long time, in particular in the shorter format in the T20s. And she's a young captain, and she has said it's obviously been one of her dreams to lead the side.
Final words, final thoughts, I'm sure, about how important this is, but also the enjoyment factor. Do not let the moment get the better of you. Something you felt at times that New Zealand possibly did yesterday. Pressure of the moment, the pressure of playing at home. For these ladies, it is all about the enjoyment factor, their first time at the tournament. Won the toss, selected to be as one in the field. Put some pressure on these two players, the immensely talented Laura Wolvaardt. Watched some clips of her in the nets yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal. Just reading through her bio actually, Natalie, and her favourite player, Virat Kohli, but she didn't have anyone that she said she felt she likened her game to. Now, watching her in the nets yesterday, and whether I'm right or wrong, but the wide stance, the high backlift, there's a little bit of Kevin Peterson type, Graham Pollock type situation in that. Two pretty good people to follow, I would say, if you're going to model your batting on someone. But she's immensely powerful, incredibly good player.
Jainar Alam, also one of their experienced players for Bangladesh. She's been there with them for a couple of T20 World Cups. And Jainar Alam, she could maybe cause a few issues up front here. She's not express pace, but she's got good skills. Generally can keep it tight. So South Africa will know her pretty well also because they've played each other quite regularly over the years. So both teams would have had some plans in place. She will be bowling too. Laura Wolvaardt, Tasman Brits is at the non-strikers end. She's had a very interesting career and a very interesting story as well. We'll get more into that a bit later on, but it's great to see her at a 50 over World Cup, where she started primarily with the T20 team. Laura Wolvaardt, just 22 years of age. That is an incredible feat in itself. Made her debut in 2016. Teams taking the knee, all in aid of raising awareness for discrimination and racism around the world.
Always wary when you build players up like I've just done to Laura Wolvaardt. Oh, I'm always wary. There's people in South Africa screaming at their television right now. quiet. Quiet. It's not my fault. Play. Langton Rusier says play. We get underway. Through the gap and off the mark straight away. Good piece of timing. Just a little finger on it at point. I'll come back for a couple.
Got to be careful of giving Wolfhard any kind of width outside the off stump. She's known for her drive, particularly off the front foot generally. This time around playing off the back foot, but just look at that, how graceful she is. The timing's there already, first ball up, but you don't want to be there to Laura Wolfhard. It's probably a conscious effort by Jahanara not to bowl too full. Yes, already they're having a little look at the ball. Not too sure what the problem is, but there's a little bit of a delay. Just having a look at the two teams. South Africa is still a very experienced lineup, even though there's no Danae van Niekerk. Sad for her not to be here. She's been building up to this World Cup for a very, very long time. Well, Jyoti's got a lot of responsibility on her shoulders. She's only been captain for a couple of matches for Bangladesh, so it's all a very new role for her. She's been behind the stumps for a long time, so that's not new. And she has said she feels she's got the best view behind the stumps. Captain and keeper. She'll have a couple of players that she'll look to for advice. Salma Khatun being one of them, who is a player she actually looks up to, and she says is a role model to Bangladesh players back home. Langton Rusier from Zimbabwe, experienced umpires, Langton Rusier.
There's been 5 players have captained Bangladesh, Natalie. They're all here. So she's got plenty of advice and plenty of people to help her along the way as well. They're all in the squad. The former captains, Eloise Sheridan as well, officiating. Width and through the gap. That'll be 4. You said it, cannot bowl wide. And Laura Wolfhard onto it straight away.
I think Jahanara Alam's just struggling a little bit with her front foot and where she's landing. She may be feeling it's a little bit soft underfoot and she's slipping a touch, but that is exactly where you do not want to bowl to Laura Wolfhard. And you're just giving her an opportunity to get a feel for the surface, the pace of it. She'll feel good about getting bat on ball.
That's better, but nicely driven as well. Yeah, the one thing we talk about a lot here in New Zealand, I still don't quite know. I know the ground staff love everything to be pristine. But because you have to leave so much grass on the surfaces, and here in particular, because it's quite a slow, low bouncing pitch normally, just shave, completely get rid of the grass in the batting crease. Nicely done. I know it's not quite as aesthetically pleasing when it's shown on camera if you do that, but it just assists the bowlers and the batters, to be honest. Time and time again, just take all the grass away from the batting crease and it stops the bowlers from slipping because the spikes can't get through all the long grass. There'd be 20 mil of grass on there at the moment, and it's just too difficult.
Yeah, I went out there earlier just to have a look at the surface, and it's like a thatch. It's thick grass, long grass, as you said as well. The surface is going to be well used as well as it's used through the week. It's thick grass. From where we are, it actually looks quite green, but when you get a little bit closer, you see how there's a lot of dry grass on it as well. This morning there was just a little bit of moisture there, but it was all on the surface, not underneath.
Oh, nice. A little bit of shape to finish. 6 without loss. 6 without loss, 1 over. Brits yet to face a delivery. Fahira Islam Trishna. Bit of left arm seam from our commentary box end, the southern end. We talk about the ground staff, Jaden Tohill and his crew here at the University of Otago Oval. They've done a magnificent job, they really have. Outfield looks pristine. Left a lot of grass on the surface. A short run up. Generally quite accurate. Left arm medium pace of Trishna.
She's playing in her second one-day international as well. She played in the qualifiers in Zimbabwe last year. Just one match. A little bit of a difference here for South Africa facing left arm seam. Oh dear, she's put it down. Chipped it in the air and put it down.
Mahida Akhtar, the fielder. Oh, they don't come a lot easier. Just caught on her heels a touch perhaps. Toe end of the bat. Oh, that's straight through the hands. What an early let-off for Brits. Be wary going back to that. We talked about the accuracy of Trishna. A little bit of swing which meant it came back into the inside third of the bat, right at the bottom. You cannot be dropping those. I think with the keeper back, Natalie, the best bet is to bat out of the crease or just give yourself a little bit of room.
And think for the South African openers in particular, they wouldn't have faced a lot of left-arm seam recently. South Africa had a little while back left-arm seamer in Moseline Daniels. She was really good, and there you go. Just as you're talking about it, she's just taken a little step forward.
Can't get it away.
Yeah, she just looks a little uncomfortable when the ball is really straight. She's not finding the footwork right now. And also, Trishna doesn't have a very long run-up. It's quite a short run-up, so she's onto you quite quickly, delivers the ball quite quickly. It doesn't give you a lot of time to sort of settle in. I've got third and fine leg back.
Just gets away down the leg side. A little bit of swing. Trishna can get that right. About 6 or 8 inches outside the line of off stump, swinging back into the right-handers. Makes such a difference. Good seam position. Oh, nice. A little bit of bounce, perhaps. Maybe too much. They've got reviews available. Do they want to use one early? 2 reviews each. DRS timer counting down. Thinking about it. It's gone. 7 without loss. Tidy start for Trishna. Jahanara to continue. Width again and through. Just a little fingertip. Should prevent the boundary. Only be a couple, but once again a little bit of width for Laura Wolfart. mentioned that.
This time off the front foot, Wolfart. A couple of back foot drives in the first over, now off the front foot. So Jainara Ala maybe just trying to adjust a little bit, getting it fuller, but she's still giving her the width.
Nicely bowled, got the line, got the length right. And well positioned at third. Some of the stuff I was talking about in the nets, just have a look at that wide stance. She's a tall player, that bat up. If that bat said KP instead of DP, I wouldn't be surprised. Wonderful talent, Laura Wolfart, and not only on the cricket field.
Fielding's got to be good from Bangladesh. This is good. Quick to it, Pinky. I should say Nahida Akhtar. Very quick to it. Quick release. And already you can see there's just been a little bit of poor communication between the two batters. There's been a couple of times where they've sort of stuttered in between the wickets. And here again, there was just a little bit of a miscommunication. Should we go? Shouldn't we go? No clear calling. That could be nerves.
Now they also know there's a left-hander at backward point. If they didn't before. Oh, lovely, good. Nice and straight. Just looks tentative, doesn't she, at the moment? Tasman Brits.
Quite tough for her because Lizelle Lee not here for this game. She's here with the squad now. She's going through her MIQ and all of those things because she joined the team a bit later. So quite tough for Tasman Brits because Lizelle Lee will slot straight back in opening. She could very well move down to 3 Brits.
Nothing like a big 100 to put some pressure on the selectors though, Natalie.
Pretty tough to leave out Lizelle Lee, ODI Player of the Year last year. Tasman Brits could very well then drop to 3, which is, it is a similar type of role, of course, but it's not quite the role that she's kind of grown up with.
We saw yesterday, didn't we, Hayley Matthews, just slotting from 5 to the top of the order for the West Indies, peeling off a magnificent 100. That is a really good over. Good second over from Jainara, 10 without loss. Well, landmarks for today. Romana needs 5 wickets for 50 in ODIs. Bangladesh will have a good day if she does that. Laura Wolfart, 9 runs for 2,500. Nyon du Preez, you will imagine that those 119 runs will come up during this World Cup. The 500 in World Cups. Trisna, after a very tidy first over, just the one wide. Got her line, got her length, spot on. She needs to at that pace. But this is something that South Africa haven't seen a lot of since the last World Cup. 29 overs of left arm seam only. So we're going back 5 years now, aren't we? Because we lost a year. Just 29 overs of left arm seam. I haven't seen a lot of it. Not easy, but that's well timed. Down the ground, onto the advertising signage, and it will race away for 4. Lovely off the back foot.
Second 4 of the innings for South Africa. Just give an opportunity there for Wolfart to get a real sighter of that ball with that length. She got nicely back into the crease to give herself more than enough time to play it down the ground. Lovely foot movement from Wolfart. We've already seen her feet moving well today.
easy one. I'd love to see the skipper grab a helmet and come up to the stumps. Keeper at 94, 95, 96 kilometres per hour. She should be well capable of doing that. Just puts a little bit more pressure, particularly at the moment, on Tasman Brits, who has yet to get off the mark in her 10 deliveries. A little bit of movement. Left arm into the right handers usually causes the trouble. Really good shape. Advancing a long way down. That is one of the reasons you want to see the keeper up.
Yeah, she's just caught in two minds, isn't she? She's not really sure how to negate the swing from Trishna so far. She's decided to take a couple of steps down, but she's not really getting into a good position to play the shot she wants to. She's sort of thinking, all right, let me play with the swing, which is coming into me, but she's getting trapped playing around that front pad.
Again, pretty tidy. Good finish. 15 without loss after 4. Sedate start for Tasman Brits. Or Volvaart doing all the scoring at the moment. Starting to find a little bit of swing from both ends here, Bangladesh.
And it's a couple of overs in a row now where Wolfart's taken a single early on in the over, which means that Jainara Alam gets the opportunity to bowl at Brits, who's looked the most uncomfortable against her. Wolfart has looked pretty comfortable, so this is exactly what Bangladesh want. Brits on strike, she's struggling to get off the mark. She can at times be a slowish starter, so I don't think she should feel too worried about it. She just needs to settle in, that's all. Just find that breath, take a breath, settle in.
Yeah, no need to panic in a 50-over contest. There's so much more time than you think. She'd just love to get off the mark, get a single, feel a little bit better. But there is no need to panic at such an early stage in the game. Not for me, thanks.
I would panic on one of those, that is for sure.
Mine are long and skinny enough as it is. I don't need any extra.
Those pads are about as long as I am.
Wolfart, they're just in a hurry to get back into her crease. We saw a little incident yesterday, didn't we? Susie Bates scrambling to get back. That's good from Wolfart on that occasion.
Yeah, probably showing a little bit better awareness than we saw from Susie Bates yesterday. It was on 3. It was run out of the non-striker's end.
Side edge. It's good stuff.
A little different there, a bit of variation from Jainara Alam. Just mixing it up a bit. She's also trying to use the crease a little bit, coming a bit wider. Not a bad plan to Brits. The ball to come back into the right-hander.
Looking for that swing, not there. Just getting away on her a little bit, that one. Very wide. That slip. Ritu Moni in that position. Rumana Ahmed, sorry. Oh, again, some width, can't get it through. That was the freebie she's been looking for.
May just build that frustration up a little bit because she hasn't got off the mark yet. It's now 17 deliveries, and when you hit the ball like this, it sounds so good off the bat. It feels good. It's the first time she's really got her feet moving as well, and yet it's still a dot ball. Can just add to those frustration levels a touch.
Again, can't find the gap. 5 overs bowled, 17 without loss.
There's just one game played so far. West Indies against New Zealand yesterday, and a great win for the West Indies, getting 2 points on the board. Just one match played in the World Cup so far, West Indies, New Zealand, and later today I should say, England against Australia. What a big game from Hamilton. That is huge in the context of the tournament. And also, Australia will be looking for a bit of revenge after England beat Australia in 2017 in the group stages.
Right in front, but it's that bat down on it comfortably enough. "67 matches for those 2,498 runs now. Brilliant average. Player of spin, she enjoys the chase. But average of 44 would tell you that she just enjoys batting and is very, very good at it. Chance this time, full and goes away. Not perfectly timed, but good enough to get off the mark with a boundary.
Just changed her bat. Just had a little look at the bottom of the bat on this occasion, so maybe just coming off right off the toe end. Really timing it. That might just relax the nerves a touch. Just a little bit on the full side, but she is standing pretty deep, so made it probably a little bit easier for her to sort of swing through it. We spoke about Laura Wolfart and her talents. She's opening the batting today with Tasman Brits. Just interesting little field that Bangladesh are employing here with the left arm seamer to Brits. I mean, the catcher in place on the offside and just moving the fine leg a little bit finer as well. She was swinging the ball into the right-hander. It was
again not perfectly timed, but should be good enough for a couple. That swing just meaning it's picking up the inside third of the bat of Tasman Brits at the moment.
Yeah, the field just surprises me a little bit because now you've opened up an opportunity for her to go over the leg side, and there's not actually a lot of risk in it because she's just playing it with the swing anyway, and she's coming so far forward that there's not a lot of risk in it having that catcher on the offside. It kind of opens that up for her. So just a little surprise. Now it's going to prompt a change in the field, and this almost feels in a way defensive now. So it's a bit surprised because they're going to put the fielder back, stop her from playing over the top, yes, but it's almost defensive in a sense. They've brought third in because you're only allowed 2 outside of the 25-yard circle. And then she's able to now just play that with ease through the leg side. So that'll do her confidence the world of good. Maybe missed a trick there, Bangladesh. 26 without loss.
Glorious day in Dunedin. South Africa 26 without loss after 6 overs. Bangladesh won the toss and had no hesitation in electing to field first. Wolfart, she's looked composed this morning. It's on 16 of 14. An experienced Jahanara Alam to get her 4th over underway.
Good call, I thought, by Bangladesh to elect to bowl first after winning the toss. South Africa as well confessed that the toss they would have done the same. Just looking at some data of this ground, matches in recent times, captains winning the toss have looked to bat first and have lost games. So I think the pennies drop now. This is surface where you're better off chasing, especially in day games. That's a good call from the umpire. There was an appeal because there was some kind of deflection. Could be pads and hence no wide given.
Yeah, it looks like it just clipped at the side of the pad. Uppishly played straight to the fielder. She'll miss her batting partner, Lizelle Lee. Absolute firepower of the South African top order. Alongside Brits, who's had a nervy start, a slowish start. You need to find a rhythm and try to create some momentum at the top of the order and just allow the other batters to find their way into this game. An early wicket and suddenly pressure on that number 3, Lara Goodall.
It's imperative that she bowls that kind of a length that we're watching right now. Has a tendency to go a little short, and it's just because she's not able to get that ball up and get that body in. It's a nice little graphic presentation for the kind of field that we have currently for Wolfart. 3 players on the leg side. Just looking at some information on Brits. Hasn't had too much of cricket, match practice so to say. Has filled in on occasions as opener. Also looking at her numbers, which tend to sort of give you the impression that she's more prolific against pace, but she's gone really slowly against pace, so things might just get a little tougher for her when the 2 spinners come on.
Just drops before she got off the mark. Cracked away, finds the gap beautifully for 4. 30 without loss.
She's peppered that region, just that gap between point and extra cover. Tall man, get in the Yorker.
Well, he's got the moves, doesn't he? The second match of the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup.
Is that his bat?
Well, he obviously sees it well, doesn't he? It's a lovely atmosphere here. It's the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup in Aotearoa, and the locals have come out in support of South Africa and Bangladesh.
Excellent again. She's been so much better with the kind of length. She's getting the ball to swing, so you've got to get it up there. Pity about the drop catch.
Yeah, had that catch been taken, Brits had only faced 2 deliveries. She had yet to get off the mark. It would have put serious pressure on South Africa. That's in the air, and it's gone! Bangladesh have broken through, and Tasman Brits is on her way.
Rumana Akhtar, the catcher. Again, the sluggish nature of the pitch coming in. The bowlers as well giving no pace at all for the batter. And perhaps Brits feeling the pressure as well to get a move on, because she's forced this one on the up, late swing, slide inside edge, and the catch was taken this time.
That's a really good catch. And Rumana Ahmed. So Tasman Brits out for 8, South Africa 30 for 1. Here comes Lara Goodall, a very attractive left-handed batter. And she's got good confidence. Played a couple of good knocks in recent times. Just 25 years of age. And she will come in here knowing the importance of South Africa settling down in this innings and not giving Bangladesh any more breakthroughs, because suddenly the spinners could really get into this South African lineup. But the energy in the field, how is that lifted, Sanjay?
If they keep getting wickets, the energy will remain. And that's imperative. Bangladesh, keep getting those wickets.
Good delivery. Well, this is why Lara Goodall was there. And Tasman Brits tentative at the start. She was dropped on the duck, and then she played the shot. That's a good catch. It was going away from her. That smile says it all. Debut World Cup. Every moment should be celebrated. It's a wide.
One of those rare occasions when she's drifted from her spot, which is around full length. That wicket-taking ball was slightly shorter from the stock deliveries that she's bowled so far.
Nigar Sultanat just getting some assistance from Rumana Ahmed. Watching an interview with her, she said one of her wicket-keeping heroes, Mushfiqur Rahim. We know how busy he used to be behind the stumps. She'll keep her team interested. She'll keep them energetic in the field.
Did you get that?
She's got her knee stuck into the ground.
The director hasn't heard. Just the legs, yeah. How this girl has been pretty good.
So it's good stuff from Bangladesh. keeping the pressure on South Africa.
Just the right kind of surface as well, Cass, for somebody like her. Not quick in the air or off the pitch, so it's really incumbent on the batter to create the power and the pace and the shots. Not easy, as we found out with Brits.
Call for one, and that will end a successful over for Bangladesh. The wicket of Brits, it's 32 for 1. Outstanding opening win yesterday.
And I mean, on cue, what a performance from the lady that you see there on the screen. I mean, just to set the bar high for the tournament, you know, the quality wise, I mean, it was sensational. The way she batted, getting 100 and bowling the 10 overs.
She's making it very difficult for the selectors, isn't she? When Rashida Williams is fit and she's got to come in, what happens at the top of the order?
I was a little surprised that her previous best was 48 in World Cup because she seems such a good player.
She did. At one stage, she was just dealing in boundaries, wasn't she? It was incredible to watch.
Just amazing, those 3-4 ladies in that team, the West Indies team, batted, made an impact, and then when the pressure was up in the closing stages of the game, they had to come back in and bowl all those overs under pressure.
We're talking about Hayley Matthews. She opened the batting alongside Deandra Dotton, who was out early.
And a lot of shots, Cass, were played straight down the pitch. Aggressive shots along the ground, in the air, straight up. Very decisive footwork as well. So there's one thing about getting 100. Sophie Devine got 100 as well. But for me, Hayley Matthews, I mean, just visually, it's a treat to watch.
He also did well to string together some good partnerships, which South Africa will take some notes from that to be able to get to a good total. You need to be able to keep the pressure on the fielding side, and I thought West Indies did that really well. They fell away towards the end, but in the end, 259 was sufficient.
What's the form been of late, Goodall?
Well, it's tough because, as you say, you need as many opportunities as possible to be able to go out there. She's still young in her career, and that number 3 position is so crucial, isn't it? Ooh. Finding some good rhythm here is Jahanara Alam.
Yeah, that's where she wants to be. The ball is still swinging for her. In men's cricket, you see the ball stop swinging after 3 overs. But this is the 9th over and the ball is still swinging nicely for the Bangladeshi bowlers, and that's the length to bowl. Again, a very strong offside field. 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. A 3rd man in fine leg.
We'll talk about Lara Goodall in India, in Lucknow, March 2021. It would have done her the world of good to take her side across the line. Scored 59. I remember that moment. You need new heroes to keep churning out, don't you? Not just the 1 or 2 or 3 players who get you across the line. And I thought the tours to India 2019 and 2021 have been pivotal to the growth of this team.
So true, Cass. Can't just rely on 3-4 players to take you through and win a tournament. You need more than 3-4. Just comparing the 2 seamers on view today, both getting the ball to swing, not express quick, both. But when you look at just the collection of balls, where the balls have pitched, you can see Jahanara has been very much on the shorter side. She's the one in red. Yeah, just to quickly go back and show you the difference between the 2 bowlers. The length is the key, more than the line. I've always believed the length And you can see the blue of Trishna has been much better. There have been length balls and a few at full length, but a lot of short deliveries by Jahanara in that blue zone that were punished rightly by Ulfat.
Maiden over, a 32 for 1. Mignon du Preez, leading run scorer for South African ODIs. She backs Laura Wolfart, a star for the future, someone who gave up her studies to focus on cricket. And what an opportunity for her to set the scene alight here for South Africa in this ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. Now, Miss Dane van Niekerk, an absolute bulldog of a captain, someone who's always in the game. Wolfie, that's her nickname, Laura Wolfart. Worked away through the gap. Should pick up a couple. 2 runs to Laura Wolfart.
There's some easy runs at the start of the inning, a lot of short ball that she was punching off the back foot. Now this one is off the front foot. Couple of runs. There was a boundary earlier as well on the front foot. So as the Bangladeshi bowlers have got fuller, we're getting to see the front foot play of Wolfart, which is equally impressive. And true to her reputation, very good in the power play. Hardly gets dismissed in the power play. She's got 22 of 21.
Stifled appeal.
They're not very keen with their reviews, the Bangladeshis.
Not at all. A fielder dropping back on a deep square leg boundary.
Yeah, for a long time they had that first slip in position, which didn't quite make sense because she's getting the ball back into the right-hander. So this is a good call. They've got an extra cover catching on this kind of a pitch. You saw the earlier batter getting out, Brits at short mid-wicket. There's a tendency for the ball to stay in the air if you're driving on the up.
Trapped on the crease again. Building up some good pressure here is Bangladesh.
There's some good balls being bowled here, and for a set batter, he struggled a bit. The stifle appeal on this one. Now that's close. That's on the knee roll, and it seems like height could have been the only issue.
There's a fair amount of chat out there. A single, 2 in the over. 10 overs gone, 35 for 1.
Right, let's have a look. Pitching, not an issue. It's gone straight. Height could be the only thing. But very close. They should have reviewed this one. There was one earlier as well. But reluctant.
Gotta get used to using this review system, don't you? Debut World Cup, so much to think about, Sanjay.
You're absolutely right. I tend to forget that it's an entirely different skill that one only masters after you've had experience of that. Indian men's team had an issue with review when it came the first time. A lot of mistakes were made. So they're taking it safe, I guess.
So 35 for 1, power play, 10 overs for South Africa. Just shows you, Wolfart is such a confident player. Then a slowish start from Brits. And we saw this early on, she just went after the bowling. That was the drop. But she times the ball so beautifully, doesn't she?
Wow.
The wicket of Brits. So a mixed bag in the power play for South Africa. Goodall and Wolfart rebuilding. That should run away. A lush outfield and 4 runs.
Still Jahanara getting the 6th over. So they're bowling long spells, these two.
Straying down leg. 4 leg buys to the total. South Africa up to 40 for 1. Current run rate will take them to 194. So we're looking for many more runs than that. Wide, straight to the fielder. Feels she missed out there. $35 for 1 after 10. And Laura Wolfart, and she'll look to bat long in this innings and get everyone to bat around her.
Again, you see sawdust being put where she's landing with her front foot. Jahanara goes to show that there's quite a bit of moisture in this area, the plot that we call. And I have no issues if you're playing 3 matches here, because it's not a dry area there, so shouldn't be a problem. Even in the 3rd game, I think you'll get a pretty good surface for 50 overs.
Chatting to Jahanara Alam earlier today, she spoke about her experience in international cricket, how she's trying to calm and keep the younger players focused. Worked away nicely by Goodall. Rotate the strike, just try to settle down and not allow the bowlers to just bowl at one batter. And I think that's what we had with Trishna against Goodall.
You're mentioning Jahanara and her wanting to take Bangladesh women's cricket forward, the first ever World Cup. But what they'll get in plenty is the support back home. I mean, they have tremendous enthusiasm and love for the game in Bangladesh.
Yeah, you remember when they won that Asia Cup in 2018, there were scenes of the Bangladesh men's team in their change room watching the women, and when that win was secured, they were celebrating like they'd won a World Cup.
So for the game, really, you need Bangladesh to be there, one, and then competing well, because along with their team, you get the huge fan base as well. You can in fact beat India for passion for the game and reaction to what happens on the field. Another wide from Jahanara. Perhaps time for a little change. Get in the 3rd seamer. Ritu Moni could be an option.
Yeah, Ritu Moni, she's good at drawing up the runs. So in this position where they've already created that pressure. End of the over, 43 for 1. It's a strong South African team. Suneli's due to come in next, and then the experienced Mignon du Preez. Been enjoying Dunedin. Big student population here.
A bit different from India.
Very much so. It's great for New Zealand. A Women's World Cup here for the first time since 2000. Great to see fans being let into the ground. 10% of the capacity of the stadium. It's around 550 fans allowed in today.
It's just immaculate. New Zealand, since the time we landed. The quarantine period as well, handled superbly by the government. The hotels involved as well. You come to the ground, it's all pristine, nothing out of place. Everything is neat and tidy, especially for somebody who comes from India, where we are very enthusiastic about things. But yeah, it can get a little chaotic.
Good stop. Sneaky single. It's noisy out there. Wolfart will stay in her bubble.
Yeah, noisy on the ground, quiet in the city. Good fielding, and that's where you need your fielders to be for the drive.
That's an excellent fielding position for someone like Laura Wolfart, who enjoys peppering that area. You had a look at the pitch earlier. What do you think is a good score here?
Oh dear, tough one to answer.
I know, I didn't let you go before I asked you that.
I think, considering the inexperience that Bangladesh have, I think South Africa will be fancying 250, but chasing on this surface 230 might be tough.
Yeah, it's all about partnerships. And this one between Goodall and Wolfart could set things up nicely. The score predictor, 232. You're pretty much on the mark. Fielder moving back on that deep cover position.
Just love the way that she just tosses the ball up right under the bat, giving herself the maximum chance of getting a wicket. It's been really good, Trishna, getting the ball to swing.
Another good over for Bangladesh. 12 overs gone, 44 for 1. Glorious scenes on the University Oval here in Dunedin. South Africa against Bangladesh. Second match of this tournament. And, a change in bowling now. The off spin of Salma Khatun from the northern end. A great campaigner she's been for Bangladesh. They've tied the South Africans down. She'll look to keep it tight as well. Look at Bangladesh. They've had 2 victories against South Africa in 17 matches. And it's generally the spinners that have been able to produce those wins. A slip in place.
She's the all-rounder in the side. Effective in all phases of the innings, so she's not somebody who'll only bowl the first 10 or in the middle.
She's found the gap, and that's through for 4. Finally something to hit, and Laura Wolfart pounces on it.
What a good shot this is. The power in the shot, really. Slightly short, but really the pace and the speed with which the ball has reached the ropes is created by the batter completely. Nothing at all. Pace-wise from the bowler. Great shot. Interesting that ball actually going like a leg cutter after it pitched.
A 4th boundary for Laura Wolfart. Good player of spin is Wolfart.
Not one ball has actually come back in. Clearly she's the off spinner in the side, but I just wonder whether she's releasing the ball a little differently. Field more on the off side. Maybe she's responding to that.
Good over, 13 overs gone, 48 for 1.
Screen showed 12.4. There's so much chatter on the field. It's noise pollution now.
Good fan support for the second match of the World Cup. Bangladesh on debut. South Africa, one of the pre-tournament favourites. Partnership building here between Wolfart and Goodall. And Ritu Moni into the attack. That goes right past the fielder. And they'll pick up a couple of runs. 50 up for South Africa. 51 for 1.
Excellent running. Laura Goodall, who called for that 3rd run. Again, deep in the crease. Nice punch. Despite it being quite lush green and looks like a thick cover of grass, ball has travelled nicely. It's not a slow outfield. There's the call for the 3rd. Well done.
Good awareness from both batters. Let's get some analysis now from Natalie Germanos.
Just want to have a look at the release points of the 2 opening bowlers and what they've done in terms of where they're letting the ball go. The blue ones are the left arm seam of Tresna. She's definitely used a little bit more variation in her release points. You can see a bit closer this time, a bit further away as well. Jainara Alam is sort of stuck to the same position more often than not. Just every now and again use that wider release point, and I think that was more in reaction to her front foot and where it was landing, because she just seemed to be struggling a little bit with where her foot was landing, and she seemed to be slipping a little bit, so she tried it from a little bit wider, but she obviously didn't feel 100% comfortable, didn't use it as often. Bangladesh, they've really been hustling the South Africans, haven't they?
so often you find the South African openers, when Lizelle Lee's there, there's these good flourishes. They really assert their authority. That wicket of Brits has just held South Africa back. Goodall's faced 20 balls. Oh.
Now the reaction of the bowler would suggest that there was a hard sound outside edge of the bat. The keeper was unaware, or pretending to be unaware.
Good over, a 4 from it. It's 14 overs gone, 52 for 1. Dunedin, that's drinks and we'll take a break.
Welcome back to beautiful Dunedin in the province of Otago, and this match 2 in the ICC Women's World Cup. South Africa, Bangladesh, who won the toss, decided to bowl first, so we're seeing South Africa batting. The 1 wicket has gone down. Tasman Brits, she went cheaply for 8. Laura Wolfart hasn't looked in too many problems. 52 for 1 from 8 overs. Jahanara and Trisna, the left arm pace bowler, not too much pace, but they've found swing, and we've just seen a couple of overs of spin. Now throughout this tournament we're going to be looking back on this wonderful tournament and a number of legends. Here's one who's going to play, but at the moment she's not.
Is it attacking? It's more than attacking, it's huge!
This time it's got it through. Shot. Muscular runs from Lizelle Lee. Lizelle Lee, the powerful, destructive opening bat for South Africa. This was the match against Pakistan in 2017. Lizelle Lee with a 60. Wolfart with 52. South Africa winning that match by 3 wickets. And a very good performance. Of course, Lizelle Lee is celebrating the birth of the first child with her partner, so she is here. She's doing her mandatory isolation quarantine. She'll be out of that soon, and she'll be joining her teammates shortly. Just as Debbie Hockley has joined me here. Deb, could there be a more picturesque ground to start our campaign down here in Dunedin?
I don't think so, Wilco. I'd just like to say kia ora to all the people in New Zealand. Assalamu alaikum to the Bangladeshi people, and more Luanzanti to everyone in South Africa who's joining us today. It's a picturesque ground, beautiful day. It's really lovely to be able to welcome people to the far south.
It's a day where we're celebrating Bangladesh making their bow in this tournament. It's the first time we've seen them in this tournament in the history of the ICC Women's World Cup, but of course it's a day which began with such a somber note, and we all woke up this morning to the tragic news of the passing of the great Shane Warne, friend, genius, giant of the game, gentleman, and just great guy at the age of 52. And our thoughts with Shane's children, his family, and all his friends who knew him so well. Now here there's been a change because the Bangladesh captain is the wicketkeeper, and she took a nasty bump, and so the wicketkeeper Shamima Sultana, wearing 71, is the new keeper. So the captain has gone off, Nigar Sultana Jyoti. Well, actually, she's gone into cover, so I think she's had enough of wearing the gloves and the pads. But she is sporting a bit of a limp at the moment, and that's the reason why. She's taken it flush on the knee, so she is staying on the field. And I think that's that's good policy. If it's going to hurt you, go into another position where it's not.
Well, speaking as a physio, of course, if it's going to hurt her every time she squats down. I was watching when she got hit. It hit her smack on the kneecap, so it would be painful.
I felt in the first half hour of this match, Bangladesh won the toss. They didn't make enough of the left arm swing that we saw from Trishna. The field wasn't quite set right. The geometry wasn't right. And I think possibly the ball could have done a bit more damage than it did. We haven't seen anything like express pace. We don't associate express pace with Bangladesh, but that field needed to be more leg side dominant for the left arm pace. Come back to that. 15 gone, 56 for 1. The left arm pace was shown where it wasn't a beehive, and then the Quidditch to show the field should have been.
Ritu Moni, set to come in.
I've asked Rob for it. Pitch looks good, Debbie. It looks good. It had a tinge of green early this morning, but it looks a very good surface.
It does indeed, and Simon Dahl, when he was chatting with us previously, was saying that they do need to leave a little bit of grass on due to the nature of the soil here to make it last. But it does feel a very hard surface, and I think it's probably just reflected in the slowness of the bowling, to be perfectly honest. The Bangladesh players don't bowl with express pace, so it is going to come on a little bit slower, perhaps, than other surfaces. And it really means that the South African batters, they have to play with a little bit more caution, have to be careful not to be playing too soon at the ball. We saw that with the first wicket. Brits just tended to push forward, got caught at cover.
One of the problems for these two South African batters, they're both tall, strong, forceful. They like pace on the ball, and Bangladesh will not give them that. So Lara Goodall, whose top score is 59 not out against India last year in Lucknow, and that's a fairly slow pitch. And here we've got the prolific Laura Wolfart, She's got 3 ODI hundreds. The highest score of 149 against Ireland, 2 centuries against Ireland and 1 against the West Indies in last month. She likes pace on the ball. And you won't see a better cover drive, a better play on the offside than Laura Wolfart.
That's right, but unfortunately a lot of her beautiful cover drives today may well be stopped on the inner circle just because the ball's perhaps not coming on as much as she likes. But that, Wilco, is the challenge of playing in different conditions.
See how the bottom hand worked it leg side, fielded down there. 1 off the final ball, the 16th, 58 for 1. Yeah. 58 for 1 here, South Africa put into bat by Bangladesh. Good toss to win. Bangladesh felt that they would have got a bit more out of this pitch early on, which they did, but not enough. Look at those numbers. Laura Wolfart in the power play strike rate. Look at those final overs. She is as destructive a player as you could imagine at the top of the order for the Proteas.
She is, but I'm feeling that she's just getting slightly frustrated. And I think she's got to be very careful here that she doesn't fall into that trap of getting too frustrated. I can see her taking a deep breath there. She's actually just got to really be patient. I think she's got to play the long game here.
Fielded. That's great. It's the captain. She's making sure that the physio will be busy at the half-time.
The other reason why I think Laura Wolfart needs to be careful as well is I think both of her batting partners, their strike rate hasn't been quite so flash, and I think that Wolfart then will feel a little bit more pressure to get on with it, whereas the others, to me, they need to take responsibility for trying to at least get more singles.
There'll be a lot of this from Bangladesh. You talk about lack of pace or pace off the ball. They haven't had fast bowlers. They generally have an array of spin. Much like an Indian attack. When you think of the left arm spinners, and they're short in stature, the bowlers. So that adds to the problems for if you're a tall batter like this Wolfart or Goodall.
Certainly does. I was actually just going to say they're not giants, but you put it you phrased it much better, Wilco.
That'll go. That's flashing to the boundary for 4. 17 gone, 64 for 1.
Disappointing way to finish the over. Had bowled a good over before that. Just too short. Picked up well. It's a much needed boundary for South Africa.
Laura Wolfart, who had to make a decision in her career whether she was going to go on and become a doctor. She's on the way to medical training. Sporting hero Roger Federer, Naomi Osaka, favourite cricketer Virat Kohli. Well, I guess she would join a list of cricketers. Favourite ground Newlands? Well, yeah. We'll go with that. Favourite cricketing moment? Well, that was the 2020 T20 World Cup in Australia.
I wonder if she's a tennis player herself. I would think with those two being her heroes, there'd be a good chance of that.
She's also the second youngest after Mithali Raj to score a one-day 100. Mithali Raj, India's captain, was 200 days past her 16th birthday, and Laura Wolfart was just 100 days past her 17th, scoring an ODI 100.
It shows talent at an early age. A little bit of a change in the field. The fine legs coming up inside the circle. Do you know, Wilco, I reckon that if I was Laura Wolfart at this point in time, I would be going down and having a chat to Lara Goodall and just seeing if we could formulate a plan of where she can get a single. To me, her role is to get off strike.
Well, the way the field is set, that's an easy just a push down the ground to the gentle pace here of Ritumoni. So, yeah, she is off strike and she has laboured 10 from 36, but Laura Wolfart with 5 boundaries in her 39, strike rate at 83. I just felt at the start that Bangladesh didn't get their field set right for the left arm pace, and the left arm pace of Trishna, not pacey at all, but swing. No pace on the balls. 18 gone, 65 for 1.
Quite a bit of shaking of the head from Laura Wolfart. I suspect she's probably not enjoying herself tremendously today, but that's what happens sometimes at this level of cricket. Sometimes you just got to guts it out. You got to work your way through those difficult times, and it's good to see that they're having a chat in the middle. They need to formulate a plan of getting Wolfart having more strike.
Bowled. Ritumoni here just teasing with her gentle sort of off breaks. There's a mixture of everything and these players practice so many different deliveries these days. Every now and again, if they get the confidence to mix one up, throw something else into it, but generally this is nice gentle off spin. Gone after this. You see, that's a drag across the leg stump because there's no pace.
That's right. That's almost like a release shot for Lara Goodall there. Picked it up on the length. Gave it a good old whack through the leg side. At least she's off strike.
Technically, Laura Wolfart must be regarded as one of the very best in the game. That cover drive is, you talk of Babar Azam and Virat Kohli, and in the women's game you talk of Laura Wolfart.
Do you know though, I after watching Hayley Matthews batting last night as well, I actually measure them by their back foot shots, like being able to play a back foot drive. Being able to play a back foot drive to me is more difficult, and you know, I think that Hayley Matthews just executed that beautifully last night. Laura Wolfart just played that shot as well. So it's so nice to see people playing off both feet, if that makes sense.
Fielded. They fielded well here. Bangladesh, they're assisting the bowlers. 67 for 1.
Bangladesh, their very first match in the World Cup, played at this beautiful venue. Points table, wow, West Indies.
What a game. What a game of cricket that was. So we had an outstanding opener last night in Tauranga, where the West Indies just came through against New Zealand. Despite Sophie Devine's century, we had a sublime 100 from Hayley Matthews for the West Indies, so they took the 2 points. 8 teams in the tournament. The top 4, they all play each other. Top 4 will go through to the semi-finals.
You could not get a better opening to a tournament, could you? You know, the result, I'm struggling to speak. The result of the 3 balls to go, it was just magnificent.
There's 1 or 2 people in New Zealand might have just added something there, Deb. You could have had a better opening had New Zealand won it, but it was that last over. Fielded again. And it was a gamble, wasn't it, last night for Stefanie Taylor to throw the ball to Deandra Dottin?
I think Deandra Dottin just went and got the ball off Stefanie Taylor, actually, Wilco. I don't think there was any consultation. I think she just said, give it to me, I'll do it, and she did.
And there is today a huge clash, the old rivals. Australia-England, day-night match in Hamilton. So that's at 2 o'clock local New Zealand time. Australia-England, they've been doing battle recently. Balder, what a great delivery! And Wolfaart's on the way back. That is a key strike for Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Ritu Moni. She'll be delighted. Laura Wolfaart. Just looked to me, she was playing on the offside a little. The ball just snuck through. Very good line starting off, just angled back in between bat and pad. What a terrific wicket for Bangladesh. They'll be delighted. And Laura Wolfaart, she's out for 41. South Africa is 69 for 2.
South Africa's captain, Sune Luus. Top score of 83. That is against Ireland in Potchefstroom in South Africa some 5 years ago. Leg spin bowler. And she's in here. There's no Dani van Niekerk. And Dani, if you're watching, all your team and your friends are asking after you. Hope you're well. This is Laura Wolfaart. The bat came through at a bad angle, and there was a gap there. And she knows. You see, she's working at a bit leg side. She lost her base. She lost that offside balance. Bangladesh needed that wicket. 20 gone, 69 for 2.
Bat looked like it was coming out towards the leg side. You can see how annoyed she is, and the ecstasy of the Bangladesh players. They know that that's a huge wicket.
It's a great catch. What a wonderful catch. Ramana Ahmed takes a screamer. Bangladesh very quietly coming back into this.
Oh, screamer's right. Lara Goodall, she was feeling the pressure, decided that she had to play a reverse. That's a terrific catch. Great anticipation, considering that she wouldn't have been looking for that shot to be hit to her at the start. Goodall's innings, that's come to a close after she got a little bit stuck. She's out for 12. South Africa is still 69 for 3.
former Protea captain Mignon du Preez from Pretoria. This is a 147th Women's One Day International. She's got 3,599 runs with 2 centuries in there. She also made a century on her Test debut. But here now, South Africa on the back foot. Oh, that's the kind of delivery you want first up. Just short and inviting to be hit. Brilliant stop. Well, there's a replacement fielder on for Bangladesh. They've had a few problems, but
That's just a shot of great authority. Mignon du Preez, third ball that she's faced. And I like the fact that she had intent right from that very first ball that she's faced there. Look at this catch. That's just fantastic anticipation. Lara Goodall decided that she really needs to release the shackles, but it proved her downfall.
She got bogged down, didn't she? And she's trying to, well, she's made up her mind to play the reverse sweep, and she's paid the price. Romana, smart take. The problem now, oh, that's short again. Sunelus climbs into this. There's going to be another chase. One of those agonizing chases, and 3 will go for it. Well, one of you, oh, here we go. Well, you have to give Bangladesh every credit for the field. They're chasing everything. Well, the skipper's, I think she's happy. I'm not sure. You can decipher that. Jyoti's just saying, come on, let's bit more effort, but you can't discredit. Look at this, 3 fielders after this.
It's like a sprint, isn't it? It's like a 100-metre sprint, so you can get there first.
21 gone, 75 for 3.
Well, Bangladesh they'll be very pleased with the way that they're going currently. Picked up 3 wickets so far, a couple very quickly. It's just a lovely ground, this. You see the harbour in the background. 2 new players in, very experienced players.
Sunelus is the skipper of South Africa in the absence of Dani van Niekerk, who broke her ankle in a very unfortunate incident. I think she was trying to feed her dog or one of the dogs and slipped on the kitchen floor. Dani, what were you doing? Get the dog to come to you. And Mignon du Preez, a former captain. So experience out there for South Africa. Mignon du Preez was captain in 2011. She's at the non-strikers end. 46 one-dayers and 50 T20 internationals and a test against India. So there's experience there for the Proteas.
Actually, I felt so gutted for Dani van Niekerk, Wilco, that I gave her a call actually after I heard that she was out of the World Cup, because I know what a competitor she is, and I felt really devastated for her. So it was nice to be able to just chat to her and say how sorry I was for her.
Sunelus is the youngest captain of South Africa, 21 years and 124 days. That was against India in 2017 in Potchefstroom. It's a lovely place to play cricket as well. The deep point fielder now for the shorter ball.
I'm really impressed with Riju Moni's bowling today. She's only had 9 runs, hit off nearly 5 overs. This is her ODI stats. Very good economy rate there of only 3.84.
Well, what she's done, she's just bowled that nagging little line, and I think that the delivery that went through the defence of Laura Wolfart, I think she just tweaked her fingers down the side of the ball, element of an off-cutter in there, and you don't need to do much with the cricket ball. The bat is only a shade over 4 inches wide. Oh, wonderfully bowled. Such deception. 22 gone, 75 for 3.
I reckon that this one almost went the other way, Wilco. It almost looked like it moved slightly away from the batter. She's enjoying herself at the moment, Huri Tumoni. Very impressive figures thus far. It's really putting the pressure on South Africa.
Well, Ritumoni has done well, brilliantly. 5 overs, 1 for 9. Here's Salma Khatun. And Bangladesh are just very quietly strengthening their hold here on South Africa. The dangerous Wolfart has been removed. And now it's 2 new batters in the middle, Luce and Dupriya.
And you know, sometimes I find that it's not until you're out in the middle when you're batting that you might have to possibly reassess the total that you're looking at, or reassess how you think the pitch is going to play. And you just have to react to it when you're out there. And I suspect that with these 2 very experienced players, they'll be working towards that 204. But they're just going to have to keep being patient.
Patience is key here. The women cricketers across the world play such a lot of T20 cricket, and that applies very much to Bangladesh, so it's a different mindset. It's 50 overs here. We're going to play 100 overs today, so it's a different mindset. Patience is one of the key qualities, especially now for Luce and Dupriya on strike. Fielder out there at deep point. Should only be 1.
Do you know, the other thing that the South Africans will have to keep in mind, though, is with the predominance of spin bowling from the Bangladeshi side, they're actually whipping through their overs quite quickly as well.
Good over. 23 gone, 76 for 3.
Very impressive containing bowling by the Bangladesh side. I'm going to be really interested to see what Mignon Dupriya and Sune Luce, how they go about this. I'm sure that they will have a plan. They'll get together at the end of every over, say how are we going to go about getting these ones, keeping them and getting some momentum.
Well, there's plenty of batting to come. Marizan Kapp can get on with it. Chloe Tryon, Tristan Chetty. But Bangladesh, they have stifled South Africa here. Only 12 runs in the last 6 overs. So credit to what Bangladesh have done with the ball and how they fielded.
Yes, that's the thing about getting wickets, isn't it? It really, really slows the run rate. I certainly think that now that we're out of the power play phase, that Bangladesh has had a better field because they've been able to have some more defensive players. But they're not finding the gaps, though, are they, often, when the South Africans are playing? And I think it's really due to the pace of the ball not coming onto them. Probably playing it slightly too early takes away some of your power.
Well, I think that was why Lara Goodall decided that, you know, she couldn't play authentic strokes, so she decided to play the reverse sweep and paid the price. And she would 43 balls for 12, Lara Goodall. She was bogged down.
But this is a situation, I think, Alan, where as a batter, you have to do something different. What's wrong with going on the back foot, just playing soft hand shot, dropping and running? They haven't got enough intent on actually getting off strike and getting a run however you can. I think soft hands could be a better option.
Bowled. 24 overs gone. South Africa 77 for 3.
The squeeze is on. Have a look at those dot balls. That is a huge amount of dot balls in the innings for South Africa. 6 fours. Not really working the ball around, South Africa. Bangladesh have had a really good passage of play. But the two openers doing a good job up front. In particular, Trisna, the left arm seamer. Then a bit of a change with Seam and Spin together, and now Nahida Akhtar into the attack, replacing Selma Khatun. South Africa's got to find a way to just change the momentum a little bit, and these are the type of batters South Africa would probably want at the crease at the moment. They're very busy, both of them. They like to get on with it. They're very quick between the wickets also. They've got to find ways to work the ball around.
The fielder, I guess, feeling for the South African cause, allowing strike to be rotated. But this is going to be interesting because what we're seeing now is Nahida Akhtar in the bowling attack, and she's got a pretty impressive record in the middle overs. Average of just around 13. She gets wickets as well. Now this is what I like with the new rule in 50 overs cricket, where you have 5 fielders inside the circle, and that forces even defensive captains to have those many players inside the circle. And that's why the spinners have been making quite an impact, because you've got to show really good skills to hit the ball through the gaps with 5 fielders inside. Earlier, when it could have 4, the wider gaps, more open spaces. You can see how the crowd is there inside the circle. So you have to be a really good player of spin to keep ticking off those singles, finding the gaps.
Bigger boundaries allow for extra runs. So the running between the wickets has got to be good, so is the communication. But because of big boundaries, open spaces, there's a lot of pockets. So it allows for those twos.
Has to be one of the most difficult shots to play in the book. She's played it twice. The first one was, he faced the first ball, Mignon du Preez. To hit a back foot punch in that direction, not easy.
Nahida Akhtar, just 21 years of age, and she debuted in 2015. She's been around for a little while, and she's just 21 years of age, playing in her 20th ODI. Said she started playing cricket at home with her brother. $81 for 3. Mignon du Preez. What a player she has been for South Africa. She's been there through so much. And in her ODI career, she does play a lot through the middle order and overs. She's worked a lot on her game as well since she gave up the captaincy. Gave up the captaincy in 2016. And she's worked a lot on her strike rate through the game. Now, Rumana Ahmed into the attack. She is a fantastic bowler. Been really good for Bangladesh. She's really giving it a lot of air today. Gives it a bit of a, obviously it gives the bowling attack a bit of a variation with her leg spinners.
She's certainly getting that ball above the eye line. Not afraid to flight it. You might think, wow, that's a nice treat for the batter, but she's very economical in the middle overs. With that kind of flight, you would think wicket taking as well. And there's the flatter trajectory. Front of the hand has a variation. That may have been from the back of the hand from Rumana. It's a very confident bowler. She's already shown us 3 variations this first over.
This is where Mignon du Preez is really good. She uses her feet well. Coming down to meet the ball. Good timing on it.
Did she step out very early or after the ball was delivered? After the ball was released, did she charge the bowler? So well done to Mignon du Preez. And better bottom hand to get the power. Midon was inside the circle. It's a good placement too.
Really good call. And that's a good over for South Africa. 88 for 3.
Got a feel for the spinner. There's nothing there on the surface that you could see as obvious advantage or easy turn available. They have to extract turn. They'll have to give the ball a lot of rip. Just a nice grass covering. They might just get some slow bounce, but don't see any big turn on the surface.
Isn't it lovely just to have people in for this World Cup? The men on stilts. Very dangerous up there, but the kids are loving it. That is absolutely superb. It's an absolute privilege to be here as well in the times that we've been in.
Got a rich heritage of left-arm spinners, Bangladesh. Men's cricket 2007 World Cup, they had as many as 3 left-arm spinners in the playing 11. Men's World Cup 2007, and here we have Nahid Akhtar. So very experienced and successful left-arm spinner for Bangladesh. This is her time. The middle overs. They push the mid-on back outside the circle.
They've really got a great amount of variation in their bowling lineup. You've got the left arm spin, you've got the leg spinner, Rumana Ahmed, finger spinner, and Salma Khatun, left arm seamer, right arm seam up front. Really got good variations within this bowling attack. It's a lot for the captain to work with. Maybe an idea from Bangladesh's point of view to just block off that single to the offside, just for a couple of overs. Just don't allow that single. Yes, I know at this stage it's pretty standard to have your sweeper out, but maybe just close it off. Get South Africa under even more pressure. Don't let them get away now.
maybe at least for one batter. I can understand them being slightly defensive against Dupree. He's got 15 of 20, but certainly enough justification for Sunelise to have an extra fielder, because she's just 6 of 22. Keep her on strike as much as possible.
Oi. 92 for 3. Important partnership for South Africa between Sunelise and Mignon du Preez. They've got a lot of batting to come though. Trisha Chetty used to open the batting for South Africa. Before Laura Wolfart made her debut, Trisha Chetty used to open the batting. So they've got a long batting lineup. They have chosen to have Trisha Chetty as the wicketkeeper today. Just a little look around now. Sunelise just having a look at the field. Middle comes up. Good effort, but it still allows for the run. Jyoti's really had a very interesting day in the field. She's been injured, had to relinquish the gloves. Now diving away to her left-hand side. Sadly just allowed for the single anyway.
Yeah, that's the spot. That area has been kept open for both batters. Either it's the long on or long off. Certainly strong case for the batter on strike to have that fielder up. And you can see they're eyeing that gap. The other thing as well is when you keep an option of a single down the pitch, mishits don't happen because you're playing straight. You don't miss too many balls. Tempt a batter to go across the line.
And Sunelise loves a sweep. That's one of her favourite shots, actually. So you might want to encourage that a little bit more, as you say, to bring in the mistake. There's not a lot of risk playing straight. 95 for 3. Last 10 overs for South Africa, going at 3 and over. Just the one boundary. Oh, she's got to get back quickly. Mignon du Preez does tend to turn quite quickly. Moves. Got very explosive movement. She'll turn quickly. She'll be able to make her ground generally. Quick between the wickets. Just the one boundary for South Africa in the last 10 overs. It's been a really quiet period from that point of view, a bit different to what we saw up front. It certainly would have been maybe a bit different if Lizelle Lee was playing today. May have well have had a higher boundary percentage. They really haven't been allowed to find the boundaries. It's much bigger boundaries here than maybe what they've been used to over the last few years.
Just a look at variation of flights and the trajectory of Rumana, Nahid and Salma. So there's a leg spinner, an off spinner and a left arm spinner in there. You can see the flight of Rumana there clearly. She gives the ball a lot of air.
Good bit of fielding. She was under a little bit of pressure there, Trisna, but she's done well. It's just a couple of runs. 99 for 3. What the total South Africa might have in mind. I tell you, Sinead Lewis has done pretty well to get out of the way of that one. And the non-strike is in. Brings up the 100 for South Africa now in the 30th over.
Again, that ball that she bowls from the front of the hand. Well done. Good reflexes. Does a lot of things with her fingers there with the ball. There's the front of the hand, there's the proper leg spinner. The last one was a bit like a top spinner. Seemed more in the genre of off spin, so a lot of little trickery there. You front, it's a bit like an off spinner, but more sort of pushing the ball through.
Big spaces on the leg side. That's why she wasn't too worried about going aerial. Yeah, I reckon, no, once you get used to watching those variations from Rumana Ahmed, you may be able to very well pick it up because of the way it comes out of her hand, especially that one that comes out the front. It may just be easier to pick it up from a batting perspective. Straight back! Using the variations to great success and breaking a partnership that was just starting to build for South Africa.
And it's a good wicket. Wicket of the batter was playing really well, 18 of 26. Sinead Lewis, who was struggling to get a move on. But what a wicket they've got. But the more dangerous batter. The slowness of the pitch again coming into the equation. That's delight for Rumana Ahmed. It's a couple of batters getting set and getting out. 101 for 4, South Africa. No, this will be the third person also.
Marizanne Kapp walks to the crease. She's batted at varying positions for South Africa through the order, but she hasn't had a lot of time out in the middle recently because she has been off with an injury. You can see the strapping on her shoulder. Very important passage of play here in the context of this game. 30 overs bowled, 101 for 4.
So clearly she's not an out-and-out leg spinner or wrist spinner, Rumana Ahmed. More like a finger spinner in that school of Sunil Narayan and many others who are impact bowlers in T20 cricket. Keeps it straight. A little flick of various fingers and wrist to get those angles.
Just a little stray in line, and it allows for a precious boundary for South Africa.
Just hurts the team when this happens. This is when the captain gets really frustrated. Bangladesh on top, they've got a good wicket, put pressure on the new batter and attack more. The batter that's set, this is the time when you want to keep the runs tight, build up on these moments. Little gateways to get back in the game and dominate. Not a great delivery, just angled into the pads.
And a little sort of overcorrection from Nahida Akhtar, going a little bit wide of the off stump. She doesn't want to be straying down her pads because she will put it away. Now, Mignon du Preez didn't pick this up, that was just out the front of the hand. And du Preez knows that's a big moment, and she's frustrated with herself, dropping her bat.
And again, you can see the intention of the batter on that occasion, trying to get that gap that we were talking about down the pitch.
Just squeezing it away. And with an attacking field, there's a little open area there. But luck going the way of Cup.
This is hurting Bangladesh. It's not a team that will easily chase down 150 or 175. So minimum runs is what they want to chase. And after having that huge break-in with the wicket of du Preez, 2 boundaries conceded in this over. It was a quick delivery, 75 kilometers per hour. The kind of pace where you want to give room to the batter. Nicely played though by Cup.
Marizanne Cup's got a very sound technique. She's got an ODI 100 to her name that happened to actually be in a World Cup match. Still South Africa's highest. And that was against Pakistan in 2013. She's a really good player, a really good batter. Not just one of the best bowlers in the world, she can bat too. 110 for 4. Pretty steady right throughout this innings. Bangladesh keeping things quite steady throughout each one of the 10 overs. Run rate staying pretty similar all the way through. South Africa not really dominating any of the periods of play with the bat.
Yeah, that may have been that ball that's close to being an off spinner, but it's again pushed mostly from the front of the hand, but a bit like the off spinner. The sweep shot again.
Yeah, to sort of get out of jail card, that one. Now, Marizanne Cup hasn't had much time out in the middle. Played in the warm-up games, but had a long injury layoff.
Previously, it only had played in the Big Bash final. She does like that area, Murray Cup. Does like a little bit of width through the offside. And she's pretty good at playing just behind square on the offside.
Yeah, the line that she's bowling at the moment, Rumana, that's the one shot you're compelled to play. Because there's such a narrow gap between the two fielders. The key was to find that gap. Never easy when you're playing a cut and trying to find a gap.
Just 3 off the over, 113 for 4. Players are now going to enjoy a short drinks break.
Yes, that's true. Actually, sorry, that's true. Even on the Snapchat. Yes. Yes, that is. Are you going to speak?
We're in the glorious part of the world for this ICC Women's Cricket World Cup, and it is South Africa against Bangladesh in the second match. Debut World Cup for Bangladesh, and how well they've done here. Won the toss, elected to bowl first, and they've bogged South Africa down. And Debbie, it's just been tough going, hasn't it?
Has indeed. First wicket was Brits, and then big gap, Laura Volvart. Goodall tried to reverse sweep it, great catch, and just a soft dismissal, Mignon du Preez.
Impressive from Bangladesh, especially someone like Ritu Moni. 6 overs, 1 for 10. She kept it tight, she kept the pressure on. But you just get a sense that South Africa allowed the Bangladesh spinners to get into this game. ...100% cricket legends. We've just seen her bat. Look at that young Mignon du Preez. Started off her career in 2007. She's been a seasoned campaigner for the South African team. 147 ODI matches, the leading run scorer in ODI and T20 cricket. Incredible performer, and what a player to have in your side.
That's a lot of matches. A lot of matches. She will have been very disappointed to not have been able to kick on today. But terrific career that Mignon du Preez has had thus far.
Key part of the game now, Elise and Cup. They enjoy using their feet to the spinners, and they will want to get this run rate ticking up. From a Bangladesh perspective, they'll want to keep the squeeze on. Ooh, edged away. That's racing away towards the boundary. They'll pick up a few runs. What's the plan here from a captaincy perspective, having had the South Africans in the stranglehold?
Well, it may dictate a little bit of how these two batters play. Already their partnership is 14 off only 15 balls, so that they've had a more productive partnership off fewer balls than probably any so far in this innings. And it may well be that Nigar Jyoti needs to respond according to how these two batters play. If they're not able to score many singles, she may be tempted to bring the field in and just put the squeeze on.
Well, these two batters have got to build a partnership and take it at least into the 40th, 42nd over, and then be able to bring Chloe Tryon in.
At the moment, the field is excellent, but she can make this field like this because of the bowler's accuracy. The bowler is critical for the captain to be able to set the field to.
It's airborne and drops short, and it goes for 4. A fortunate boundary. It ends the over, 119 for 4. It's only the 10th boundary for South Africa. It tells you how tight Bangladesh have been able to keep it. But Marizanne Kapp, she's out there and she enjoys getting on with it. She made some useful runs in the warm-up games. Alongside her captain now. Hang across the line and in the air. It's a long boundary. Fielder goes the other way. Ball evades it. Lucky 4. Oh! Did she get a hand to it? She looks like she has. Bangladesh are celebrating. And Romana, and she says, I got a hand to it. And Sune Elise is walking off the field.
Okay, you got a side on angle there for me, please.
Well, what an unfortunate way for Sune Elise. She's already off the field as we have a look at this, but
you can see that the ball's clearly coming off the hand.
Looks like she's just got a bit of finger to that
can we go
ball.
through the side
and
on,
look
please?
at Sune Elise, absolutely nowhere.
Going to be possibly a little difficult to be able to make that decision. There doesn't look like there's a big deflection.
Are you hearing me at the moment? Because can we go to... Okay,
If I'd
we go
been
side on,
that
please.
bowler, I would have got up and wrung my hand out as if to say, oh gosh, that's really hurt my little finger. Goodness.
Thank you, AK. Batter's well short of the ground. I've got my decision for the screen. My decision is out. I repeat, out.
Confirmation that Sune Elise is out. And what a moment in this game for Bangladesh. That would have been a dangerous partnership, Cup and Lees. 5 wickets down.
Well, the new batter is already out there. Sunay Luce, she knew very well that she was well out. Chloe Tryon, she's just about taken guard before we've had the final decision. Right-hand batter, another experienced campaigner. She'll be wanting to develop a good partnership with Marizanne Cup, because South Africa potentially would think that they're in a slight bit of difficulty. 119 for 5, they've still got quite a few overs to bat.
They do, and the spinners have been in this game, and they'll feel more in it now. We spoke about that being a key partnership. This would now, in terms of the power hitting, be the two that South Africa rely on.
Indeed, indeed. I hope that that Jyoti will look to block off that easy run down the run that we just saw there down to mid-on. The fielder is back on the boundary. It's too easy a run for someone when they're newly in.
Sweeper brought into the circle. And listen to that energy, it's back. It's the magic moments. We saw a run out like that yesterday with Susie Bates backing up, and she was run out.
Such a horrible way to get out. Although I was talking to Natalie Germanis at breakfast this morning, she had no sympathy, because she was saying, look, she's out of a crease by miles, just stay in that crease.
$120 for 5.
Just the faintest of touches, but poor Sunay Luce, she knew, and so did the bowler. She was celebrating just as soon as the ball hit those stumps. Valuable wicket for Bangladesh.
Chetty, Ismail, Klaas. It's going to be a challenge for South Africa. The way Bangladesh have just been chipping in with the wickets. Double strike with the score on 69, and now 2 wickets in double quick time. Here's Trishna. 1 for 21 after 6.
I'll just be interested to see what Jyoti does in relation to Trishna coming back on bowling, Cass, because with the ball swinging into the batter, we've only got 4 fielders on the leg side, 2 of them on the boundary just before square, just behind square.
Will they push for 2? No, they won't. That's good fielding. Getting to the ball quickly and getting it back. A couple of blips in the field, but you've got to say, on a debut World Cup, tough it is to come out here, play against one of the pre-tournament favourites and have them under the pump.
Yes, all credit to Bangladesh. Just continuing, I'm just wondering whether they may need to bring a fielder across to the leg side. We'll find out.
Again, thinking about 2, not just a single.
I think Bangladesh will be very happy at this point in time. It's only 15 odd overs to go, and I think that they've recovered from a couple of blips at the start. One certainly including the fact that this lady on screen here had to move out of her wicket-keeping position after getting a painful blow on the knee. And that's where I wonder, if she's going to bowl that line, Cass, that's where she's going to need to have another player on the leg side. She can't be bowling both sides of the wicket because it's too easy to leak the runs. just on Jyoti ending up being in the field, I can't help thinking it's probably easier to captain when you're in the field and not keep.
Oh, that's gone. Trapped on the crease. Chloe Tryon, is she going to review? And going upstairs. Ooh, this doesn't look good, Debbie.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Should we go to front on spin, please? Okay, looks like the ball's close to the bat there. So could we go through Ultra Edge to check on his bat involved there, please, James? Okay, just keep rolling it through. Keep rolling it through. Okay. Can you just go back a frame, please, James? You got another angle possibly for the one on the right-hand side? It looks like it might have come off the inside edge here. Have you got another angle there for me at all? Okay, go back again, please. Okay, roll it forward. Okay, thanks, James. Okay, roll it forward. Okay, yeah, looks like it's an inside edge. So we go back to Ultra Edge again, please, just to confirm. Please come off the inside edge. Okay, roll through. Okay, yes, freeze it there. There's a spike on the bat where there's a bat involved, so I need to go back to the on-field umpire. Length enough to get you to change the decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Decision overturned and Chloe Tryon survives. I'm surprised that it took her so long to head upstairs for that review. Excellent over, 123 for 5. Lots of dot balls in this South African innings. 142 dot balls. Bangladesh have just been putting on the squeeze. South Africa struggling.
And we've spoken about, I've been fascinated at the number of dot balls, just like you were saying, Cass. I can't help thinking that after this innings from South Africa, that's a huge aspect that they're going to have to work on, is finding out how they can rotate the strike better, not have so many dots.
Got to be able to find ways to manipulate the field, Debbie. There's lots of find the fielder they've had in the past 10 or 12 overs. Just not being attacking enough against the spinners, allowing them to bowl to them. And they're just getting through.
And just for any people who might be new to watching our cricket coverage, when we're talking about dot balls, we're talking about a ball that's bowled that no run is scored. So that's what we're talking about when we're referring to dot balls, which is what a bowling team's always wanting to aim for, as well as wickets.
And again, you look at 127 for 5. These two have got to bat for at least another 10 overs, Debbie.
I would think probably 10 or 12 overs, to be honest, because if these batters and the preceding batters have been finding it difficult, there is no question that number 9, 10 and 11 are going to find it challenging as well.
He's got that fine. There's a fielder after it, and that's an excellent stop.
They've certainly thrown themselves around today, Bangladesh. I think that they'll overall be pretty happy with their effort in the field.
You can sense they know something special could happen here. Another wicket, and they'll be right in it. Kisha Chetty is due in next, but after that, it's the bowlers to come.
Do you know the only thing that I'm mindful of as well, Kat, is though that you've got lots of experienced batters in the South African side. If they've been finding it challenging today, there's no doubt that the Bangladesh team are going to find it challenging as well. So you just have to not panic in this situation. Know that if you're finding it challenging, the other team they're going to struggle a little bit too.
Well, especially with the kind of new ball bowlers that South Africa have, how good they are at striking in that power play.
So for me, the critical factor is going to be that Cup and Tryon, that they see if they can get 4 or 5 runs and over. Might be a boundary. There's not been that many of them, but might be singles. But if they can just see if they can even aim for 4 in the next 5 overs, but just be here, that's their job.
Been absolutely brilliant, Bangladesh. Chatting to the captain at the toss this morning, she had a big smile on her face. They've come here to make memories, to inspire the next generation. But individual players looking for personal milestones to also put the hand up. Have a look at her. She's animated. She's in the game. Pushing for 2. That's good running. 37 gone, 132 for 5.
And on speaking of being inspiring for the future generation in Bangladesh.
Good use of the feet, and that's gone long. 6 runs to Chloe Tryon's name.
What a terrific shot. I was wondering if we would see some huge intent from the South African batters at some point. And this is the first time we've seen the ball over the boundary today. I don't actually remember another lofted shot being played in this entire innings.
'50th international 6 for Chloe Tryon. She hits a long ball. You often have a chuckle about who hits it further. Is it Lizelle Lee or Chloe Tryon? Bangladesh have not been put under pressure this entire innings.
Well, they could be about to be, I suspect. Half the time if you're in a challenging situation, you just have to tell yourself to be brave. You have to tell yourself to back yourself. And if you say that to yourself, then you're more positive with all the movements.
Just as little partnership building here, 20 of 26. That run rate's moved up to 3.69, but it's what it's done to the energy of the Bangladesh players. And if Cup and Tryon get going, they could very well head over 200, where at times it looked like they couldn't probably get to about 180.
That's right. This over's already realised 8 runs. So this is what they'll be looking for.
Nine from the over, good one for South Africa, 141 for 5. Chloe Tryon, and she gets going. There's very little that can stop her. And a couple more big blows here. It could just upset Bangladesh, who have been really controlling this game.
It's going to be interesting to see how Bangladesh react in these last 12 overs, because I suspect that these two players will be trying to up the ante, especially Tryon. To me, she's potentially the game changer for South Africa.
Ritu Moni, she's been exquisite today, 1 for 10 in 6. This is going to be a challenge for her, because with Chloe Tryon in this kind of mood, she had an excellent series against West Indies back home. It's really coming back into the old of Chloe Tryon. I remember interviewing her and I said, Chloe, is this a bit of old, a bit of new Chloe? She's a little bit of both. Pushing for 2. This is good running.
Yeah, that's outstanding from Marizanne Kapp. As soon as she hit that ball, she was sprinting down the other end looking for the 2. I think that that's going to be a feature of her batting for the remainder of the time she's here. She's a great athlete. It's a long boundary out there, big throw.
The fittest member of the South African team is Marizanne Kapp. She'll put you under pressure when she's out there batting.
Really sprinting hard. She turned, had a quick look, and then called Tryon through.
Well, Chloe Tryon, she's the 4th woman to hit 50 ODI sixes after Lee, Devine and Dotton. Those are big names and good company to be in.
Very good company. Hear and see these two chatting. I like that. They're just making a plan for their partnership. They know it's critical that they're here for probably another 7, 8, 9 overs or to the end.
They're finding the gaps, and that's what we didn't see in that middle period where South Africa were really struggling, finding the fielder. They're rotating the strike well. Seven from the over. 148 for 5. 11 overs to go, 148 for 5. That run rate's moved up to 3.79. And Chloe Tryon and Marizanne Kapp making a comeback here for South Africa. Unfortunate dismissal of Sunay Lees, and suddenly Bangladesh are right on top. They'll still feel a wicket here, and they could put added pressure on Trisha Chetty coming in.
That's why it's so critical that these two are here. So 11 overs left in the match.
Salma Khatun back into the attack.
And that'll be another thing for Jyoti. Oh, Cup looking for 2, sent back. But that'll be another thing for Nigar Jyoti to think of, is who's she going to use for the last 10 overs. 6 overs from this end that we're seeing currently, 5 from the far end. How's she going to configure her bowlers?
When will she bring back Janara Alam? Oh, the slower bowlers have done so well for her so far. I mean, she's done excellently. Debut World Cup first game. Bangladesh not doing well. That's well played. But Kapp can't keep her quiet for too long out there.
No, these two players look like something's going to happen to me, but something happening might just be that they're looking at dropping and running, or just really forcing the twos. So that's still something that's happening. I do find it a little frustrating though that they're getting the one so easily. I kind of feel like sometimes you want to challenge them to show you that they're going to hit you over the top. So let's block off those easy runs, because there's just no pressure. You want to put pressure on them.
In those last 10 overs, Bangladesh normally concede over 7 to the over, and with these two in the form that they're in, again just manipulating the field. They go back for 2. They are chancing that. Excellent running. The energy in this partnership has been great to watch. 153 for 5. Third 50 of just 62 balls.
The other thing I like about Marizanne Kapp is she's decided that every time the ball goes to the boundary, she's going to run 2, simply because it's a reasonable distance and based on the strength of the throw from the fielders. So she doesn't even need to look, really.
She's got to make sure that Chloe Tryon is also switched on for that second run.
Well, that's her responsibility, I think.
And now that she's seen what Marizanne Kapp is expecting from this, has just moved this game along a little bit for South Africa.
Really sensible play here. Chloe Tryon, I like the way she's playing. You know, she's scored 20 off only 26 balls. She's taken no risks. She's getting Marizanne Kapp back on strike. They're pretty much going at an equal strike rate. And they've now had 35 as their partnerships. Absolutely critical for South Africa. I like their approach.
Oh, that's through the gap in 4.
Just the slightest bit of width there. Marizanne Kapp, she was able to throw her arms at that. Sliced a little bit, but perfectly safe shot. No fielder down there.
How things have changed since Kapp has come to the crease. And 5 off the over, 2 balls to go. Partnership 39 from 44. Yeah, this is really feeling how things are moving away. Bangladesh at one stage so accurate.
But when you bat with intent like this, it's going to put the pressure back on the fielding side, isn't it, as well? So it's why I love cricket. There's so many twos and fros and this and that. It's cool.
Cracked away, a call for 2. And a bit of a misfield.
You know, the other thing for Bangladesh as well is that they've had very few ODI matches since the last World Cup. It's a long day in the field. They'll probably be feeling it in these last 10 overs.
Excellent ball to end the over. 41 gone. That's 161 for 5.
.41 overs gone here in Dunedin, and South Africa, who were put into bat by Bangladesh this morning, have laboured. Well, their hopes hinge now on this partnership, which is flourishing. Chloe Tryon, who's a hard-hitting batter for South Africa, Marizanne Kapp, who has big runs on her CV, T20 and ODI cricket, and a day that began in such a somber note. Literally within the 24 hours of news of the tragic passing of Rodney Marsh, the great Australian wicketkeeper batsman, came the news overnight in the early hours that our great friend, the genius that is Shane Warne, passed away tragically, died of a heart attack at the age of 52. That's how our day began. That's how the world of cricket opened its eyes this morning. And it's fair to say that players like Sunil Luce, leg spinner, and Danny van Niekerk, leg spinner, who's not here with South Africa, their lives were influenced a great deal by Shane Warne, as indeed were contemporaries in the commentary box like Simon Doull, who would have played against Warne. He played with him on the golf course. He touched so many lives.
Yeah, certainly did, Wilco. There'll be plenty of stories to come, I'm sure. A little bit loose there from Chloe Tryon. Looking to go leg side, that ball just drifting away from her. Off the edge, onto the helmet, which was probably quite lucky in the end. Yes, if it hadn't hit the helmet, I think it was going straight up to the keeper. The obligatory check. What day is it? Where are you? Who are you playing? Excellent, let's carry on.
They asked me that in the morning, Dooley. Well, Marizanne Kapp has 100 to her name in one-day cricket, 100 against Pakistan, which she made at Cuttack in India. But Chloe Tryon, just look at these numbers here. Highest strike rate, this is where she's dangerous. 173.5, Chloe Tryon, in the last 10 overs. And that puts her way ahead of Ash Gardner, who unfortunately has gone down with COVID. Will miss the first 2 matches for Australia. Rachel Haynes, Australia, 155. Stefani Taylor, West Indies captain, 148. And Daniel Wyatt, England, 144. So the danger here for Bangladesh is that they have got to bowl in a certain fashion to Chloe Tryon. Otherwise, and we've seen early glimpses, she's going to put the ball beyond these grassy banks.
Yeah, and that one that she's just top-edged onto her helmet, I think is a great example of how Bangladesh should bowl. I like the round-the-wicket option. Try and take the leg side away. Keep it a foot and a half outside the line of off stump. Make her fetch it.
42 gone here in Dunedin. 166 for 5. Eight overs to go. Tryon works it leg side. She wants the second, and she'll get it easily. And the big boundaries here at the Dunedin Oval.
Well, it's one of the great improvements, I think, yesterday and today. I think for too long, the women's game has continued to bring boundaries in, which is not conducive to good cricket. Became 1, 4 or 6. Took 2s and 3s, took fitness out of the game. Took skill and quality out of the batting. And there is skill and quality in abundance in all of these teams. Allow them to work the ball for 2, allow them to work the ball for 3. The scores will be so much better, as we saw yesterday. 1-6 at the Mount yesterday, 1-6. 260 played 259.
Good point, Dooley, very good point. And that's 6. Hayley Matthews. I think it might have been Hayley Matthews. What an innings that was, and what an innings by Sophie Devine. It would have set the standard, set the bar high. Good looking shot, very good looking shot. They'll go for the second again because the fielders are under pressure here. Bangladesh have fielded so well. They did put down an early chance at mid-on, which is a regulation catch, but now they have chased everything. Handsome looking cover drive from Chloe Tryon. And Bangladesh bowlers, there's no pace. They take pace off. They've got to be brave. They know that Tryon will be after them. They know that she's so strong she can go down the ground. That area there, that mid-wicket area there between square leg and mid-on, long on. And then she can pull out the elegant cover driver. That's gone for 4. That ball was gathering pace.
Wonderful timing on this occasion. Didn't have far to go. Maybe 6 or 7 metres to her right. Couldn't get there. Lovely piece of time, and it's probably gone under the arm, to be fair. Could have done better.
That's a good riposte from Ritumoni. 43 gone, 174 for 5. Partnership of 55. Salma Khatun and Marizan Kap. Likes to go down the ground. Powerful. Works it leg side. There's no one there. Well, they are, but they're not in that position. They're square and straight, and she finds the gap.
Yeah, that line is just a little bit too straight. Allows her to open up that front hip, free the arms. Love to see that delivery floated and a little bit wider of off. Good smart cricket from Cup.
Chloe Tryon, her highest score is against Ireland, a 92. She's got 8 50s in her one-day career. She's playing her 84th match now. Made her debut back in 2011. So many of these cricketers that we've seen for the established countries like South Africa, Bangladesh, they've only played 42 one-day internationals, and the captain Jyoti has played all 42 of them. But these careers are long careers. Chloe Tryon debuted in 2011. Marizanne Kapp debuted in 2009. So this partnership has now just started to hurt Bangladesh. 61 from 63. She's coming over the wicket now to Kapp.
It's a better line outside off stump. Try and cut down one side of the ground if they can, and if Tryon or Kapp look to go leg side, then make sure they have to fetch it from wide outside off.
And she goes again, and it's 6. .44 gone, 187 for 5.
I just looked out the window as this ball was going. I just wondered there was a lack of effort. Now, you may not be able to pull this in, but it's just gone over top of the right shoulder. Romana on that occasion, she just stopped running for it. If you spill that, there's never going to be a complaint from the bowler or the captain, but you've got to make an effort.
Now back into the Bangladesh attack is Jahanara Alam, who bowled a little bit wide in her first over, but she began to pull it back, and she's one of the most experienced campaigners. She's played 41 of the 42 one-day internationals that Bangladesh has played since they were a one-day international team back in 2011. Lofted over extra, beats the inner ring. Could even be a third here. No, there isn't. But that's a good point that you've made there, Dooley. These outfield, the size of the boundaries enables the batting side now to take 2 easily and consider the third.
Yeah, it's a nice addition, I think. I hope the whole tournament, remains the same way. Good sized boundaries at Bay Oval and Mount Maunganui yesterday. Same today. You know, the talent and the power is there. That those that hit sixes anyway will still hit them. We've seen it from Chloe Tryon today. I'm sure we'll see it throughout the tournament from different players with the ability to clear the boundaries. But you've got to bring that running game in as well.
Five on the offside with a deep point and a third. There's a deep mid-wicket and a long on for Jahanara here. Fielded, that's the captain, Nigar Sultana Jyoti. She normally keeps wicket, but you can see her just limping a little there. Earlier in the innings, she took a nasty ball that hit her flush on the knee, missed the pad, and she was struggling, so she gave the pads to Shamima Sultana, and Jyoti is fielding in the covers. Extra fielder now comes on the offside. 6 on the offside. Catches the call, and yes it is, it's taken. Shamin Akhtar takes the catch. And did Bangladesh need that?
Bat just turned in the hand a little bit. See how it just squirted away, a little bit sliced. Almost jumped too early, but in the end kept her composure, unlike that. Chloe Tryon very disappointed with that result. She's on her way back, and a breakthrough made by Bangladesh. Tryon departs for 39, 190 for 6.
Trisha Chetty is the new bat for South Africa. She's been around a long time. Wicketkeeper bat. Strike rate 65, averaging just a shade below 30. 16 50s in a long career. Debut way back in 2007. But the danger, at least from the destructive force of Chloe Tryon, has been removed, and that's a big bonus, big plus for Bangladesh.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a moment or two from Shaman Akhtar Supta. Just a little bit of uncertainty. Chloe Tryon really disappointed with herself. She knows the bat turned. She knows if she'd kept that straight blade and looked to hit down the ground, there was plenty of room available. Couldn't get it right.
There's a third, 2 behind square. Offside. Well bowled. Good over for Bangladesh. 45 gone, 191 for 6. Rumana Ahmed has made her presence felt. 2 catches. Very instrumental in the run out of Sunilus, the captain. She's caught and bowled Dupriya. Wickets apiece for Jahanara Trisna, Salma Khatun Ritumoni, and Rumana herself. So 6 down. Here's Trisna. Oh, she's deceived everyone. And there'll be a second. Now, Trisna bowls left arm medium pace, and it is a gentle medium, but she delivers with a good seam. She can swing the ball. And this is beaten leg stump. It's beaten the keeper, and it's 2. She's got 2, 3 outside the leg boundary. Oh, well bowled, yes, that finger goes up. There might have been a touch of bat, but it was pad first.
Yeah, 2 noises. I wonder whether it was front pad, back pad, but that little bit of shape. And I've got to review. Trisha Chetty was running off. Now they decided to review it. Or is it too late? No, they have. We've gone upstairs. Let's have a listen.
TV umpire 2 director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've seen the front foot and it's a fair delivery. So we go to front on spin, please.
Sure then, Debo. Front on spin. Front on spin. Front on spin.
Yep, just keep rolling through. Keep rolling through. Okay, it doesn't seem to be any bat involved. Will we confirm with Ultra Edge, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, just ultra edge would be great, thank you. Okay, roll it through. Roll it through, keep rolling. Roll it right through. No bat involved, flat lines. We go through the ball tracking when it's available, please. Come on now, Louise. Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets is hitting. You can stay with the original decision of out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Eloise Sheridan, the umpire. Classic left arm swing bowler's dismissal. And Trisha Chetty, LBW for 1. South Africa 193 for 7. Shabnim Ismail from Cape Town is in. Bats left-handed, bowls right arm fast. Well, her best is 34. What she has to do really is to stick around here for the last 4 overs and 4 balls and give Marizan Kapp the strike. Well fielded. This is good stuff from Bangladesh. And Trisna here, the left arm Faria Islam Trisna, she's still swinging the ball, and that's what is causing problems for these South African batters.
And the thing about it, Alan, is that because the pitch has got so much grass covering on it and the outfield is so green and lush, the ball just has not scuffed up. It still actually looks relatively good, in good condition. So she's able to just get that little bit of drift.
Yeah, this is classic left arm swing. It swings late. Pitch is just outside off stump and swings back into the pads. So, change of field here. An extra fielder has gone to the leg side. Marizan Kapp is not interested in the second. She strolls down for the last ball of this 46th.
You'd think that one should be on her mind here. She needs to face probably 20 of the 25 deliveries remaining.
See that short third, I beg your pardon. That is, yeah, we've got a short third. Fine leg is squarish, and there's a long on. And she's got the single. That's what Marizan Kapp wanted. That's all she's interested in. 46 gone, 195 for 7. For the Proteas who were put into bat this morning here in Dunedin, the University of Otago Oval. It's the oldest university in the land in New Zealand. Here's Jahanara. Good looking shot. Just the 1 run. And the highest total that Bangladesh in their 42, this is their 43rd ODI, have chased successfully is 211. That was against Pakistan in Lahore 3 years ago. So Jahanara and Jyoti here, the captain, they'll be mindful of the fact that if they can bowl and use up deliveries to bowl to Ismail and not Cap, they might be able to restrict South Africa here.
Yeah, anything under that 220 mark from here, I think, could be pretty good. Just remember that even though those chases have been smaller, the highest chase at 211, these surfaces are just so much better as well. We saw evidence of that yesterday. Just a great pitch. The highest ever chase by New Zealand was something like 216 before yesterday. Now, I know they didn't get there, but they were one shy.
Bold.
And that just tells you how good the pitches are as well. And that's the other thing I'll talk about, Wilco, that give these ladies an opportunity to play on a good surface, they will show their skills. And that's something that hasn't happened enough in previous years. Played on outgrounds and on substandard pitches. So I think there'll be a lot on offer throughout this World Cup on very good surfaces at the best grounds that New Zealand has to offer.
I haven't seen Shabnim Ismail bat, but it looks like she's caught in between two minds. She's blocked one or two, but she's played a few shots out there. She's played 5 balls and she's got 1. I think Marizanne Kapp is probably saying, listen, just get something on it, get the single, get me down there.
Good bowling, wide of the crease, that scrambled seam going across the left-hander. Very clever bowling.
Oh, that's a gem. Nice sleight of hand here from Jahanara Alam, just running her fingers down the side of the ball.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. It's that sort of what we'd call a 3/4 ball, a little off-cutter. And she knows by going wide of the crease, all the angle is taking it away from Shabnim Ismail. She's looking to give herself room instead of getting across to the offside and just dinking it for 1. But now it's almost too late. 2 balls left in the over. You don't really want 1 now.
Bowled, really well bowled. A full length this time, so this is really good thinking from Jahanara. And now 4 dot balls with a single off the first ball.
Well, now for Shabnim Ismail, this conversation that's going on in the middle right now between Marizanne Kapp and Ismail is, you've got a free hit here. It is 2, 4, 6 or out, or naught. We are not taking 1.
Up and over. Ismail's coming back for the second, and she's home comfortably. 47 gone, 198 for 7. That one over. It's been the best over of the innings, but this has been a tremendous effort by Bangladesh. They haven't allowed, they've had that one partnership, but they have not allowed South Africa to have a free rein here. '71, that partnership for the 6th wicket. Faria Trishna, left arm, medium pace. She's bowled so well. 9 overs, 2 for 31. She's beaten the bat. She's wrapped the pads. She's still swinging it. Contest on here, though, against Kapp. Good looking shot. They're going to have a look for 2 here. Pressure on the fielder. Right, let's have some thoughts analysis here now from Natalie Germanos.
Now, just a little something on the use of the DRS. It's not something that the ladies are that used to. Just have a look at where Marizanne Kapp is standing. She's standing at such a wide angle. How difficult will it be for her to give some feedback to Trisha Chetty as to whether or not she should review? How is she going to tell whether it's online or not? In contrast to Ismail, who is much straighter. She can give her a little bit more feedback to say, all right, that's probably online, maybe go upstairs if there happens to be a review. I just feel like they don't use it as often. Maybe she feels more comfortable running a bit wider.
Gone. Simple catch. Jahanara picks up the catch. Tristana picks up a third. And it's another one gone down.
Good bowling, short of a length again, trying to hit down the ground. Just a little edge. Jahanara very comfortable underneath that. Went with hands pointing skywards. Reverse cup. Takes it well. Ismail, short stint at the crease. Comes to an end. She goes for 3, 199 for 8.
Masabata class from Mpumalanga, not too far from Johannesburg. Comes in, she's a right arm medium pace bowler. The top score is 15. Bowled again, you see how that swing, that late swing restricts the shot. Just late movement. Tristana here, 3 for 32. Bowled again. Oh, Bangladesh have got to be on their guard in the field. They're just sitting back a little bit. What they've got to do, the 200 comes up. And this is the end of Ismail. Tried to go over extra. She finds Jahanara at backward point.
Well, it's the result of some really good bowling from Bangladesh. So what they've done is they've kept Marizanne Kapp off strike. 6 balls only she's faced in the last 22. So they've done a brilliant job of keeping the lesser player on strike and keeping Kapp off strike.
Almost. The thought was there from Tristana. What a good day she's had, the left armer Faria Islam Tristana. She's bowled with a huge heart. She swung the ball all day. If she had a yard more pace, she'd be a much more potent threat with later swing.
Have a chat to Alan Wilkins after the game, find out a bit more left arm pace.
Fetched it. Oh, agonizingly there, possibly for a possible chance, but a very good spell. 10 overs, 3 for 35 for Tristana, 202 for 8, 2 overs to go. Well, you can see how the impetus has gained momentum. The second 100, 111 balls. Here's Jahanara Alam. Marizanne Kapp, she will want to use up as many of these deliveries herself. We're in the 49th over here now, 203 for 8. Jahanara Alam picked up 1 wicket. She'll be looking for another. She'll be looking to wrap this up.
Just got the bowling slightly wrong. Jahanara is only going to finish with 9 overs. 9 very good overs as well. Not happy there. Marizanne Kapp just thinks she had an opportunity. There's gap available. I know there's 2 fielders, a short third and a backward point as well, but there is a lot of room on the offside behind point if she can find the gap. Those 3 all up inside the circle and then a cover as well. So anything she can get away in that area there, in between those 3 highlighted fielders, race away.
Ooh, that sounded good. It's gone a long way up. And a very, very, very good catch. Fargana Huck Pinky takes a catch. Goodness, that's a good one. That was a skyer with air mile points on it.
Wrap more than just a pinky around that, Alan. Straight in the buckets. Terrific stuff. Went high. She had to make good ground. It did come out of the middle, but more height than length. Just had to reach at the last second. Very, very good catch. That's the end of Marizanne Kapp. 42 for her. Just a little explanation of what to do perhaps for the last 9 deliveries. She's gone for 42, 203 for 9.
New bat is Ayabonga Kaka, and it is Masabata Klaas who's on strike because the 2 batters crossed. That ball was up in the air for a long time. 9 down. Can Jahanara finish it here? Oh yes, no, wait. It's always interesting watching tail-enders running. It's a game within a game.
I heard Ian Smith say exactly the same thing yesterday, and I chuckled when there was a run out because he is spot on. Very rarely is he ever wrong, but it was just so classic.
Oh, Klaas was halfway down the pitch, and Kaka has just said she's just leaning on a bat. It's just that kind of gives the impression she's not interested in a run. No, she says, no, I'm not going down there.
I'm all right, thanks. You take it.
Last ball of the 49th. No, there's a run here. Could even be 2. It'll be 1. 49 overs gone, 204 for 9. there's some very important runs later in the order there from Marizanne Kapp and Chloe Tryon. Laura Wolfart was looking well set, but Bangladesh have really stuck tenaciously to their task here now. Class on strike. Straight down to Pinky. Fargana Haq Pinky. So we're going to see Ayabonga Kaka, the last batter in for South Africa. Keeper's done well here because she's come up, Shamima Sultana, she's come up to the stumps, which is really good thinking, so that Ayabonga Kaka here cannot take a liberty and go down the pitch. Chances are she'll run past it. Nicely taken. We're going upstairs to have a little look at this.
To the umpire, to director, we have an umpire review for a stumping. I've checked the front foot, it's a fair delivery, so we can start with front on spin, please. Okay, ball close to back. We just check ultra edge to see if there's any bat involved first, please. Thank you. Goes roll through. Okay, we've got a flat line as the ball goes past the bat, so there's no bat involved. So we can go to your best side on angle, please, James. Okay, foot's going back, foot's going back, foot's behind the line as the bowls are removed. So I've got my decision ready for the screen.
Oh, the umpire, that was an umpire's review. And a very smart piece of keeping by Shamima Sultana. Ritumoni. She'll be, oh no, the misfielding. That means us. Now that's just not required. Salma Khatun just gives an extra run, and extra runs now like bars of gold. They're precious.
Yeah, first little bit of untidy work for some time. In general terms, been relatively good.
Take them off. Nice keeping by Shamima Sultana. It was always on the cards, the stumping. And that is the end of South Africa. Utumoni takes her second wicket. Ayabonga Kaka came down the pitch. She's gone for two. And Bangladesh have bowled South Africa out here for 207.
Tidy work, she's done a good job since taking over the keeping duties. Picks up a stumping to round out the innings, and Bangladesh have done a brilliant job here, restricting South Africa, bowling them out for 207. 208 will be required from their 50 overs. A terrific bowling performance. Can they follow that with a good batting performance?
Laura Wolfart with 41, Cindy Luce, the captain, 25. Marizanne Kapp, 42, the top scorer. Chloe Tryon with some belligerent runs there in that seventh wicket, that sixth wicket partnership. 207, all out with the ball to go. Jahanara Alam, 2 for 28, 3 for 35 for the left-arm medium pacer. Fariha Trisna, she bowled so well. 1 for 46, Salma Khatun. 2 for 36 from Ritumoni. Nahida, none for 27, and Rumana Ahmed, who picked up a couple of catches and was instrumental in a run out of Sune Luce. She picked up 1 for 29. All right, let's go downstairs to Kas Naidu.
Marizanne, I saw you walking off the field. You were so unhappy. I'm sure you would have wanted to see South Africa across the line with a bigger total.
Yes, look, I'm very disappointed with our batting performance. I don't think
that's the type of cricket we want to play. But look, it's our first game. Now we have to go out there and do it with the ball.
What did you make of conditions out there batting?
It was really slow. I know the Bangladeshi bowlers are a bit slower than what we used to as well, but we've played enough cricket to know what to do in these situations. Like I said, very disappointed, but you need games like this. Now we have to go out there and fight.
42 of 45 with 3 boundaries. You have been getting among the runs in recent times. Generally, when you bat well, you bowl well.
I really hope so. Would have liked to finish it there at the end. I think we're about 20-30 runs short to where we wanted to be with taking in mind the start we had. But look, again, we have to go out there and fight now.
I know you're disappointed, but a word for Bangladesh. Their debut World Cup and they came out fighting.
Yes, I was a bit nervous, I'm not going to lie. The first 20-25 overs, we were a bit under the pump. We were going really slowly. And for them to come out in their first World Cup game and perform the way they did with the ball, it's absolutely brilliant.
Good luck with the ball.
Thank you. Thank you.
South Africa lost their last 5 wickets for 17 runs in the last 32 balls. Bangladesh have bowled well. Can they bat? Can they get the 208 they need to beat South Africa here in Dunedin? After the break, we'll see their reply. But at 4.16 runs per over, it is very much within their grasp.
It's a girl game. Oh, you wish you could join. It's a short day.
Yeah, I can hear you, mate. How long is that?
It's a girl game. Oh, you wish you could join. It's a short day.
Well, a very decent morning for the debutantes, Bangladesh. Their first appearance at a 50-over World Cup, and they picked up some good early wickets, much to their delight. You would expect, though, still advantage South Africa. who managed to get over 200 on the board on what is a relatively slow pitch. If we have a look at the Manhattans here, you can see how the innings progressed. A couple of those spikes, no doubt, that wonderful partnership between Chloe Tryon and Marizanne Kapp. 71 off 68, really got some momentum going for the South Africans in the second half of the innings. It's sunny conditions here in Dunedin, Otepoti. Welcome back. I've got with me Simon Dool and Natalie Germanos. Well, they gave a good of account of themselves this morning, I think, Bangladesh.
Yeah, they should be pretty happy with that. They chose to have a bowl first, so they knew they had to bowl well. They knew they had to try and use the conditions as much as possible. I'd imagine they would have had a target in mind as to what they wanted to restrict South Africa to. I would guess it would be a little bit less than 200, but they still really did well in the field. They kept things tight. Nobody really sort of gave it away and opened things up for South Africa, so they should be pretty happy.
Simon Dool, Marizanne Kapp said she was disappointed, really, 20 or 30 runs short, but they did well to get over 200 considering the start of the innings.
Yeah, considering the start of the innings, I don't think it's a good score. I think we're in for 2 upsets in 2 days here.
Wow.
Personally, I think this is well and truly below par. It's a good surface. It's slightly slow, but the ball will skid on a lot nicer with more pace from the South African bowlers. And I think if Bangladesh ever wanted another win, pick up their 3rd win against South Africa, I think this is a very good opportunity for them. I've just upset Natalie as well.
Fantastic opportunity. A couple of the wickets here, Natalie Germanos.
Well, obviously they knew they needed a good start, and they knew with no Lizelle Lee for South Africa, it makes a massive difference at the top of the order. Laura Volfart was also a very, very big wicket, big moments in the game. She was looking good. She looked the most comfortable out in the middle at the beginning, so that made a big difference to the score. And this was the period where Bangladesh were really good. They picked up wickets regularly. They didn't allow boundaries either, and it made a big difference. Their fielding was also on point and made a big difference to the score.
Yeah, there was pressure on, I think, throughout, wasn't there? There was that partnership towards the end, obviously, with Marizanne Kapp and Chloe Tryon, but throughout most of the innings there was some pressure on. They put a lot of pressure, I thought, on Laura Volfart at the top, and she succumbed a little bit to that pressure, but she just didn't face enough balls. There was not enough deliveries, not enough singles. So all of these wickets we're seeing come about because of that pressure. They're not just there because of some poor shots. There was a lot of pressure put on the South African batting lineup, and I think the Bangladesh bowlers have bowled really well, done a terrific job for the most part.
All right, well, a reasonably slow pitch, not a ton in it for the spinners. Let's see if there have been any changes in the track after 50 overs of traffic. Sanjay Manjrekar has an update on conditions.
Well, actually, I've seen nothing like it before because we've had 50 overs of cricket here. But when you look at the business areas, I mean, look at where the bowlers land. You normally see a little bit of a dent and some kind of roughage there, follow through. There's nothing there. The pitch looks as pristine as it did right at the start of the match. Just some indication that the batters have taken strike there with the guard that they've made. So this is the pitch that you saw in that first inning, completely covered by grass. The life has gone out, so it's just going to be sort of matty grass. Now, what we saw in that first innings was the fact that this is a slow pitch. Marizanne Kapp as well making that point. So that first wicket that we saw, again, the ball coming slowly off the pitch. And the cotton ball as well of Dupree. Again, emphasizing the nature of the pitch. So it's slow, very slow, and I doubt whether anything's going to change. Begs to differ slightly with my friend Simon Dool. I think South Africa have got enough runs on the board because getting those runs, 208, on a pitch like this, which hasn't changed, is going to remain slow, maybe a tough ask for Bangladesh.
Thank you so much, Sanjay. Well, the sporting world was rocked this morning with news of the passing of Shane Warne, dead at 52 from a heart attack. Tributes have been flowing in from all over the world. We know of his record, incredible numbers in Test and ODI. Of course, maybe his crowning moment, the 1999 ODI World Cup. So many unforgettable moments for us. Let's take a look back at a few of those.
Shane Warne was the undoubted superstar of the modern game, a bottle-blonde genius who mesmerised batsmen across the world and single-handedly revived the art of leg spin bowling. He burst onto the world scene in 1993 with an outrageous delivery to England batsman Mike Gatting that pitched 2 feet outside leg stump and hit the top of off. It became known as the ball of the century. Warne went on to take 708 test wickets in a stellar career. His hold over opposing batsmen was as much mental as technical, with his flamboyant personality allied to a sharp tactical brain. He was also a fine ODI cricketer, taking nearly 300 wickets and winning the World Cup with Australia in 1999. At the age of 52, Shane Keith Warne died of a heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. The game of cricket has lost one of its true legends.
A tribute to the king of spin who changed the modern game as we know it. Incredible numbers, an astounding legacy leaves behind. Here is Test career number: 708 wickets, 145 matches, his best 8 for 71 against England at Brisbane, and of course tremendous ODI career as well, as those numbers tell you, 293 wickets. And that crowning moment in his ODI career came during the World Cup of 1999. You will all remember where you were. So let's have a look now back at some of those memories.
Bowled in on the back foot, should have been forward, but in complete confusion against Shane Warne.
He's given him. Slow death, they called Steve Bucknor, but there was a shake of the head always before the finger goes up. And there it was again. Warne has 3.
That's bowling. That's good, clever bowling. You had a feeling that Daryl Khan was after him, and Shane Warne has got the better of him. And that's an important wicket at an important time for Australia.
Bowled him, yes, that's the end of Hamilton. Try to get him away again down to deep mid-wicket, so Warne at the end of this innings picking up a couple of wickets in that over.
Oh, beautifully bowled. That's a wonderful delivery from Shane Warne. Clipping the top of off stump. That's absolutely exactly what the Australians needed. Quick wickets for Australia, both to this man, Shane Warne.
An unforgettable titan of the game. So many memories, and some we will never forget. He had such an impact all over the globe, not just through the stats and his figures, but his personality. Natalie Germanos in South Africa, what were your impressions of the great Shane Warne?
Oh, it was many people that actually hated him, but that's only because he wasn't a South African. That's because he didn't play for South Africa. He was a phenomenal performer, and I think even people watching, when they saw him play, were nervous watching him because they knew more than likely he's going to run through the South Africans. He did it so many times, and he terrorised a couple of South Africans. Daryl Cullinan won't forget it. I'm sure he'll look back on it with a few nightmares, but also know that he was up against one of the best of all time, and he provided us with so much entertainment, and it was really wonderful to get an opportunity to see somebody like him play.
Yeah, to have lived in this lifetime. So skillful, but also such a character. Simon Doull, do you remember where you were when you were watching that 1999 ODI World Cup?
I was there. I was playing. I can't believe you didn't do your research, AJ. What's going on?
You had a good view.
I was there. It was a tournament that was, at times was dominated by the seam bowlers as well. Jeff Allett, 21 wickets in that tournament, the New Zealand seam bowler, and there was other seamers that were dominating that tournament, and Shane Warne ended up leading wicket taker with Jeff Allett in that tournament, 21 wickets throughout. Look, he's just an absolute character. I mentioned a story earlier about a good mate of mine I got a message from this morning that we were in Wellington for a World Cup game in 2015. I was commentating with Warnie and Ian Smith, and we're just having a drink after the game at a local establishment in Wellington. My mate sends me a message. He says, what are you doing? I said, we're having a drink, come down and see us. He walked in, didn't know Shane Warne from a bar of soap, but he stood there for about an hour and a half just chatting away to him, talking cricket, and this bloke couldn't believe his luck that he was standing there talking to Shane Warne and to Ian Smith, but that Warnie would give him the time of day. He was that sort of character, off the park, brilliant, on the park, unbelievable, an absolute genius, and he has inspired a whole generation of boys and girls and cricketers to play the game and to try and bowl leg spins. So, yeah, a legend taken way too quickly.
Simon Doull, I'm sorry I didn't remember you were there, but I think it's fair to say you were overshadowed. Yes, indeed. All right, well, Bangladesh, they are first-timers here in the 50 over World Cup. They did really well this morning, and let's learn a little bit more about this team.
It was my dream to play ODI World Cup, and when we made it back in Zimbabwe, so it was like, yeah, my dream's going to come true.
We are looking forward to play as a team because we have a strength, like we have a team unity that if you can see the match we own, we play together, we contribute each and every person as a batting unit or as a bowling unit.
I want to make it count actually, and it is huge responsibility besides, because if we play well in this World Cup, not only for this current team, but also the next generation will be profitable, because we want to make a stage like safer stage for them.
There are a lot of young and talented players in my team. They will also looking forward to do well here and a lot of experienced players who have been playing for Bangladesh for so many years. New Zealand is a beautiful country for cricket. The condition and the wicket is very beautiful, and the ball coming into the bat very well.
Bangladesh never came here, and just it's too difficult, but our board doing well for us, because almost 1 month we are here and adjusting everything.
Day is very important. I have potential. I'm always telling now my team is potential is very nice. Your nerve is slowly and calm your position, and girls is play your normal game. I think anything is happening. If I say that if we can win even 1 or 2 matches in this World Cup, that will be huge impact back home for our next generation, and even for our cricket crazy nation. So we wanna try to grab those 1 or 2 matches to win very well, and definitely we'll fight in each and every matches. We'll go for fight.
A massive responsibility for the next generation, so says Jahanara. That's what makes this kind of stage so important. Simon Doull, you think 207 is below par?
I think it is. I think it's below par. I think if Bangladesh wanted another opportunity to beat South Africa, today is the day, and I'm sure alongside me and in South Africa, there's a lot of nervous South Africans at the moment, Natalie.
You're making me nervous. I think that's what's actually making me nervous at the moment. South Africa's got a formidable bowling lineup, but they've got to be clever. They've got to use the conditions well. They don't have a lot of runs to play with.
No, they don't. Well, it is going to be all action here in Dunedin, Otepoti. The sun is shining and we are in for quite an interesting chase. 208 to win for the first timers, Bangladesh.
It's a girl day. Why you wish you could join? It's a short day.
I recommend MRF ZLX for sheer comfort and long life. MRF ZLX, you can bet on it.
It's a girl day. Why you wish you could join? It's a short day. We're taking over the world. It's a girl day. Why you wish you could join? It's a short day. We're taking over the world. I got fight, I got heart, I got the strength to tear it apart. I got the grace and power to reign.
We're in the beautiful South Island of New Zealand, in the city of Dunedin, and at the University Oval of the University of Otago. And a great match in prospect here between Bangladesh in their first ever ICC Women's Cricket World Cup against South Africa. Bangladesh have bowled well. They've bowled South Africa out for 207. They need 208, with what would be an historic occasion here for Bangladesh women's cricket. Well, for Bangladesh cricket overall. South Africa, they were put on the back foot just a little by the tenacity of Bangladesh, who won the toss, and they put South Africa into bat. There's a little early swing in the top of the order there, especially for Fariha Trisna, who picked up 3 wickets. A 41 from Laura Wolfhard, who looked set for a big score before she was trapped. Ball went through bat and pad by Ritu Moni. And then some late runs coming from Marizan Kap, 42, Chloe Tryon with 39. But Trisna, Janahanara and Rumana Ahmed, they all made their presence felt. 3 for 35 for the left-arm medium-pace swing bowler, Fariha Trisna. 2 for 28, Jahanara Alam. And 2 for 36, Ritu Moni. Salma Khatun, 1 for 46 and 1 for 29 for Rumana Ahmed, who's played in every one-day international that Bangladesh women have played. So we have got a contest on our hands here. Bangladesh, this would be a magnificent win, historic win, if they could get the 208 here in Dunedin to beat South Africa. The Dunedin Oval of the University of Otago in the city of Dunedin in the South Island of New Zealand. What a gorgeous, picturesque prospect it really is, and this is real life. And so is Debbie Hockley alongside, the leading scorer of all time in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. Debbie, how do you see this? You can rest assured that Shabneem and co will be running in at steam pace.
Kia ora, Wilco. Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed. They've got a bit of a challenge on their hand here, have South Africa. I think it would be fair to say they would probably be a little disappointed with their score of 207, but remains to be seen whether that's more of a reflection of how this pitch is playing, as opposed to the tenacity of the Bangladesh bowlers.
Shamima Sultana, who took over the wicket-keeping duties, she's got a 50, her best is 53. Strike rate is a little on the low side, but these are early days at it's Shamin Akhtar Subta. Strike rate again on the low side, but look at that, highest score of 74, 350s. And Shabneem Ismail will bowl, she'll bowl quick, and she's been around a long time. She will bowl and start with 2 slips. Sunil Luce, the captain, Langton Rusere from Zimbabwe is one of our standing umpires. Eloise Sheridan, there we are, from, nearly said New Zealand, I think I'm going to go for Australia. Had, well, 50-50 chance and I got it right, but anyway there. Right, we're all just about set. So Sunil Luce at slip, Marizan Kap at second. 208 to win. Little bit of shape.
Right on the money. She'll be pretty happy with that first ball, Will Ismail. I like the fact that South Africa have got 2 slips in. They need to have wickets. Just a little bit moving out. Good start.
Well bowled, good shape. That is why Shabneem Ismail here, who hails from Cape Town, has the 2 slips. And that ball is shaping quite late. She's got pace, genuine pace. She can crank it up to the mid 120s. A win predictor. Interesting. 76% South Africa. Oh, a stop, a start and hesitation. First runs in the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup for Bangladesh. Shabnim Ismail likes bowling to Bangladesh. She's picked up in her career 16 wickets and they've only cost her 15 runs apiece, and her economy is good as well. 2.98 against Bangladesh. She generally likes to run in and torment opposition batters. She's fiery. And Shamin Akhtar Supta, 25 years of age, playing in her 26th one-day international. Great shape, superb shape. Simon Doull would have been very happy to have delivered it like that. That's what he did.
Indeed. I wonder whether she might need to almost get the ball more on the line of, say, middle and off, because both of the Bangladesh batters at the moment, they've not been able to connect because they're just playing too far inside the line.
Yeah, now as a bowler, are you looking at that off stump, middle and off? Yeah, that's okay. But it's a very fine adjustment. Your hand on the ball, behind the ball, and if you just put slightly too much pressure in with the angle of your wrist on the ball, the seam behaves differently, the ball behaves differently. So it's a very fine adjustment, which makes some of the great seam bowlers in the history of our game so good at what they did. Bowled. Now that's hit the top of the bat, and you can see how Supta has just felt that. 1-0 from the first.
Yeah, they've managed to negotiate this first over. The two Bangladeshi batters. They'll be looking just to see the new ball off if they can. Clearly they'll be looking to score runs as well. But their main thing will be preserving their wickets, I feel. Got another demon down the other end in the form of Marizanne Kapp. Got bowling her first ball of this World Cup. It's a formidable opening pair.
Yes, it is, and they come with such experience. Marizanne Kapp with 134 wickets, 4 for 14. And that's an unusual looking shot across the line, but it's effective. You'll see quite a bit of this from Bangladesh. They don't go strong down the ground. They work the ball leg side. Now Marizanne Kapp, she's tall, she gets shape on the ball. That 4 for 14 was against West Indies in the last World Cup in Leicester, July 2017.
Well, they certainly might need to then adjust their lengths a bit more, mightn't they, Alan? They might need to pitch them up further.
Bangladesh over the years have found Marizanne Kapp very difficult to get away. She's got an astonishing record. 18 wickets against Bangladesh. And she doesn't give anything away. Her economy rate 2.25. And 25 maidens in that as well. So she gives nothing. And also, she's so effective in the power play. In her career, she's taken 24 wickets in the first 10 overs. And she's the joint best with Elise Perry in that aspect. But Kapp's economy is just over 3. And Elise Perry is just over 4. That's the shape that you'll see from Marizanne Kapp.
Yes, and the Bangladesh players have to be good enough to be able to get that edge, don't they? Because when it's moving away a little bit, if they're not playing down the line, it almost becomes a little bit of a wasted delivery. So it's going to be interesting for me to see whether Kapp and Ismail, whether they just have to adjust their line according to how Bangladesh play.
Marizanne Kapp bowls very much how Richard Hadlee used to bowl here on these pitches in New Zealand. Wonderful movement with the wrist. There we are. Elise Perry, Marizanne Kapp, leading wicket takers in the first 10 overs since the 2017 World Cup. Anya Shrubsole of England with 19, Shabnim Ismail with 18, alongside India's Jhulan Goswami. But Elise Perry, her economy is not as impressive as Marizanne Kapp's. 2 gone, 3 for no wicket.
Marizanne Kapp is having a bit of a word to the umpire. Might be about her front foot placement. Just getting an indication of how close she is to that front line.
Yeah, Marizanne Kapp on this pitch in these conditions will be a handful, as indeed will Shabnim Ismail. Ismail's best figures of 6 for 10 against Netherlands women at Savar in Bangladesh in 2011. 6 times she's taken 4 wickets in a one-day international innings, and that's 6 for 10 her best. And she's rattled up 164 wickets. Do you know, she made her debut, Debbie, 15 years ago. Oh, may want to get a third slip. That will run away for 4.
I so would. If I was the captain, I would be having a test match field of about 5 slips at the moment. Seriously, I would. Just with the way that the Bangladesh batters are hanging their bat out. The ball's swinging early. Why would you not want to take advantage of these first 10 overs like we've been talking about?
Yeah, I'd go along with that, because you've got 2 slips, but there's an extra cover in there. You don't need that. There's a backward point and a cover. I would just take one of those offside fielders in that ring, leave the gap, and Shabnim Ismail is then saying to Supta or Shamima Sultana, if you can hit it through there, you've done well, but I'm going to have 3 slips for your mistake.
Quite correct. You want to leave that gap at cover so that when the ball is moving away from the batter, they look at that gap. A free hit indicated.
I think we've just had a front foot no ball. Third umpire decides. Paul Wilson, the Australian, is our third umpire, so free hit here. Pace, good pace, good heat from Ismail.
What a great ball for your free hit. It's why we're often a little bemused about the front foot no ball, because we don't hear necessarily all the time, and it's the third umpire clearly who makes that call after the ball's been bowled, so sometimes we're a little surprised.
Bowled. This is good stuff. I would still go on your recommendation, Debbie Hockley. I would pull in one of those players. Sunil Lus. I beg your pardon, it's Mignon du Preez who's at cover. I'd rather say to Mignon, you get into there, come and join us in the slips. Because Shabnim Ismail is not going to bowl a driving length here. Having said that.
Thank goodness she was there. Oh, thank goodness she's just saved a 4. I don't know what you were going on about, Alan.
Mignon's on my side there.
I just don't think Shabnim Ismail should have bowled the ball that full, quite frankly. It was a handsome shot.
Yeah, very good shot for no run from Supta. Oh, fended off. 3 gone, 9 for no wicket. Told you she should have been at third slip. very uncomfortable against the short, fast delivery.
In the end, she manufactured that run quite well. She watched it all the way, to be fair to her. Again, terrific line. Marizanne Kapp, just a beautiful amount of movement away. Beaten all ends up.
Well, Shamim Akhtar Gupta, I beg your pardon, Supta. Her highest score is against South Africa, and that came at Cox's Bazar 5 years ago, of 74. So you can rest assured that most of this South African side was playing then. Shamim Akhtar Supta. She's also got a century on her CV. That was against United States women last year in Harare at the World Cup qualifier.
And as well as that, Alan, in the practice match against England, she scored 81. So she's certainly got the ability to score runs.
And she's not getting behind the line at the moment. All right, so many things to think about. Our fantasy team, and at the moment Marizanne Kapp is bowling fantasy deliveries. Fantasy game in our Dream 11. There we are, the points from the first innings. Fariha Islam Trisna with the left arm pace, 89 points for her. Rumana Ahmed 71, Jahanara 70, Ritumoni 68. Where's that third slip? So the Bangladeshi players have certainly contributed to the fantasy competition.
They did terrifically. I was very, very impressed with their effort in the field today. I thought the bowlers were really outstanding. They really caused difficulties for the South African players.
4 gone, 10 for no wicket. Bangladesh chasing 208 to beat South Africa, but the ball is beating the bat with alarming frequency. Shot, gets it through the cover and point. There'll be 2 here.
Very nice shot, but she really, really enjoyed the width there, Shamim Akhtar. She had so much width that she could just really fling the bat. Fling is right, because she ended up losing her grip on the bat.
Change of slip formation as well now. Good effort, Laura Wolfart at point. Cindy Luce is changing the slip formation here. She's not quite sure what her thinking is here, but this is Shamim Akhtar Supta and Laura Wolfart. Well, if she couldn't get there, she's one of the tallest in the team.
She is indeed. I wonder if she might reflect back on whether she might have possibly been able to get up with 2 hands, though. Almost looked like it was a little bit of a surprise to her. She shot that right hand up.
Both these opening batters have got their highest score against South Africa. Shamima Sultana on strike, 53 against South Africa in Bloemfontein in 2018 in May. And Shamim Akhtar Supta, that's 74 against South Africa. Cox's Bazar, January 2017. And Marizanne Kapp, Ayabonga Kaka, Sundilus were all playing. That could be 2. It should be 2. Chloe Tryon, the fielder.
Well, the longer that they go on in this innings, the more comfortable they look. Both of these batters opened the batting in the 2 warm-up matches, one against Pakistan, one against England at Lincoln College in Christchurch. Shamima Sultana, she scored 33 off 34 deliveries against England. That's very creditable. They don't have mugs for bowlers.
Well, Shamima Sultana showing here she's not scared of the short ball. Shabneem will think, oh, she'll just take that on board. Okay, she thinks, okay, you've had a go at that. You didn't play it that well. She might follow it up with another short one. And it's yet another no ball. Front foot no ball. So Shabneem Ismail is extending herself here. She's pushing hard, and in doing so, she's overstepping. That's going to land safely. Marizanne Kapp, the fielder.
Well, I like the fact that she's looking to take Ismail on. She's showing good courage. Ball coming to her at a rate of knots. Quite a big overstep there.
Five gone, 17 for no wicket. Rumana Ahmed needs 107 runs for 1,000 in one-day internationals. Ayabonga Kaka needs just 4 wickets to join the 100 club. Trisha Chetty needs 1 stumping for 50 in ODIs. Yes, very much some landmarks there. Trish Chetty needs the 1 for 50 stumpings. Ayabonga Kaka needs 4 wickets for 100. It's wide, and it's been given a wide as well. Langton Rusere from Zimbabwe saying that's too wide.
Well, certainly the batter didn't sort of step across, did she? Because she actually didn't move her feet at all, so I can understand probably why it was called wide.
Once again, we've got a 3 in a ring on that offside. And there's one of them. That's Mignon du Preez. I think if I was the bowler and I'd beaten the bat a number of times like this, I'd probably want one of those fielders there, that's just highlighting them there for one of them to go into slip. Give me an extra attacking option.
I was just going to say, Alan, that there's a 3rd man down on the boundary. You could just about bring her up into the catching cordon as well. It's not like Bangladesh are going at 8 and over in these first 10 overs. It's possibly a little defensive.
That's the shape of the delivery that Marizanne Kapp generally bowls. She's got a lovely side-on delivery. And that ball just starts to shape late in its trajectory. Ooh, doesn't quite carry to Laura Wolvaardt. Backward point.
Good pick up there, Laura Wolvaardt. Might have thought that she had a chance. I suspect looking at that, if she looks back on it, she possibly might have thought she could have dived forward for it.
That should be a wide. I don't think there's anything on that. Yeah, it's another wide. That's when Marizanne changes her wrist on the ball and she looks to bowl the in-swinger. And it's a little adjustment with the wrist. Just changes behind the ball. You can see, there we are. You can see the fingers that it starts on that trajectory and just keeps going. That's her stock delivery.
Laura Wolvaardt, she's had the ball follow her around a little bit this afternoon. Had a catch that she dropped at point. She's an excellent point fielder, though, I have to say. Quite wide. Cap.
It's too wide, just a shade too wide. 6 gone, 21 without loss. Well, since the last World Cup, 2017 in England, won by England, the best bowling economy rates in the first 10 overs for South Africa at the top of the table. 3.5, England 3.8, Pakistan, Australia 4.1 with the West Indies. That just illustrates how difficult this start is for Bangladesh. Here's Ayabonga Khaka. ICC ODI ranking of 7. She's on 96 wickets. There's a bit of bat on that.
Good start from Khaka. Slower pace than Ismail. So these two Bangladeshi batters will just need to adjust to the slightly slower pace.
Yeah, that 5 for 26, her best, was in January this year against West Indies. 5 for 26, her best bowling in Johannesburg against West Indies. And she needs 4 wickets for her 100. This is her 74th match in the colours of the Proteas. Went to the University of Fort Hare in Alice, not far from East London in the Eastern Cape. I think what she's done in recent times, Deb, Ayabonga Khaka used to be an in-swing bowler, but she's developed this delivery, the one that keeps straight, it keeps its head so it doesn't dip in, and she's learned to bowl that.
Well, that's certainly something that all of the bowlers have had to develop as the women's games progress. They've really had to look at the variations that they can affect because they just can't afford to be too predictable. A lot of that's probably come from T20 cricket, whereas a bowler, you have to have even more variations.
That's a maiden. 7 gone, 21 without loss. The ICC Women's Cricket World Cup 22 has 8 teams. Well, that's not the best shot to play to that delivery. 8 teams in the tournament. They all play against each other. Just the once, and the top 4 will play in the semi-finals. West Indies got off to a magnificent start last night in a real cliffhanger against New Zealand in Tauranga up on North Island. What a game of cricket.
Really like the round robin format, Alan. When you get a chance to play against every other side, I always found it a little disappointing if you'd go to a world tournament and you were in pools, and you might go all the way to a world tournament but not get to play one of the sides. So I really like the round robin format, because coming out the winner at the end, you're a true champion, aren't you? Because you've had to fight your way through all of those other countries.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel here Marizanne Kapp, she's beating the bat time after time again. Now she may want to come a little bit wider on the return crease and just change the angle and bowl it a bit fuller, a bit straighter, a bit fuller, because she's beating the bat with, it's too much width at the moment. She's got to make Supta play here better. Third slip is needed. It's gone for 4.
Disappointing to me that. It would be disappointing to me if Kapp doesn't insist on having a third slip in there herself. She's the one who's bowling the ball. She knows where she's trying to bowl it. It's such beautiful shape. Surely, if the batter actually makes connection with the ball it's going to get in the area, put someone else in there.
And that's exactly what she did there. Marizanne came wider from the return crease and bowled it fuller and bowled it straighter. It's all right. You don't mind as a bowler. You don't mind that. But she's bowled with a little bit too much width. Nothing short from Marizanne Kapp. We've seen some short stuff from Ismail. Good length, full length. She's gone a little bit wide. I'd like to see that a little bit straighter. Good stuff. 8 gone, 26 for no wicket. Four overs for Marizanne Kapp, none for 12. Doesn't tell you how many times she's beaten the bat. South Africa, after 8 overs, had lost their first wicket. Tasman Brits had gone. Here's Ayabonga Kaka. I might have given Ismail another over with her pace, but she's made way for the slower pace of Ayabonga Kaka.
Yes, and we must remember that when South Africa were batting, they were having difficulty in these first 10 overs as well, just with the scoring rate. We're still in the power play. First 10 overs, only 2 players outside the 25-yard circle. The idea of that is to give the batting side a bit more of an opportunity to perhaps score boundaries. There's no restriction for how many catches you have to have. And for Kaka bowling, she's only got 1 slip.
Yeah, Suni Lewis has gone extra defensive here with that ring of 4 fielders on the offside now. So you know, the ball, we've seen that the ball does not scuff here because it's a lush outfield. Pitch has got grass on it. So I think it's a little ultra defensive here. But having said that, Shamima Sultana and Shamin Akhtar Supta have weathered this storm. They've stuck in there. They've dug in. They know the ball has beaten the bat. Shabnim Ismail bowled a couple of short ones, but they're hanging in there. End of 9 overs. Bangladesh 27 without loss.
.27 without loss after 9 overs. Bangladesh's openers are sticking in there and batting with courage. Only chased 200 twice before, both against Pakistan. An opportunity here to see if they can see out this period and build on what they have. Here's Masabata class now.
Also a real win for Bangladesh because they've seen out the 2 openers. That would have been job number 1. See out the 2 openers. Make sure you don't lose a wicket. Get to the first change bowlers. First change bowlers, though, for South Africa are really good. And actually, some of the most successful in the world. In particular, Ayubonga Kaka. But Klaas, she's been there for a long time. Very experienced. And has bowled a lot with Kaka in tandem as well. But either way, Bangladesh must feel that job 1 is done. There's still a lot to go.
Spot on that. So often we've seen both Cup and Shabnim Ismail in the wickets early on and really setting the opposition back. Bangladesh weathering the storm. Officially played.
Now, that's something Sunil Lewis needs to keep an eye on because we saw from when South Africa were batting. There were a couple where it just popped up into the air just like that. He's just continuing with a slip, which is herself. She's standing at slip. Bring in maybe a short cover. Just as I'm saying that, Brits has just taken a couple of steps forward at extra cover. She's just taken a few steps in. I reckon both Klaas and Kaka will be really good in this phase because of the variations that they have. Kaka's got amazing slower ball. She's got quite a few different variations. Klaas as well has got those changes of pace. And if she's able to do that and get them driving, you bring the cover into play.
So good stuff from Masabata Klaas. She was impressive in the series against West Indies at home. Marizanne Kapp was injured. She was brought in. She's been playing for South Africa for a long time, a seasoned campaigner. It's tough to get into the South African side when you have the likes of Kapp and Ismail and Kaka. Maiden over from Klaas. 10 gone, 27 without loss. End of the power play. Bangladesh 27 without lost. South Africa, they were 35 for 1. That lost the wicket of Tasman Brits. Power play. They've had a couple of lucky runs, but at the same time they've had the bat beaten. That one just short at backward point by Laura Wolfart. But Bangladesh, they've hung in there. Lots of plays and misses, but still that engine room of batting still to come. Nigar Sultana, Rumana Ahmed. You just got a sense that if Bangladesh can keep this going, this opening partnership, just start building that confidence.
That's where Kaka's really good. She's got a natural in-swing, Kaka. Gets the ball to come into the right-handers, doesn't give them a lot of space to play. Partnership of 27. There's a little bit of space on the leg side that they may be thinking about.
Player of the series against West Indies over the summer. She also got a maiden 5-wicket haul at Ayabonga Kaka. Talks about keeping it simple. She's all in the run-up. She keeps practicing her run-up to make sure that she can keep that rhythm.
Just having a look at where Bangladesh have scored the runs. Look at that. Behind square on the offside, 63%. And that's a lot of runs scored off the edges. That's because of the pace of the opening bowlers. Just a little bit too pacey for these Bangladesh openers, but they've done well to keep their wickets.
.28 without loss.
Just a little quiet play now, passage of play for South Africa. They've been really good in the last few overs. Ismail just looked a little bit off in terms of her rhythm, bowling a couple of front foot no balls. She did bowl a couple of menacing deliveries as well, found a bit of pace and bounce.
South Africa bowled out for 207. Flash interview at the break. Marizanne Kapp was really disappointed how they went about it, but also was complimentary of how well Bangladesh bowled. Oh!
This was so close to that off stump. She really didn't pick this up at all in terms of the length. She actually didn't think this was quite as full as that. She was playing it more like it was a half volley, but actually she's yorked herself.
This is good stuff from Klaas. Driven, and she's found the gap. 4 runs. Good runs for Bangladesh.
A little bit of an unkind bounce for Tasman Brits. Just seemed to pop up a little bit more than she expected. Let's have a look at this. Took a few steps in. She's standing quite close as it is, and then the bounce just gets her. She probably could have done a little bit better than she did, but the bounce just not quite what she was expecting. Lovely stroke though, and that's the length she was been looking for.
What is the plan here from a Bangladesh perspective, Nat? They've got through that first period. They look like they're growing in confidence.
The original rate you're looking at just over 4 and over. It's now up to 4.55, but you have 10 wickets in hand. So from Bangladesh's point of view, now obviously with an option to spread the field for South Africa, because you're out of the first 10, does mean they've got to find runs by moving the ball around. They've got to try and see if they can put the bowlers off their length a little bit, because these last few overs have been pretty quiet for them. Yes, they've just had that one boundary, that helps. But from Bangladesh's point of view, I'd say the next 10 to 15 overs could really set up this innings.
Well, Masabata Class is really bowling well here. You got to think about how has Bangladesh not lost a wicket.
She's really mixing up her length at the moment, his Class, because this one's full. She had a previous Yorker that was also full. Then the ball before this hit the bat quite nice and high. It's a shorter length, harder length. She's mixing it up nicely.
It's worked away nicely. Just for a single. 7 from the over, 35 without loss.
A little bit of relief there for Bangladesh. 7 off that over. That helps just a little bit, just calm the nerves as well. They know they've got through a very tricky period to get to this stage without losing a wicket. The question is how they push on from here. Is that required rate just creeping up a touch?
Shabnam Ismail, she's back into the attack. South Africa searching for that first wicket. Still a sip in place for Ismail.
Very interesting move from Sunay Lees to bring on Ismail back, because Kaka just bowled 3 overs. She bowled nicely. So a little bit surprised. Ismail had a short opening spell, just 3 overs. So an interesting decision by the captain to bring Ismail back on. Just wonder if she's maybe seen something within these batters, maybe planning. Not to forget, Ismail is also coming back from an injury herself. She's come back from quite a serious knee injury. It took a lot of rehab to get her back. She played in the West Indies series, just a way to sort of get back into it. Whereas Cup herself didn't play in the West Indies series, played in the warm-ups. The previous time that Cup had played actually was the WBBL final with the Perth Scorchers. So they both have been out for a while.
That's in the air and over that ring area. It's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Welcome runs for Bangladesh, but you can just sense they're growing in confidence.
Shamima Sultana hasn't played a one-day international since 2018. It's been a while since she's been part of the team. She's doing a decent job here, getting herself in, getting her eye in. She's got a highest score of 53. Guess who? Against South Africa.
Well, in their 43 ODIs, they've played South Africa the most, 18 times. So from an experience perspective, they know the South Africans. And having bowled out the opposition for 207, it is a game that is right there. It's there for the taking. They're going to have to bat well. A good experience still to come. I had a feeling Shabnam Ismail went to the captain and said, "Give me the ball." And a couple of front foot no balls in her first spell. She came out of the attack, then back in now.
Marizanne Cup, you might just be able to see, just doing a few warm-up exercises. Is she going to come back as well?
Six from the over, 41 without loss. Bangladesh took wickets at regular intervals, just really holding South Africa back. That's a good stop. Good from Mignon, but what a wayward throw.
Direct hit and she's gone. This was really quick from Mignon du Preez. She moved so quickly. The anticipation is quite special from her, because as soon as she saw the drive, she was onto it quickly. She released it quickly. She actually could have taken another second, steadied herself a bit.
So often, by now, South Africa have picked up a few wickets, especially with Cup and Ismail. And for Bangladesh to have denied them to this stage, it's a victory already.
The wind has just picked up a little bit over this last maybe 15 minutes or so. Sort of for class, it would sort of aid her outswinger, sort of blowing across and just help her, and maybe taking it away from the right-hander possibly. Might also help in terms of playing towards the slightly shorter boundary.
Cross batted into the gap. He should pick up two. Will they go for a third? Nope. Let's get some analysis now with Debbie.
Well, certainly the South African bowlers have been beating the bat, and mostly it's been because the ball has been moving in the air. Three different bowlers here. You can see beating the bat on numerous occasions, and it's really because the Bangladeshi players haven't been getting to the pitch of the ball.
Well, if you just have a look at Masabata Class and how well she has been bowling here, you almost get a sense that this pressure period could lead to a wicket. She's been an excellent campaigner for South Africa's Class. Just short. And 44 without loss. Good analysis there, Debbie. What could they have done differently?
Well, I think the Bangladesh batters are actually getting to the pitch of the ball more. I think when they first started playing, they really weren't getting across far enough. That's what I mean by getting to the pitch of the ball. They were really just tending to play straight down the line of the pitch and not accommodating for the swing.
Good stuff. 44 without loss after 14 overs. And this is a good move to see the captain bringing herself on. Sinelli's into the attack.
Yeah, it's just interesting last few overs. From a captaincy point of view, Ismail brought back into the attack and then promptly taken off again. So Sinead loose, now getting an opportunity with the ball.
Generally reluctant to bowl herself. South Africa desperate for a breakthrough here. Bangladesh. They play well against spin, so they wouldn't mind this move. This type of shots you're going to see a lot from Bangladesh. That sort of little paddle type sweep. That's how they're going to use the spinner as much as they possibly can. You'll see a lot of this from Bangladesh, trying to open up that leg side. That's wide. I think the ball just stuck in the hand for Senelius. It's one of those things that happens. It's a nice little variation from Senelius there. A little change up out of their hand. This is Bangladesh's third highest opening partnership they've ever had. So all these little victories they're ticking off. It's how important. And their first ever World Cup. Wow. Square leg umpire says it's fine. And he had was a little look from Louise Sheridan to Langton Rusere to see, was this over waist high? And he said, no, it's dipping. End of the 15th over, 47 without loss. It's their debut World Cup, and Bangladesh are turning it on here. And Dunedin, 47 without loss after 15 overs, and they're denying the South African bowlers here. Highest opening partnership for Bangladesh against South Africa is 55. Highest overall is 113 against Ireland. This was the last ball of the last over. Now have a look at this. The square leg umpire has to decide whether or not this is over waist height in a normal standing position, so not in a batting stance. It's in a normal standing position. In other words, where you're standing at the crease and you're upright. So he has to decide whether or not that would have gone above waist height in the normal stance. It's not easy from an umpiring perspective, especially with the way she played that, because she was quite low down. So you'd have to have some sort of marker in the distance. They should push for two here. A little bit of hesitation, but they complete it. A wonderful opening stand, this between Shamima and Supta. And still, as we talk about the experienced batters to come, if you think about the captain, Nigar Sultana, Romana Ahmed, who plays those big power shots, they're setting this up really well. The support on cricket Twitter for Bangladesh is incredible. It's different parts of the evening and mornings around the world, and everyone so chuffed for this debutant team at the World Cup. And they haven't let their fans down. I thought the bowlers did so well as the 50 comes up for Bangladesh. 50 without loss in the 16th over. This is an incredible start in pursuit of 208 for victory. South Africa at the same stage were 57 for 1. So they really are not far behind where South Africa were. And they haven't lost a wicket either, so a lot of resources in hand. Dot balls here in the over 50 without loss. #50 partnership. And Shamima and Suptha. Just the start the team needed. Luce has been changing up the bowlers, trying to find a breakthrough here. And she's brought herself back, brought herself on. She's got a sense. More flight to that delivery. You can hear the chat in the South African field. That's well played. That's really well played, and it will meet the boundary for 4. Growing in confidence all the time is this opening pair. And Nigar Sultana, our biggest cheerleader for her team, out there in the dugout enjoying this.
It's a poor ball. It's short, and it really should be put away with plenty of space in front of square on the offside. With the pace of the wicket, you're always going to have that as an option.
Hesitation. That's safety for Bangladesh. A little bit of frustration creeping in because they know how well they've done out here.
I don't need to understand the language. I think I know what they said. There's a bit of frustration there.
Better communication, please. This is not the time to lose a wicket. That's so well played. That's a really well played shot. So 2 boundaries in this over, 9 in the over so far with a ball to go.
I really think Sine Lesh is missing a trick here. Ayabonga Kaka had bowled 3 overs. She'd gone for just 1 run and took her out of the attack. And since then, there's just been a little opening for Bangladesh.
That required run rate come down to 4.49 now. Good over for Bangladesh. 17 gone, 59 without loss. Time for drinks here in Dunedin.
Where's Vijit? Vijit. Yeah. The matter what? Yeah, but when it's not with me, I think at the pitch report. It's a nice plot for you to build a house on, just on those rocks there. just enough flat space to have a 6-room villa, duly. Bangladesh haven't lost a wicket, but South Africans will be comfortable with the fact that they've just got 59 in the 17 overs. I think the real test for Bangladesh will come when they have to accelerate, when they have to seriously start looking at that target, and that's where South Africa will be hoping to cash in. One of our World Cup game changers. What a wonderful cricketer she is. Marizanne Kapp showed her talent today with the bat. Formidable bowler as well, bowls with the new ball. We're talking about her cover drive, weren't we? One of the hallmarks of an exceptional batter is how quickly they get to 20s and 30s. And you can see the highest scores for South Africa in World Cups. 102 not out versus Pakistan at Cuttack. Just amazed by some of the talents we've seen so far in this tournament. You have Marizanne Kapp here with 100 to her name, but she'll also bowl 10 overs for her side. Hayley Matthews, Sophie Devine bat in the top 4, 5 and bowl their 10 overs too. And on cue, it's Kapp again, the second spin.
Yeah, it illustrates as well, Sanjay, to me that what a massive loss Dane van Niekerk is to the side. Bats, bowls, just does everything she could possibly do in her side. Such a valuable asset that will be sorely missed by South Africa throughout this tournament, you would imagine. Big shoes to fill.
Yeah, off air we were talking about all the teams featuring in this tournament and which are the teams that are strong contenders. Australia comes in there. That's a little graphic for you guys to have a look at the spaces for batters to cash in. Get those boundaries so there's big space in that leg side region. Eventually what happens, who knows how it transpires, but when you just look at this tournament and we're talking about teams with greater ability, and you keep Australia right at the forefront, right, number one on just ability.
Yeah, absolutely. They're at the moment playing a game against England and Hamilton, so 2 games today. This one starting earlier and then the day-night fixture in Hamilton, of course. Australia dominating at the moment.
Now that's an interesting shot. May not go all the way, but sounded sweet. Unless the pace was taken off by the fielder, shot mid-wicket.
Must have been a little hand on that from Masabata Class, I think. Because it did. It sounded so good. Yeah, good hand on it. Oh, do we call it a catch? I suppose it went in the air to the hands, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, this is when I do a quick check with our scorers and whether they're going to put it down as a drop catch or whether they let that one go. One of the senior statsmen in India has a theory, a principle. If it touches the hand, it's a drop catch. Hard man.
As a bowler, I agree. The required rate, Sanjay, and I absolutely agree with your point. When these sides that have wickets in hand but then have to up the ante, have to up the rate later in the game. Another one goes down.
Another drop catch, is it?
Down in the books is one. Reaching high and away to the right. Just cannot quite, that's the skipper on that occasion, just cannot quite haul one in.
Yeah, this is a good effort though. The reaction was instant and she did the best she could. Never easy, these kind of catches. She went hard outside the off stump. Yeah, good attempt.
Signs of a little bit more aggression from the Bangladesh opening combination.
And as a result, we've seen 2 close calls with catches. 64 for no wicket Bangladesh.
What you look for on these occasions is, did she go too early? Was she on the way down? Absolutely not. She went at the right time, thrust the hand out. She was on the way up. Just, they either stick or not at that pace.
Yeah, this is now the crucial period where the two batters be feeling the pressure or the responsibility to just up the ante a little bit. Chloe Tryon, you saw her strike rate when she was out there with the bat, and again you can see the dual skills that most of these players have. She's out there bowling some spin now for a side.
Yeah, and straight away, mid on, mid off, up inside the circle. So now comes the time where it's trying to strangle a little bit through the middle.
Good job, good job.
Direct hit.
Creates these little opportunities, Sanjay, along the way. Any of these batters have the ability to chip down the pitch and hit the ball over the top of the bowler. Down towards the boundary. Laura Wolfart would have been gone.
That was a better looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Not easy to pierce that infield we have on the offside. There are 4 fielders there. Goes on the other side. That makes sense. As you can see, in the last couple of overs, we've seen a few chances. Now this is the time when they'll be looking to accelerate, and here's South Africa's opportunity to get wickets. Wasn't given as wide. 67 for no wicket. We can actually joke about it, but theoretically it becomes a drop. That's why all of these are so subjective. You actually see the data. Like yesterday I saw a front foot shot, back foot shots. There may be a lot of shots played for breeze. If you have got confidence, 67. Second spell for Ayabonga Kaka. That's the line, that's where the wickets lie. I just felt with the new ball they were just a bit too wide outside the off. Some against good batters, that's a good line. I know there were a couple of edges, but had they attacked the stumps more, would have got maybe some bowls and leg befores. Nice bottom hand. Bunt on the leg side. Got a couple of runs. As you can see, they're changing gears here, Bangladesh.
And this is the time where it gets a little tougher. But what I am pleased about is the intent. The intent to just keep that scoring rate in check. Required rate still around that 4.5 mark. Originally it was 4.16.
Bowled. Keep it in the stumps. Batter misses. You're in business. And this is the point we were making, weren't we, Dooley?
Yeah, spot on. As soon as they try and up that rate a little bit, be a little bit more aggressive, it brings about opportunities. We've seen 2 catches go down. And so like the Ayabonga Kaka, I should say, has decided I will not worry about the fielders. I'll do it all myself. Gets the Yorker right. Shamima misses, and Ayabonga Kaka picks up the first wicket for South Africa. Shamima Sultana goes for 27 at 69 for 1.
Just that last name there, Pinky, and takes your mind back to the morning session when she took a catch and duly you were in commentary. Varjana Haq Pinky, so batting at number 3. And as you can see, the first wicket lost the moment they tried to get going. Let's see what line Kaka bowls now. It was Yorker length, it was hitting the stumps. Get a catching fielder at gully. Yeah, let's have a look at this wicket again. Yeah, you can see trying to get some power in the shot. There's a lot of bottom hand. Bat goes across the line. Great delivery.
Yeah, as soon as you try and get that extra power that you're not used to, that bottom hand comes in. Blade doesn't come through straight. And you end up invariably an inside edge or a play and a miss, and that was the case. South Africa needed it. I feel they needed that wicket.
Also very impressed with the field placement that South Africa had for Shamima Akhtar. Still had as many 6 to 7 fielders inside the circle. 20 overs gone, 69 for 1. Shamima Sultana is the last wicket to fall, the first wicket to fall for Bangladesh. 27 of 50. Just too much, I think, on one side of the pitch. They are very conscious of the field and what the captain wants her to do, to remain on the offside.
Yeah, it's a packed offside field, isn't it? 5 inside the circle. You can see them all scattering there behind point, right on point, cover point, and then a shortish extra cover and mid-off, all inside the circle.
Saw yesterday as well, and one of the fields that's very popular with leg spinners or left arm spinners bowling to right hand batters is just having 3 fielders on the leg side and pack that offside field even more. So that's 1 on the leg side. They've got 2 in the deep on the leg side. We've seen many teams just having the 1 in the deep and making it even more difficult to score on the offside. This is when the wicket comes.
Yeah, it's just that lack of real power to go down the ground. It allows South Africa to dictate a little bit.
And that's a maiden over. Good one that. 69 for 1. Excellent from Chloe Tryon. Well done. She stuck to that line on middle stump, but this is nicely played. Beautiful timing on that occasion. Doesn't go all the way. They come back for the third.
Yeah, eventually. One was interested in 3, the other wasn't. big chase, longest part of the ground. Out on the leg side, out towards the quarry. Marizan Cap was the fielder chasing after that. Had to underarm the ball to a fellow fielder because of her shoulder issues.
Beautiful seam-up delivery. Real matting of grass on the pitch, so seam hits that surface. There's bound to be some movement. Gone. Big edge. Another one.
Well, both set batters, both the openers now falling to Ayabonga Kaka. It is a lovely piece of bowling, I think very similar to the last delivery where it's pitched and maybe just held its line. Have a look at it, hit the seam, just hold its line, or almost look like it's decked away a touch. Playing with only a third of the bat though, on a big angle, straight through to Trisha Chetty. Bangladesh lose their second. Supta goes for 34 at 72 for 2.
Middle stump, a little bit away from it. Middle stump. Everything in my bag, son. Oh, it's in your bag. Yeah.
In many ways, a slight promotion for Murshida Khatun. You're mentioning off air, Dooley, maybe the presence of a left-arm spinner in operation could be the reason. But this is wonderful bowling from Kaka. She's attacked the stumps more than any other seamer we've seen today.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Just a lack of feet though. Gone nowhere, all the weight's gone backwards and just fending at it with a third of the bat. Different shot, good bowling though from Kaka. And pretty comfortable for Chetty behind the stumps.
It's another one. She's on a roll at the moment, Kaka. That's a third wicket. It's all falling apart suddenly for Bangladesh.
Well, it's wonderful bowling from Ayabonga Kaka. That angle across the left-hander, playing a miss first ball. Gets this one just a little bit fuller. Draws her into the shot. Little edge, and another one for Trisha Chetty behind the stumps. Second ball for Khatun, and it is 72 for 3.
Suddenly, the climate has changed for Bangladesh. Rumana Ahmed has come in. We've seen her earlier bowling finger spin. Bit of mystery in the way she was releasing the ball. Did quite well with the ball, but now she's got her work cut out because suddenly Bangladesh, after being 69 for no wicket, are 72 for 3. But the bigger story and the bigger moment right now is Ayabonga Kaka on 99 wickets. And the number on her shirt as well is 99. Well bowled. What an over. It's a round of applause from every player on the field there. 72 for 3.
Oh, she's bowled beautifully. Bowled a nice line, a nice length. She'd gone past the outside edge, previous delivery. This one just drawing the batter into that line, outside the line of off. Little edge, Trisha Chetty. Very comfortable away to her left.
Yeah, the front on angle was really good. See how the ball changed its line in the air. It's not something that works every time. You lay a good foundation and you get a big score for the team. Foundation was laid by the openers, but they've slipped since, Bangladesh. Chloe Tryon continues round the wicket.
And it's been around looking for that power, hasn't it? Looking to play slightly more aggressive shots, looking for some power and unable to find the gaps or the boundaries.
That's another thing a lot of people say very casually, that if you can't hit the boundaries against spinners, try and pick up the singles, rotate the strike. It's not as easy as it seems, sounds, just hitting a single. And as you can see with this field against a good bowler, you really have to have complete mastery over the ball to know exactly what's coming off the hand, off the pitch, and then be good enough to put it in the gap. At least with 4s and 6s, you're taking a bit of a risk. You hit it hard enough, doesn't matter that there's a fielder around. It's a very difficult skill to put the ball in the gaps and pick up singles.
Yeah, and in this instance, you've got to try and manipulate the field a little bit. Take that calculated risk by hitting over the top, down the ground, get mid-off or mid-on, push back, and then that's your one option.
Did well there, played it really late, so found the gap to the left of the field and shot third. I like the bowler better, Khaka. 74 for 3. Well, you can see the pedigrees there. She's a wicket taker, leading wicket taker since the last World Cup. And she's on 99. Just kept it simple. It's the length, the line, keeps it full enough in the stumps as well. There you go. This one also the batter forced to play. That occasion again, getting the batter to drive. Huge fan of length, Dooley. Personally, more than line sometimes.
Yeah, spot on. That length right, just drawing the batter forward. Feet stuck a little bit crease bound. Been a very impressive spell.
Goes through overs very quickly as well. He's constantly at you. It's a big moment this. 99 one-day international wickets. There's that ball again. She's smart. She knows where the wickets lie. Couple of runs.
Yeah, the in-swinging Yorker. Angle of that seam has the ball drifting in. Nicely played, using the pace and the angle.
Slightly different line on that occasion. And just looking more into Ayabonga Khaka, we saw a performance leading wicket taker since the last World Cup, multi-phase bowler, which means she is called upon to bowl in all phases, picks up wickets in the final overs, which is quite common. Oh, this is going to be trouble. Is she quick enough to get back? Throw was wide too. 24 overs gone, 77 for 3. Middle overs, if she's getting those many. 44. Multi-phase bowler. Got some more numbers on Ayabonga Khaka, who's had a sensational last 30 minutes or so. Just a breakdown of the 99 wickets. She's got 44 of those in overs 11 to 40, the middle phase. It's Dooley himself being a fast bowler. I just wonder whether that is something admirable. 27 in the death. And with the new ball, overs 1 to 10, she's got 25, but 44 in the middle.
Yeah, brought back to do a job, to pick up wickets through that middle, to keep things tight. Really good numbers. You think about the fact that she wouldn't bowl a huge amount in the first 10 when Ismail and Cup are playing perhaps, so probably limited amount of overs inside that first 10. Bulk of her bowling through the middle and at the back end, so really good solid numbers.
Oh, just falling short. Very lucky, get a single. That's just that one run from that over. 78 for 3.
It was Kaka on this occasion thought about the dive momentarily and then no, I'll just take a step back. To protect these fingers, they're looking for 100 wickets.
Quite a warm day today in Dunedin. So she'll have to stay on 99 for a while. Ayabonga Khaka. Second spell from that very end for Masabata class. She's found the gap, maybe not as much power, or is that going to go all the way? It does.
Lovely placement and good timing as well. Tigers fans are happy. Thought like you, Sanjay, for a moment it would be hauled in, but it just raced across the turf. Timing was good.
They're largely on the front foot, most Bangladeshi batters today. We haven't seen many of them rock onto the back foot. Now that's the legacy Bangladesh have left. Everybody has got their own things when they come to the ground. Sri Lankans with their drums. Bangladeshi fans with their stuffed tiger. West Indians with their steel band and dancing, shouting out expert advice from the stands. That's their thing.
What do the Australians bring?
Let me have a think. Maybe something like that.
Oh, that's the English. That's what the English bring to cricket.
Would you care to elaborate, Julie, on that?
Had a hard evening. Just need a little afternoon nap. Good place to do it, on a beautiful grass embankment. Doing it tough at the moment, the English. Up in Hamilton. England and Australia. Australia 179 for 1 at the moment. 36 overs gone in that game.
Going at 5 runs in over, just the 1 wicket lost. We've seen some incredible batting in the last couple of days. Sophie Devine, Hayley Matthews, and here again, Meg Lanning, Rachel Haynes. We're going to continue that conversation. You told me Australia on ability number 1. We'll try and get Dooley's assessment of teams. I respect his assessment a lot. Let's get his number 2, 3 and 4. Just on ability. Single of the last ball of the over. Better over for Bangladesh. 7 runs coming of it. 85 for 3. Chloe Tryon continues. Nice flight to delivery outside edge, and this could be run out. Direct hit. Always will be close. The umpire goes upstairs. What do you think?
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for a run out. Can we start with your best side on angle, please, James? Thank you. Yeah, stumps are broken with the bat well short of the crease. I've got my decision for the screen.
Just one look was enough. Direct hit makes it so much easier with the third umpire. And in the end, you can see the batter well shot. That was a pinky run out by Klaas. Wasn't the quickest throw, but it was certainly accurate. Made all the difference. Farzana Haq, pinky gone for 8. The 4th wicket down for Bangladesh. 85 for 4. Normally out the order. It's the captain who started off keeping wickets, then hurt her knee or maybe leg, and then she was in the outfield and not quite looking fit. It's the reason she may be batting at number 6 today, because number 3 is generally a position. Nigar Sultana. And we have a run out.
Good fielding. There was some indecision. Masabata Class quickly round. Let the throw go nice and quickly, and a direct hit. As you say, Sanjay, it just, as soon as you get a direct hit, chances escalate of it being successful.
I like the fact that she really tried her best to get in. The dive was put in. You could see the bat was also propped up. Just failed to make the crease. The bat was up, but it hadn't made the crease. Oh, well done. Good fielding again. Hesitation between the two batters midfield.
Well, there's no trust at all from Romana for the skipper's call. She just stood there. Captain was off, gone.
This time comfortably, the gap found. A couple of singles in that over, 87 for 4.
It was a really solid foundation that was laid by the two openers. But then it's turned around very, very quickly, thanks to some brilliant bowling from Ayabonga Kaka. She's picked up all the 3 wickets that have fallen to the bowlers today, and she's gone for just 9 runs. That is phenomenal. 2 spells of 3, and she's now on 99 ODI wickets. Shabnam Ismail now brought back into the attack. Ayabonga Kaka, what form she is in at the moment. She was superb against the West Indies recently. Picked up a maiden fifer in the second match. It's not a bad time for Ismail to be coming back in now. She just hasn't quite found a rhythm today. Sort of expected to just find the rhythm quickly, because she has been out of international cricket for a long time with injury, but just took a little bit of time to find a rhythm. Bowled a couple of front foot no balls, which is not really like her.
Yeah, I agree, Nat. I think Kaka has been the turning point for the South Africans. Bangladesh was trucking along quite nicely, and she took those 3 wickets in the space of only 2 runs added to the Bangladesh total. So she's been the game changer at this point, and the required run rate for Bangladesh is climbing pretty much after every over.
This is a very attacking field from South Africa. Most inside the 25-yard circle.
Those 3 wickets from Kaka, she'd pitched the ball up a lot further in her second spell, and that led to the demise. 1 bowled, 2 caught behind, just indicates the length that she changed in this second spell of hers.
it's interesting because you look at the way Ismail and Cup bowled up front. It's not to say they didn't bowl a good line and length. They did. Ismail, I said, didn't quite find it 100% because of those front foot no balls. It just disturbed the rhythm a bit. But maybe in a way, they were just too quick for the Bangladeshi batters because it beat the bat so many times. You spoke about that earlier. They just weren't able to get anything on it. Call is for 2. But because there's already been a run out, it just creates a bit of confusion. 89 for 4. $119 required for Bangladesh of 132 deliveries. That's not too bad. That's not impossible. It means they have to go at a run rate of around 5.4 to the over. The problem is, in the last few overs, that run rate required is just starting to balloon. The trend in the game is changing.
Yes, and to my mind, I'm not sure whether the Bangladeshi batters have the power to hit over the top. I'm just not sure that they have that ability.
And also, the way that Tryon is bowling here, the left arm finger spin, generally going away from the right-hander. She's making sure that she's using this wind actually quite well because it's wind that's going from left to right. And it would require quite a lot of power to hit into the wind over the offside. So that means they have to use the leg side, and then you're sort of hitting against any turn that she's getting.
Certainly economical, Tryon. She's only gone for 9 runs and she's just about at the end of her 6th over. So she's really put the brakes on. So I can see that this potentially might be the issue for Bangladesh, that they may not have the ability to step up to this next level that's needed.
It's good from Tryon. She continues on a good spell, 90 for 4. Tane Luce has been interesting with her captaincy today. Bowling spells quite short for just about all of her bowlers. Chloe Tryon has bowled 6 on the trot, but that's your spinner. The longest spell other than Chloe Tryon and her 6 overs on the trot has been the 4 overs that Cup bowled up front, and then Klaas also bowled a spell of 4 overs as well. That was her first spell. 3 spells of 1 over each, and 1 or 2. So really, it's more a T20 kind of change in a way, with the shorter spells.
Well, that's another version of cricket. Playing in bare feet, that appeals to me. That pitch on that angle looks like it's about 4 feet long, doesn't it? Won't those guys love when their mates report that they've been on international TV, though? Terrific.
We'll have to get Sanjay Mandrake out there for a pitch report as well. Love to know what he'd have to say about that. It's a bit green. maybe a little uneven.
No ball.
The facilities around here at the University Oval are quite something special, aren't they? There's so much available to the students. It's obviously a strong part of the population here in Dunedin. We've got hockey fields, football fields out there. Obviously the cricket grounds as well. Athletics track, which is behind us. And there's the Astro, the hockey. New Zealand do all right at the hockey, don't they?
Yes, we've held our own in hockey, both for men and women. So yeah, terrific facility here. Rugby stadium. Got a roof on that stadium. Tennis centre, goodness me, we've just about covered every single sport.
Just finally finding a way through to score for Ismail. 91 for 4. So 30 overs gone in Bangladesh's chase of 208. Now have a look at where this is. You can just see Bangladesh starting to dip off. Tryon continues in this long spell. It's been a lengthy one for her, giving the seamers a break on one end. And you look at the comparisons in terms of where South Africa were at the same stage. They were 105 for 4 at the same stage. But there was a sharp incline in the run rate, thanks to the partnership between Chloe Tryon and Marizanne Kapp. They had a runnable partnership. And can Bangladesh find the same thing? Brilliant. Mignon du Preez is so quick.
Yeah, just still setting a fantastic example, Mignon du Preez. Out there in the covers, that's the second time that she's dived full length. Saved that ball going past, that's terrific commitment.
She really had to get a move on there. Jyoti's struggling with that injury she picked up in the field. And the South Africans should be aware of this, because that's the end you want to be throwing at. No matter what's happening, throw it to the end she is running to, because she's struggling. She's a lot quicker between the wickets normally.
You know, it's such a shame for Jyoti that she sustained that injury when she was wicket keeping, because this is really going to hamper her, and I'm hoping that she's not going to damage herself further.
It's not a bad over from Bangladesh's point of view. I wonder how much longer Tryon will continue. 96 for 4. Five off that over from Tryon, which is in a way messed up her figures. She's bowled 7 overs for 14. Take those 5 away and it's quite special. 6 overs for just 9. Just wonder how much longer Chloe Tryon will be continuing. It's just having a look at the innings story and how it's gone. Breaking the innings down into 10 overs and who has stood out in those times. Kaka, brilliant in that spell. turned it around for South Africa after a really good start by Bangladesh. Cup is back. So again, a short spell this time around for Ismail, just 2 overs in it.
Kaka she'll be pretty desperate to get the ball back in her hand. She's sitting on 99 ODI wickets. If I were her, I'd be demanding the ball back from her captain.
Do a Deandra Dotton on her. Yes. Go and grab the ball out of the hands and just bowl. For those of you that missed it yesterday, West Indies playing New Zealand. There was a final over to go. The West Indies had 5 runs to defend. New Zealand needed 6 to win. And Deandra Dotton, who's bowled a total of now 5 games in her last 19 ODIs since her major shoulder injury, grabbed the ball and said, I'm bowling. And she won the game for the West Indies.
2 wickets she took in that over. Won't take an extra run there. 2 wickets Dotton took in that over, Nat, when she excuse me, demanded the ball. She was a force to be reckoned with.
Unbelievable by Deandra Dotton. It was a really gutsy move to bowl that last over. The lack of bowling that she's had in international cricket since her very, very serious shoulder injury. Yeah, I reckon Ayabonga Kaka needs to do a Deandra Dotton. Let's go grab the ball.
Interesting that Karp has sent her cover fielder out onto the boundary, so clearly that's a plan where there's a couple of balls left in the over there willing to defend.
Yeah, it's an interesting field by South Africa, isn't it? They've very often had that sweeper go out towards the end of the over. You can just see it on the offside. Mignon du Preez has often been the one that's been going out there. This time around she's in the inner ring. End of the over, 98 for 4. Marizanne Kapp has been a fabulous performer for South Africa. She looks up to the likes of Serena Williams, Jacques Kallis, being one of maybe the best all-rounders South Africa ever produced. And interestingly enough, her favourite ground, the Oval. I think that stems from a lot of her games in the 100. Favourite cricketing moment for Marizanne Kapp? She said the whole 2017 ODI World Cup in England. And that would have to do with the performances of South Africa in that World Cup where they made the semi-finals. It was an agonising finish in the end, and there were tears that were flowing, certainly from her. And me, by the way.
Yeah, I had the privilege of being at that match as well, Nat. It was a doozy, wasn't it? It was pretty heartbreaking for South Africa. Such a terrific match.
First shot in anger for quite a long time for Bangladesh. And a boundary that was needed. Brits on the boundary, just not able to stop it.
That's a valiant effort. That's 100 up for Bangladesh. Really was a valiant effort by Brits to stop that boundary. Good shot. Good sweep shot. Probably just went over the top of the ball. Oh, actually, it hit her hand, to be fair, just deflected off.
Just not quite getting the timing 100% right. Just slightly late on getting the hand down, but it was a really good shot, well executed by Rahman Ahmed. Thick edge Will be pretty handy for Bangladesh, as Class in the end doesn't time her dive either. She ends up getting stuck in the turf, and it's 2 boundaries in the over for Bangladesh.
Bangladesh will be very happy with this over. Oh, looks like she might have hurt herself there. Just did end up getting stuck a little bit before the ball reached the boundary, just wasn't able to slide forward.
Again, there's runs off and over from Chloe Tryon. 106 for 4. Just a little dip in the worm for Bangladesh, and it's just changing direction slightly. South Africa's worm changed direction with all those wickets at the end. It was on the up, on an increase, and then the wickets fell at the end. They weren't able to capitalise on those last few overs. Cup's bowled 6 overs for 19. Not yet in the wickets. Nicely played. Very nicely played.
I think Bangladesh are going to have to look for a lot more of that hitting and running if they can. The rate required now has gone up to 6, and I just don't think that Bangladesh can afford to let it get too much over that. It's going to be a critical period in this next 3 or 4 overs. I'm just not sure if Bangladesh has players who have the hitting capacity of Marizanne Kapp, Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, and I just feel if it's going to be anybody, it might have to be Rumana Ahmed. She's a really good player, all-rounder for Bangladesh. She does have a little bit of a power game. We've seen that already, with that, in particular that boundary from the last over. A cross-batted shot, but that's the sort of where they're going to be playing it, isn't it? Towards the leg side a lot. South Africa keep it on the offside, makes it tougher for them to find the boundary. Oh, these quick singles between the wickets are tough for Jyoti, that is for sure, with that injury.
She's really hobbling away here, Jyoti. And I think she's going to do well to remain at the crease for a long period of time. She does look in a large amount of discomfort. It's very brave of her at the moment.
Jyoti spoke about how tough it's been, obviously, through the pandemic. It's been tough for everybody, but it's just to get game time and to get out there and practice. And she said that her dad organised her a net made out of fishing net to be able to practice. And a lot of the girls got hold of whatever netting they could to be able to practice through the pandemic and try and get some time. And a lot of their parents were the ones doing the throwdowns. Her mum was involved in that. 108 for 4. 34 overs bowled, and it's time for a drinks break. It's just match number 2 of the ICC Women's World Cup. And currently, South Africa are trying to defend a total of 207, with Bangladesh now 108 for 4. They lost 4 crucial wickets, top 4 gone. Let's just having a look at how the wickets have fallen. It took a while for South Africa to pick up wickets and get a breakthrough. And it was Ayabonga Kaka picking up 3 of them. She has bowled superbly. And then there was a run out as well. It was needed for South Africa. Direct throw from Klaas. Ayabonga Kaka stands out from a bowling perspective. She has been magnificent today. 3 for 9 in her 6 overs. Simply superb. Bangladesh, they need 100 now of 96 balls in their chase of 208. Well, Shabnam Ismail, she is a game changer for South Africa.
She's got an edge. Sanamir's gone. It's gone up
in the air. Oh, good catch.
Smashed 4. Those are the winning runs.
Shabnam Ismail and the 2017 World Cup. That was against Pakistan. They made 22 undefeated and also picked up a couple of wickets as well. It was a very tight game, that tighter than South Africa would have liked. Winning in the end by 3 wickets. Very similar scores to what we've seen today. Now, with Bangladesh 108 for 4, Ayabonga Kaka is back. She's picked up 3. She's on 99 ODI wickets. Has she got her 100th? Yes, she has! Ayabonga Kaka etches her name into cricketing history and becomes just the 5th South African to pick up 100 ODI wickets in women's one-day internationals.
Congratulations to her, Ayabonga Kaka. She'll be able to change that number 99 on her bat to another 100 next time she comes out to play. First ball back in the spell. Faintest of inside edges. Caught behind. Look how delighted her teammates are. Well deserved. 100th wicket. That's Rumana Ahmed. She's out for 21. Bangladesh are now 108 for 5. Wow, what an amazing milestone for Ayabonga Kaka. Salma Khatun, the new batter. Natalie Germanis, I think I might have seen a small tear in your eye.
Yeah, I got a bit emotional there. As I know Ayabonga Kaka, what work she puts into her game. She's put so much into it. She's worked hard on fitness right throughout her career. She's worked very hard on her variations. She's got some excellent slow balls and very different ones as well out the back of the hand. She rolls the fingers on it. And she is also the second fastest for South Africa as well to 100 ODI wickets, behind Ismail only, which is something very, very special for her. She may very well be one of the most underrated bowlers in women's one-day internationals, because so much is spoken about Cup and Ismail. And this is a moment she should treasure forever. And not surprised it was an inside edge, because she does get the ball to come back into the right-handers. And Rumana Ahmed on this occasion away from her body. And brings Salma Khatun to the crease. And interestingly enough, she's batting with her captain, Jyoti. Salma Khatun herself used to be the captain. And Jyoti has said that she actually looks up to Selma Khatun as one of the role models in Bangladesh women's cricket. It's one of her favourite players.
To be fair, quite a few of them used to be captain. Nearly half the team, which is kind of an extraordinary circumstance in a team.
Now, change in the field, brought in a slip and extra in the offside. Bonga Kaka now just looking just to settle back into the spell because of an emotional moment starting this over, picking up her 100th ODI wicket. And she's the second fastest for South Africa. Ismail, not surprisingly, well out in front because she is a wicket taker. She is one of South Africa's main strikers and has been for such a long time. Dane van Niekerk also up there, the 100 wickets. Sine Leeuws and Marizanne Kapp complete the 5. A magnificent 5 for South Africa.
What I really love, Ned, is I love it when players that perhaps aren't in the limelight all the time, not in the spotlight, but they work really hard. I love it when they get the reward. So I love people who practice really hard and they get what they deserve.
I'm talking up a lot, and since then she's bowled a couple of wides. I think he's just got to find a way just to settle sort of back in, because that would have been such a special moment, emotional moment. It's in a World Cup match. Your team hasn't exactly had the best of days, and she's got 4 to her name. She's turned this game around for the Proteas, number 2 ODI side in the world.
She has indeed. She's probably saying, like, pull yourself together, woman. Look at her shaking her head there. She's probably, even though she's got 100 wickets, she's a little bit disappointed with this over, so I think that we'll see her get right back online now.
Maybe now she can change the number on the back of her shirt to 100. She's got 99 currently. 113 for 5.
It's the Ayabonga Kaka show here in Dunedin. She's reached a very special milestone of 100 ODI wickets and has put Bangladesh back in their pursuit of 208 to win the second match of the ICC Women's World Cup. Bangladesh were going along so nicely, 69 without loss, and then Kaka found a sweet spot, didn't she? She keeps it simple, and that simplicity has brought her some great results, Sanjay.
Absolutely, and coincided with Bangladesh also trying to score more quickly. And unlike the other 2 seamers who used the new ball, she was more keen to attack the stumps. And just watching her today, you get the impression that she knows where the wicket lies. Seems like a thinking cricketer.
This is the most I've seen her talk on field. What you have to appreciate about someone like Ayabonga Kaka, and Debbie mentioned it, is someone who literally flies under the radar, but is the glue of this bowling attack. He keeps it simple. She's up right there, outside off. Have a look at that. 5th South African to get to the special milestone, 2nd fastest. That's in the air, and will it be taken? It is. Shabnam Ismail holds on to a catch, and Masabata Class gets a breakthrough.
And that's the Bangladesh story, really. Since the time post the 18th over, and they realize they've got to get a move on, wickets have started falling. This one again, a slog attempted, trying to break the shackles, trying to serious sort of challenge for that score. Required rate 6.55, ball goes nowhere. Shabnam Ismail takes the catch. It's a very athletic cricketer.
So yet another wicket goes down. Salma Khatun out for 2. Bangladesh 113 for 6. Ritu Moni is the new batter, joining her captain at the crease. Bangladesh need to go at nearly 7 to the over, and this is going to be the challenge. This is when they usually taper off and really needed wickets in hand and perhaps to be able to have a partnership that had created momentum. But it's the momentum is with South Africa.
Good looking shot. Can't really fault them too much. It's also a question of ability, the limitations as well. It's not that they are not trying their best or just squandering away the advantage. They have made the attempt to get a move on. As I said, a very athletic looking cricketer. It's the way she runs in as well when she's bowling. Shabnam Ismail. The first wicket for Masabata class.
Thing about the South African attack, if Kap and Ismail are not taking wickets, Kaka's in, and then Masabata Class has shown herself to be a useful campaigner.
Interesting, Cass. We just looked at a breakup of the wickets that she takes in various phases, and she had 44 wickets the last time we saw in the middle overs, and she's added another 4 today. All those wickets again in the middle phase.
And what's so important about that, it's in that middle period, end of the over, 115 for 6.
So another wicket falls, just a couple of runs in that last over from Class. Again, as we were saying this morning, everything looks immaculate in this country, and no exception this cricket ground, the University Oval.
Yeah, and those middle overs, picking up wickets will be crucial in this World Cup. Especially against the more formidable teams. It's where South Africa usually struggles. So if Kaka's finding that rhythm in the middle overs and picking wickets, it's a crucial job that she's doing for South Africa. 4 for 14. Imagine if she gets another fifer. She picked up one against the West Indies over the summer. Good ball. What a game Kaka's having here. She's been bowling a lot fuller. And she's got the results.
The win predictor bringing no surprises. But you're right, the wickets in the middle overs, especially from a seam bowler, is rare. This is exceptional. Even the likes of Jasprit Bumrah and those bowlers have wickets to show more in the death, or sometimes with the new ball. But the middle stage is where the spinners are expected to get wickets. So you're really blessed as a team to have somebody like Kaka, after your two good seam bowlers have finished their spells, to come in, not only keep things tight, with a bit of deviation of the pitch, but also get wickets.
She just has the ability to assess the game situation and know what's right for the moment. She may not talk a lot, but she gets that ball to talk. And against West Indies, when she picked up that maiden 5-wicket haul, it was all just there, right outside off. Big games coming up, and she's finding that sort of rhythm. You'll find that Ismail will be joining the party. Just that winning momentum just rubs off, doesn't it?
Yeah, 3 reliable seamers, quality seamers is certainly what South Africa have. You've seen 2 spinners bowl. Sunne Louise bowled a couple of overs of leg spin. Seen left arm spin from Chloe Tryon.
Yeah, good to see Chloe Tryon getting through 8 overs, none for 22. Getting into some of her work ahead of some important games if she can get through a couple of overs for South Africa. Maiden over, 115 for 6.
Strike rate? What's her strike rate? Must be. It's not that it's been flat pitches or it's just one batter has surged ahead.
ICC Women's Cricket World Cup, we've already seen some special moments today. We're hearing from Hamilton, a 3rd century has been scored off the bat of Rachel Haynes. The score there, 252 for 2 after 45 overs. So potential 300 score or more on the cards.
Incredible. Just the run rate, and again, we've seen 3 batters now get to hundreds. It's not like we've got some belters or flat pitches. It's just that one batter has surged ahead of everyone else. Sophie Devine for New Zealand, Hayley Matthews for West Indies. The latest, of course, Rachel Haynes.
Well, before that opening game, the most chased was 210 in a World Cup. We're going to see those scores and those records smashed. That's through the gap. There's 2 fielders after it. Will it reach the boundary? No, it won't. That's some good work from the veteran Mignon du Preez.
Yeah, I think Nigar Sultana on a good day would have gone for the 3rd. And if you're seeing some quality shots, it's because this batter is not batting at number 3, which is her customary position. This is the captain keeper. She's got 14 of 35. Beautifully timed shot. Ritu, her partner, was looking for the 3rd, but clearly battling with injury. Nigar Sultana refused the 3rd. And maybe a wise thing to do, because she'll take more of the strike as she should. Set player, better player.
Been interested in how they've mixed up their batting order today. I would have expected her to have come in a little bit earlier. There are few milestones Bangladesh are knocking off in this game. A debut World Cup, and I think whatever the result in the end, Sanjay, just the way they've approached it, the gutsiness that we have seen today. They bowled out world number 2 ranked side for 207.
World Cup debut for an umpire as well today, Lucy Sheridan. I know it's a bit late in the day, but worth mentioning that.
Wonderful to see the female officials making a mark around the world. We saw young Lauren Achenbach the other day. She's been making her way in world cricket. Claire Polisak stands out as one of the top officials in the game. So great for the women's game. As they say, Sanjay, you can't be what you can't see.
She has the company of Langton Rosario, who's in his 2nd Women's World Cup game, 5th One Day International as umpire. Both of similar age, 36 years old.
That's a good stop. Also good running. I was chatting to Nigar Sultana at the toss today, and she was saying they want to create memories, they want to inspire the next generation, but she'll be eyeing a win here at this World Cup that will be game-changing for their cricket in the country.
Just like in men's cricket, you could see how steadily Bangladesh have sort of, the graph has gone upwards. There used to be shocking wins earlier. Now they are a genuine threat for any international side. In the right conditions though.
38 overs gone, 120 for 6.
Seven overs for class, 27 runs conceded.
At a similar stage, South Africa were 141 for 5. Bangladesh currently 120 for 6. Required run rate 7.33. This is where you need some power hitting. So it's sad to see Romana Ahmed out because she's so good at clearing the inner ring. She's so good at that power hitting. So Jyoti alongside Ritu as Shabnam Ismail into her 7th over.
One thing that I've really liked about Ismail as she goes down on the ground, some problem with, I guess, the inner sole. Slight hold up in play. She's asked for some maybe protection for a toe. It's just the fact that she looks to bowl a short ball, a genuine bouncer virtually every over. It's part of her basic variation. You see seam bowlers bowl slow deliveries, you see knuckle balls, back of the hand slow deliveries. But not too many. Use the bouncer as a rule, as one of the main variations she does. That's really nice to see. Ayabonga Khaka is tall, she's a bit gangly as well, but just runs in beautifully. Just optimum effort. That is something that cries out in the performance. 100 one-day international wickets. And at the moment, she's got 4 for 14 or for 8. Keeps the seam up. Just around good length. Mostly looking to hit the stumps. The odd ball just outside the off stump. And then brings in the Yorker as a surprise length.
And that's why she's so successful. You just don't know what's coming from Ayabonga Khaka. Her maiden 5-wicket haul against West Indies in February, it was 5 for 26. So an opportunity to get another. What a role model she is for young girls and boys back home in South Africa. We have a Women's T20 World Cup coming there next year, so there's a great energy around the development of the game there. And it's early morning in South Africa at the moment, so we're waking up to some wonderful news about Ayabonga Khaka.
And in comparison, we have Shabnam Ismail now getting set to bowl. Completely different fast bowler compared to Khaka. Her release point will be lower. She's skiddy, quicker. Whereas Ayabonga Khaka is one of those bowlers who have this very high release point. They tend to hit the deck, and because of that high release point, they'll always get some movement of the pitch. The ball hits from that height. So if she keeps it simple, I think the wickets will keep coming. She can't help but get wickets with her kind of bowling style.
Shabnam Ismail, and she's got that short ball, and she actually hit Smriti Mandana on the helmet during a warm-up game.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, just the way she runs in. What a gift it is to be a natural athlete. Hit on the helmet.
Fiery bowler is Ismail. Vernon Philander was talking about her over the summer. They used to play cricket against her when she was much younger. So when she was practicing, she always practiced with the heavy balls. So her ability to play and be aggressive comes from the fact that she played a lot of her cricket against young players, young boy players when she was growing up. One of her role models is Andre Nell, tall, fast bowler.
It's an interesting choice.
She also has a case of white line fever, and she talks about it too. Once she crosses the line, that's where the smile ends.
There you can see 28% of the balls have been shot. They have been deliberately shot. It's not like she's strayed or lost control over wanting to be generally in the full on the good length area. But this is just part of her basic plan as a bowler. Surprise the batter with short balls.
39 overs gone, 123 for 6.
Got all the overs within one look, all bowlers.
Bangladesh 123 for 6, in pursuit of 208. But Ayabonga Kaka has stood in their way, 4 for 14 in 8 overs. Masabata class to continue now. South Africa opting today to go for someone like Masabata class. They've got some good players out in the dugout, someone like Nonkululeko Mlapa who will want to get into the game, a couple of performances that she'll want to put in for South Africa. So I like the competitiveness in the South African team. There's good depth in each position, and it's been 4 years in the making. After the disappointment of that 2017 World Cup losing in the semi-finals, they went back to the drawing board and said, what are the 2 areas that we really want to address? One of it is injuries to senior players, and the other one is depth in the squad. And they've managed to address both that to the point that you can miss Dane van Niekerk and still be able to field a strong unit. What would you be saying to Bangladesh right now, Sanjay? If you could have a word, its required run rate is 7.78. How would they approach the rest of this?
Sometimes the coach obviously knows the limitations of the team as well. Sometimes it's best to know the limitations and get them to do the best they can, instead of being too hard on them and saying, the required rate is 7.78. Come on, guys. Another nicely timed shot there by Nigar Sultan, who's looked the part, looked like she's a top order batter, as she is. Yeah, but it's just unfair on them to go out there and trying to achieve that kind of run rate, because it's just not possible. They lose wickets. I'd rather see them trying what they can within their limitations, because the growth will come, and it won't come overnight. It will come slowly and steadily. Now at the moment what you're seeing is batters running hard between the wicket, the best they can, because the moment they try and get 8 or 9 runs and over, it will just be beyond them. They'll lose wickets, 8 wickets down, match over.
And I think you make such valid points there, because that is exactly what the senior players have been saying. We've come to this World Cup. It's our debut. We know what we can do. We're going to do our best, and we are here to make sure that we can get better at ODI cricket. Haven't played for 21 months before that qualifying event in Zimbabwe.
It's the same story with all emerging teams. We've seen with the men's Bangladesh team as well, 2003 World Cup. They played there. They were in South Africa before that as well. We saw them at the international level playing white ball cricket. The men as well had the same issues about power in the game, physically not being as strong, throws from the deep They can run to every time a ball goes deep to the field on the boundary. But slowly that's changed with Bangladesh men's cricket. Bound to happen here as well. Just takes time, not an overnight thing. 128 for 6.
Without loss in those first 10 overs, and then it's been a flurry of wickets for Bangladesh, just holding them back. It's a really good start, and South Africa have clawed their way back in like a real champion unit, being able to find the hero today, Inaya Bongakaka. Excellent from Ismail. That is where you want to keep the ball at this stage of the innings. We were talking about giving too much width and how important it was to attack the stumps. And we've seen just in the last couple of overs, South Africa just getting it a lot straighter.
Yeah, it's also traditional and the norm as well as you get into the final stage of the innings to attack the stumps more. But I'm sure the coach will look at their performance with the new ball. And against a team like Bangladesh, where the batters are a little uncertain, they would have perhaps attacked the stumps a little more with the new ball. They prefer to bowl it outside the off stump. Just like how you would bowl to lower order batters in strong teams. You try and attack the stumps and get them out. That could have been done by South Africa. It's something they may look at.
Yeah, lots of learnings from this match for South Africa.
That's the amazing thing about every country. They have a different way of winning matches. South Africa, barring the odd exception under different captain, but traditionally have been conservative. They've been relentless with one plan, and eventually, long term, it's worked. Kepler versus Hansi Cronje, Sean Pollock, we were talking about those captains having that very simple plan A.
A short delivery. That's. I think she's touched the boundary. Has she? Gonna have a look at that again. Good ground for Masabase Class. Short ball up and over, and she made good ground. Oh, that is excellent from Class.
Brilliant stuff. So here again you see that kind of South African approach. Steady, stuck to their plans, and now in a comfortable position to win the game. So different teams have different approaches.
Getting across the line here against Bangladesh, I'll have to go back and have a look at that batting effort and just how many dot balls were bowled to them.
This last stint, as this game is pretty much been over, do you want to just address, what
End of the over. It's 132 for 6.
So Kingi, do you think it's worthwhile looking at this series game?
Thank you.
That's a bit.
Marizanne Kapp, she's bowled 7 overs, hasn't picked up a wicket. She has beaten the bat so many times, especially when the ball was new and she opened the bowling with Shabnim Ismail. Just felt that she bowled with a bit too much width. Bangladesh now requiring 76 from 53. That run rate is just going up with every ball. South Africa will know that they've been in a contest today. They know that. They were bowled out for 207. And if it wasn't for those late runs from Marizanne Kapp and Chloe Tryon, then there might be a few question marks over their batting. Simon Dool is alongside, and this is a side that comes here the number 2 ranked. Simon, how will South Africa appraise their own performance today?
A little bit rusty. I think there was a lot of pressure on Laura Volvaert. I thought Brits and Goodall, if you look at the amount of deliveries, what have we got? 67 deliveries for 20 runs. 67 balls for 20 runs between those two, either side of the quality of Laura Volvaert. So to me, that was where a huge amount of the problem lay. There was all that pressure being humped on Volvaert, and in the end she was out for 41, but they just could not turn the strike over. She didn't face enough deliveries in that top half. Yes, the partnership between Marizanne Kapp and Chloe Tryon is very good towards the back end, but that should have taken the score from 170 to 250, 260. Instead it kind of had to build the score. That'll be a boundary, nicely timed, way behind point. So rusty, I think, with the bat will be one of the things. They'll welcome Lizelle Lee back, obviously.
Yeah, she is that powerhouse at the top of the order. Again, this is too wide from Marizanne Kapp. A bowler of her experience should be bowling straighter here now, because her job now is to finish this off. And at the moment, no slip, it's too wide. Better. It's the end of 42 overs, so it's 137 for 6. Good looking shot. Ayabonga Kaka has been a shining light for South Africa today. She came on, she bowled straight. Full, hit the target, induced the false stroke. She simply kept the ball up to the bat and bowled a full length and straight. Not like that. But she's bowled with great purpose, great resolve, and in the process, Ayabonga Kaka has now joined the 100 club for her ODI performances for South Africa. 100 one-day international wickets. She's got a gentle in-swing, but she also has developed that ball that keeps its line, can pitch, and you're expecting the ball, as you can see there. You can see what Jyoti is. She's signifying to Ritumoni at the other end. That ball has just dipped. But Ayabonga Kaka has developed this ball, and she's bowled 1 or 2 which look as if they're going to dip, and they just hold their line and go straight. She's kept it simple, hasn't she, today?
Yeah, I was on with Sanjay Mandrake earlier, and just the fact that she had bowled generally wicket to wicket, brought the front foot into play, Well, it's been an exceptional performance from Kaka today.
Bowled. Meanwhile, in Hamilton, Australia have rattled up 310 for 3 against England. Rachel Haynes 130. And that came off 131 balls, so she's scoring at a strike rate of 100. Meg Lanning with runs. Meg Lanning, the captain, making 86, and England's bowlers taking a bit of a pasting up there in Hamilton. 310 for 3, Australia.
Proper pitch that, Alan. Brilliant ground and facilities there, as they all are, you'll see throughout the country. Cracking shot. Hand from the bowler, a hand from mid-off. Should be a couple. Chloe Tryon still down, writhing in a little bit of pain. Let's hope everything's all right there. 143 for 6. Little tickle from the bowler, and then Chloe Tryon, she's already got some tape on that little finger on her right hand. I wonder whether it got caught underneath her body again.
All eyes on Taranga tomorrow. Pakistan against India. Match 4 in the 2022 ICC Women's Cricket World Cup. No need for any motivation there for those two teams. Okay, so not sure which part or what she's damaged there, but there is some tape, and Chloe Tryon is on her way off to get some treatment. Marizanne Kapp, 8 overs, none for 26. I think she'll feel very disappointed if she doesn't pick up a couple of wickets to finish here. Off goes Chloe Tryon. If you had to assess Marizanne Kapp today, Dooley, with her medium fast, she's quicker than most, and she's got a genuine away swinger. What has she not quite done today?
A little bit wide early, I think, but you know, you think about coming back from injury. Thought she played nicely with the bat. She's had got a very heavily strapped right arm and shoulder. Can't really throw the ball. We saw her underarm a couple in earlier. It's nicely timed over the top. Should be a couple. Excellent fielding out on the boundary. Tasman Brits.
Good arm. Well, I'll tell you why she's good at good arm, Simon Doull, is that at one stage she was heading to London in 2012 as part of the South African Olympic team as a javelin thrower, and the poor girl had a terrible car accident, and then she smashed up many parts of her body, and it's an absolute triumph that she's come back. She's not going to be throwing the javelin anymore. She had passed the Olympic trials, she was going to London, but she's now turned out for South Africa in cricket. And so what she came through, I mean, I'm talking broken pelvis, broken thigh, broken, you name it, she broke it in this, and she has come back. So to see her throwing like that, yes, it looked a fantastic throw, but for her to be on the field is an extraordinary return to reasonably normal life. I still don't think she's over every problem, but wonderful. Hit the stumps, got to be gone. Sunelus, skipper.
Oh, she had time as well. So much time, and all three to aim at. Miles out. Could not hit the timber. Looking forward to seeing that game tomorrow. We just showed the India-Pakistan graphic at Mount Maunganui tomorrow.
That looks a rather nice place, Dealey. I'm looking forward to going there. Missed out on the last time when we had the under-19 World Cup here in 2018.
There's a reason why half of the New Zealand men's team live there, Wilco.
I can
well,
see
there's two reasons, actually. One is it's a beautiful spot, and the other is they can all afford it.
Slower ball, flashing blade. This might well go for 4. It does. 44 overs gone, and the 150 comes up. Bangladesh 153 for 6. Well, Bangladesh have just picked up some momentum here. 55 required from 36. It's another shot at the stumps, and it's another miss. But South Africa have got to be careful here, because it was obvious in that last over bowled by Marizanne Kapp that she's well below 100%. And she was bowling slower and slower. So I'm not sure whether that shoulder injury is just giving her a little bit of niggle. Ayabonga Kaka now 4 for 21. She's in her last over. This is still very much within grasp for Bangladesh. And this partnership has put on 41 from 55. 54 required. And South Africa know they've got to finish this. Otherwise they could be coming second.
Yeah, they can finish off with their seamers. Masavata Class has got 2 to go. Shabnim Ismail has got 2 to go as well. And then Marizanne Kapp, 1 left after this. So you imagine that that'll be the way it will go. Kaka finishes here, Kapp finishes the next, and then it's left to Class and Ismail.
It's going to be called wide, and Trisha Chetty has missed it. And not even the football at the end could resolve it. So that's 5 wides. That'll help Bangladesh. 48 now required from 34. And the required rate comes down. It was over 9. It's below 8.5 now.
Well, it's a boundary and over. And that is a freebie. Straight away, that's a free one. Not sure it was necessary.
Oh, full toss. Put away. But finds the one fielder out there. Tasman Britt's out there all on her own. 48 this partnership. And if Bangladesh get close and they don't quite get over the line, they might well rue leaving this as late as they have. But they're on a roll here. Away it goes again. This is going to be 4 more. Beware Bangladesh. It's a 50 partnership.
Get them up the order. Get them both up the order. What's been going on? Quality timing. Now South Africa starting to worry a touch. 12 from the over. 2 balls remaining. Do they believe?
Better from Kaka. Straight, full. That's what you need to do when you're bowling at batters who are down the order. You should not be giving width. Rutimoni's played a good hand here. 27 from 33. Translate to a strike rate of 81. She's gone after it. Oh, she gets nothing for that. 45 gone, 165 for 6. Well, those of you watching in South Africa might just start getting a little twitchy here, because it looked as if South Africa was strolling this, and now this partnership has put on 52, and suddenly we got a big think tank out there. Shabnim Ismail, who's had some problems with, there's something niggling her with her foot. She's had that right shoe off a couple of times. Not sure whether she's got a blister or not, but she's looked a bit uncomfortable. Jyoti on strike. Nicely played. They're not going to get 2 here. 42 required from 29.
Yeah, it's about looking around the field, figuring out, trying to use the pace of Ismail. Where are the gaps? So all of the fielders inside the circle on the offside, just a deep third, and then you've got your 2 back on the leg side behind square. Wonderful bowling. Really good bowling.
Ritu Moni's top score in women's ODIs is 33, which was against Pakistan in Harare. That was the World Cup qualifier in November, just before Christmas, and she's on 27 now. Bowled. That's good stuff from Ismail.
I've got to find some innovation here. This is fairly predictable in some ways from Ismail. The field set dictates that she's trying to jam that Yorker in towards the leg stump. So got to look to maybe use the ramp, use the lap, get down low. See if you can use some of that pace, 110 kilometres per hour. She doesn't want to give any width offside, so field set says it's pretty predictable.
Looking to heave it around leg side. Nigar Sultana Jyoti, the non-striker, is the captain of this side. She's got a higher score of 59 not out against South Africa. That was at Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh in 2017. 59 not out, and a 58 against Pakistan in 2019. So both these two are capable of getting Bangladesh over the line. Knocked her over. Ismail straight knocks that leg stump, and that's what South Africa needed.
Quality bowling, put the batter under pressure all over. Single, 3 dots, something had to give, and what gave was the wicket. It's probably a length to be able to be hit, but because of all the other deliveries, now Welsh had bowled prior to that, it was a swing and a miss. Fresh air only. And Ritu Moni goes for 27, 166 for 7.
Jahanara Alam is in, and her top score is just 23. Known principally for her bowling, but she's been around long enough with experience. Oh, that's close. That is very close. Umpire Langton Russeri had a long look at that. And he's going to signal. Oh, no, it's been referred upstairs by South Africa.
Thank you. TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot and it is a fair delivery. So we go to front on, please. Okay, can we go to Ultra Edge, please, when it's available? Thank you. Ultra Edge coming up now. Just roll it through, roll it through, roll it through. Okay, there's a flat line, so it hits the pad. No bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when available, please. Coming in now, Langton. Pitching in line, impact in line, and missing the wickets, so you can stay with the original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
Langton Russeri, eagle-eyed, 46 gone, 166 for 7. Masabata class. Should just be one. .40 required. This is at the end of Rutumoni having a big heave leg side. Shabnim Ismail's been around a long time. She knows how to bowl straight. Chloe Tryon is back on the field. So that's right. It's got to be. They've got to get some boundaries right here. 40 from 22. The rate's heading towards 11 and over.
2 and over now, isn't it? 2 boundaries and over minimum. I wonder whether Chloe Tryon is back because she may have to bowl an over. Got to go down swinging. Batting out the 50 overs is neither here nor there. Must be all out, must go down swinging.
2 back on that leg side, backward, deep backward, and then forward of square there on the leg side. Could be safe, this. Well, it's safe now because Laura Wolfart has spilled it.
Got to say, she hasn't had the best day in the field, Laura Wolfart. Just a little bit casual, to get there and then spills through the hands.
Bangladesh have got to find a boundary here. They've got 1 ball to go, 39 required from 19. A boundary from this ball has just got to spark the 48th over. Even if she gets a snick past the keeper or fine leg. They're going to have a look for a second. They're coming back for 2. So that is very close. And if it is, it's the captain.
To the umpire director, we have a umpire review for a run out. We start with your best side on angle, please.
There's a slight pause there before the decision to go back for the second. Oh, goodness, that is
Okay, can we
on
just
a
go to a
frame.
side on angle there, please, James, if I can? Directly side on.
Not
Thank you.
sure you're going to see it from
Okay, hands
here.
coming down.
You
Still
might
short of the ground,
well
still short of the
do.
ground.
Yeah, short.
Stump-
She's out. She's
stumps
out
are
by a couple of
broken
inches.
now. Can we just get a front on shot to make
That's
sure
about
the
the class
ball actually
has
hits
done
the
well.
stumps,
She's
please,
in a
James?
good position there for the throw.
Or a split screen, one or the other. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, yeah, just look at the split screen, that'd be great, thank you.
No, it looks out from there as well. She's short of the line and the stumps are broken.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. We know the bat was short of the ground when the stumps were broken. So
It
we've
was
got the decision
mightily
ready for the
close.
screen.
Nigar Sultana Jyoti is already walking back. So Bangladesh captain is on the way back. She's gone for 29. She tried very hard. Bangladesh 170 for 8. Nahida Akhtar with a top score of 11. She's not in the side for her batting, but this is slipping away now from Bangladesh. Ismail. Oh, she means business. Shabnim Ismail.
Yeah, they've done well to close it out here at the back end. Wicket of the skipper Jyoti just been dismissed, run out.
And that's not a bad ball to bowl, to be honest, because you expect a tail ender to put the front foot forward, because they're not really equipped to deal with pace. And Nahida Akhtar here, you can see she was surprised by that extra bounce. Now, Shabnim should follow this up with a full delivery, try and get the Yorker in straight. Oh, that's as close to straight as you can get.
Another bye in the book. Trisha Chetty just having her issues today at times as well, taking a couple of nice catches. This one just over the top of the middle and leg stump. Just a little bit untidy from Chetty behind the stumps.
That'll be a reload, it should be. Well, it's the slow reload, Langton. It's a very cool reload. Jahanara Alam. It's looking a forlorn task now, but unless Jahanara can squeeze something in the last two deliveries here of this 48th over, get a couple of boundaries, just keeps Bangladesh interested and it keeps South Africa on their toes. 36 required from 14. Oh, that's nasty. She's gloved it. A vicious delivery to receive. Jahanara's done well to get some glove on it to get out of the way of it.
Good short delivery, and again glove on it from Trisha Chetty. Could not get it to stick. Could not get it to stick in that right mitt. The keeper deserved a wicket, actually. It was a really good short ball.
End of 48 overs, 173 for 8. Two overs to go here at the Dunedin Oval, the University Oval of the University of Otago. Bangladesh 35 short. Here's Masabata Class. Jahanara, I think that certainly was a vicious delivery, which she did well to get a glove on it.
A good short delivery, fending it, gloves. Goes down again. That one's head away out towards cover point. Won't come back for two. Again, good work in the outfield. South Africa closing this game out now.
It just shows you the depth that South Africa have in their batting. Side like Bangladesh doesn't quite have that. Pakistan have got batting that goes deep. Got it this time. That is a very good take, and Class has picked up another wicket.
Well, she can laugh about it now because there's been some troubles throughout the day. Healthy edge. This time sticks in the right mitt. High and away to the right. Leaping Trisha Chetty does well, does very well indeed. And Masabata Class has picked up her second. Nahida Akhtar goes without scoring. It is 174 for 9.
Fariha Islam Trishna last in for Bangladesh. Ooh, hesitation. It's one stage when Bangladesh had Jyoti and Ritumoni. They were mounting a fight back, and they were coming back at South Africa.
Yeah, it just left almost too much work to do, didn't it, there at one stage? And in the end, Jyoti dismissed for 29 off 59 deliveries. So 30 balls failing to score off through that middle order. Ritumoni did her job, 27 off 38. She's tied down a little bit towards the back end. But even up the top, just the inability to turn the strike over and pick up those ones and twos really cost Bangladesh late in the piece. 174 for 9. 1 to go.
It's the final over here in this contest, and it's going to be bowled by Marizanne Kapp, still looking for her first wicket. That's about a class, has finished 10 overs, 2 for 36. And Jahanara Alam, 4 from 9, and 1 vicious bouncer from Shabnim Ismail. Bangladesh, 6 balls, 34 required. And South Africa need 1 wicket to wrap it up, or they just need to restrict Bangladesh. Sune Luus, South Africa's skipper.
Just wonder whether this was worth the over from Marizanne Kapp. She's back from injury, maybe just struggling a little bit with that shoulder. Chloe Try on 8 overs, none for 22. She's not going to get hit for 34 in the last over by numbers 10 and 11, you wouldn't imagine. Slightly injured her right, the little finger on her right hand. She bowls left arm.
And you can just see here Marizanne Kapp going through the motions. I mean, she's not really trying to bowl it with any pace whatsoever, and that's understandable. I mean, that shoulder, that bicep is heavily strapped. Well, she'll know what pace to bowl at within herself. She doesn't want to go crazy here. Over she goes. That off stump is rattled. Marizanne Kapp finishes it off. She picks up her first wicket. And South Africa, after a little bit of a scare at certain stages today, have beaten Bangladesh.
Got their campaign off to a good start. It was heading down leg, hits the pad, then onto the off stump of Trishna. Out without scoring. They'll be happy with the win, you would say. South Africa. Performance not at their peak, but you take the wins early, things to work on, you move forward. Marizanne Kapp doing a lot of the talking there, not the skipper. But, as I said, take the points, take the positives, work on the things that weren't quite so good or quite so right, and take that through to the next game. Take that confidence and the 2 points to boot.
Yes, that'll be a debrief, of course, for both teams. Bangladesh, they will feel that they bowled well. They bowled South Africa out, don't forget. They bowled them out for 207. South Africa have beaten Bangladesh by 32 runs. Good contest and a very good start with 69 runs put on by Shamima Sultana and Sharmin Akhtar Supta. And at that stage, you might have thought that Sune Luce was a little rattled until Ayabonga Kaka came into the bowling attack. She bowled straight, without fuss, bowled a full length, and her 4 wickets was really the start of the damage for Bangladesh.
Yeah, it was through that early to middle stages of the innings when Kaka, she bowled a very tidy 3-over spell, then taken out of the attack. When she came back was when she started to wreak some havoc. Broke that opening partnership, then Pinky and was run out. Rashida out without scoring. Partnership there, Rumana and Jyoti and Ritu as well. But no one going on with the job. A score of real significance and a lot of deliveries used up by that opening combination. Ismail with a wicket along with Marizan Cup. Standout performance, Ayabonga Kaka with 4 for 32 and Matsubata Class 2 for 36 from her 10. And the 10 overs from the 5th bowler, the skipper and Chloe Tryon going wicketless but very economical.
Bangladesh won the toss, put South Africa in, 207. Trisna, the left arm medium pacer, 3 for 35. Jahanara Alam, 2 for 28. Ritu, 2 for 36. Bangladesh 175 all out, and Ayabonga Kaka 4 for 32. Right, let's go downstairs. Kas Naidu is with the player of the match.
I've got Ayabonga Kaka alongside me, the player of the match today for 4 for 32 in 10 overs. Aya, congratulations, the 5th South African woman to take 100 ODI wickets. What does this mean to you?
Thanks a lot, Kes. I think I didn't think about it. I just take it as it comes. I try to do my job as much as I can.
You had a good run into this World Cup, a great series against the West Indies where you were player of the series, a maiden 5-wicket haul. What was your mood coming into this World Cup about your personal form?
To be honest, I take it game by game. I don't stress about the past. I always try to focus on the future. This game is done. I'm going to try and focus to the next one.
207 on the board. What was your thinking in terms of coming out there and defending that total?
You can see the bowling attack that we have. We're confident to go there and do the job for the team, and we did it.
You often talk about keeping it simple. In these conditions, what was the key to your success?
For me, I always try to hit my lines and length. The bowlers up front, they will tell us how the pitch plays, and we take it from there.
You're a role model to many young boys and girls in South Africa. It's early morning on a Saturday morning there. What is your message to them about following their cricket dreams?
You just need to follow your heart. You follow what you're passionate about, and yeah.
Bangladesh, first World Cup on debut. They did really well today, didn't they?
I think they played well. They bowled well as a unit. They put us under pressure, and I think they still need to learn a lot, and they're gonna play well in the next games.
Congratulations on your player of the match performance, and I'm sure you'll go celebrate with your team. Well done, Aya.
Thank you very much, Kes.
It was a very well-deserved player of the match award. South Africa with a healthy net run rate, beating Bangladesh. West Indies with that wonderful win last night in the opening match of the tournament. The two teams on the top of the table with 2 points. Australia are currently doing battle with England. Well, Bangladesh, they really did get off to such a good start. 69 on the board before the first wicket fell, and then Kaka came into the attack and she changed everything as wickets began to fall in those middle overs, and you could just see how the phases went away from Bangladesh as Kaka, with her medium pace, she just kept it line and length, aimed at the stumps. Ismail with a bit of pace was always a threat. Ayabonga Kaka has now reached the 100 club, 100 wickets in women's ODI cricket for her country, South Africa. A Protea with the player of the match performance here in Dunedin. Ivonga Kaka, 4 for 32 in her 10 overs.
It's a girl game. Boy, you wish you could join. It's a short game.
Be it cricket or any career, if you want to get to the next level, you have to keep learning because there are no shortcuts. So what are you waiting for? Log on to Great Learning and power your career with online courses from the world's best universities. Power ahead with Great Learning.